Ladies and gentlemen, today we are live for the running of the playoff round of 12 opener for the NASCAR Cup Series at the Texas Motor Speedway for the running of the AutoTrader Echopark Automotive 500. That's a mouthful. But thanks for everybody tuning in here today. Like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content as we get into today's live commentary coverage of the actual NASCAR Cup Series event. 6 races to go, 12 drivers still on their quest to try and win a championship, many of which for the first time, as we've already had a couple of championship contenders, former championship winners already being eliminated from the playoffs. A couple obviously missed the playoffs. Martin Truex Jr., Brad Keselowski, they did not make the playoffs that were in the playoffs last season. And Kyle Busch, Kevin Harvick already eliminated, along with the likes of both the RCR Chevrolets of Tyler Reddick and Austin Dillon. Going to go through my round of 12 predictions for today. I don't have any race predictions because I was out of the house all day yesterday. I did not get to see practice or qualifying, and by the time I got home at about 2 o'clock in the morning yesterday, I ended up having a golf scramble again this morning. I didn't get home until about 15-20 minutes ago. So with that being said, I am basically looking at the starting lineup for the first time today. And coming into this race, it is going to be a very interesting one to say the least. We'll go through the playoff standings, of course, the starting lineup, any driver interviews that we have before the start of today's race, you guys will get to listen into as well. Stress, thanks for tuning into the stream. Yeah, Brad Keselowski on the poll. It looks like Wade Selinsky, thanks for tuning in as well. Thanks for being the first down in the chat, guys. About 20 minutes away from the command to start engines. We'll get the national anthem, I'm sure, in there before that as well, and you guys will get to listen into that. But for right now, let's take a look at the playoff grid coming into today's race. You can see it on the left side of your screen, at least the standings. I'll scroll towards the top so you guys can see the points differentials. Chase Elliott, with the reset after the end of the first round, is back to being the first place driver in the point standings right now. He has 15 more playoff points than the next closest driver, and he sits 31 points above the cutoff line, almost a little over half a race worth of points ahead of Chase Briscoe, who's the first driver below the cutoff line coming into the round. Logano with 16 points above the cutoff line is the number 2 seed. Ross Chastain is the number 3 seed at 11 points to the good. Kyle Larson's only 10 points above the cutoff line as the defending champion. William Byron is 6 points to the good. He had a pretty remarkable first round of the playoffs. Denny Hamlin also had a good round as he finished runner-up in the first 2 races of the round. And then ended up, I think, finishing 13th or 14th at Bristol. So pretty good round for Hamlin as well. He's only 4 points to the good, though, with the reset after finishing outside the top 10 in the regular season standings. Only 3 stage wins and 2 race wins on the year for him. Christopher Bell, who also has a win this season, just 1 for him. 4 stage wins, also only 4 points to the good. He had more playoff points than Hamlin based off of regular season points. So that's why they're tied right now. And Ryan Blaney also tied with them. So 3 drivers tied for 6th place right now at the last drivers above the cutoff line, all plus 4. 1 with 2 wins, 1 with 1 win, and 1 with no wins. Chase Briscoe, again, as mentioned, first driver below the cutoff line. He's only minus 4. Alex Bowman is minus 6 as the number 10 seed for the round. Daniel Suarez makes it into the round of 12. He'll be 6 points below the cutoff line. And Austin Cindric, who was the last driver to qualify his way in through the round of 16 on points by just 2 to the good over Tyler Reddick on Saturday night at Bristol, now sits 7 points below the cutoff line. He'll be the last and number 12 seed coming into the round. So only 2 Toyotas left battling it out for the championship, and then it's split right down the middle, 5 Chevys and 5 Fords. 6 Chevys and 4 Fords the rest of the way as far as the manufacturer battle goes there. So coming into the round, based off of who is left, I've not actually made predictions, not only on the channel, but even for myself yet. So I'm going to talk about each one of these 12 drivers very specifically, how they tend to run both in the past at these 3 racetracks in the round, being Texas, Talladega, the Roval, and how they've ran on those similar tracks this season. So if we look at Chase Elliott's stats as he comes in as the number 1 seed, obviously he's got 31 points to the good above his credit, so that's going to help him out. He has struggled for the most part in the playoffs. Really the last 4 races, 29th at Daytona, 36th, last place at Darlington, 11th at Kansas, and no stage points in that race. Now, Bristol, he did finish in 2nd, scored a lot of stage points. That was a great bounce back for him, but he has been good on the concrete tracks this year, and I think that helped him quite a bit. If we look at the Texas Motor Speedway and what Chase Elliott has done on other mile-and-a-halves this season, if I remember correctly, it is pretty good. Atlanta, he won, but I'm not really going to count that because that's a super speedway. Intermediate track, Nashville, he won. But if we're looking at the 1.5-mile racetracks, he has struggled this season. Charlotte Motor Speedway, Coke 600, 33rd. Kansas, he finished 29th earlier this year. Obviously, the second Kansas race we had finished 11th, so he finished outside the top 10 in both of those races. Let's see here. Atlanta, again, we'll save that. Vegas, he finished in 9th. So kind of hit or miss right now on the mile-and-a-halves. He's only got one top 10 finish, and that was a 9th place finish at Vegas. It's not too promising. And if we look at yesterday's practice and qualifying session, which I will have to pull up on a separate screen here, only because I have not been able to look at it. We're going fully in depth with each one of these 12 drivers. All right, so we'll see what Chase Elliott has for speed this weekend. He'll be starting in 6th. And as far as practice goes, didn't look good in practice for Chase Elliott. 19th. So he's kind of hit or miss. I'm not going to say that he's like a guaranteed start for your fantasy team today. I think that'd be a little risky, to be completely honest. But the rest of the round, I think he'll be all right. He's obviously performed very well on the road courses this year. He hasn't won on a road course, but he's been in contention to win every single one of them. And I think he's only finished outside the top 10 once. Actually, outside the top 5 once. He finished 4th at Watkins Glen. Indy finished 16th, but he got spun out on the second to last restart while running top 3. Road America, he finished 2nd, if I remember correctly. Yep, right behind Tyler Reddick. Finished 8th at Sonoma, but he won a stage there. Didn't win a stage, but he did end up scoring a lot of stage points at both stages of that race and still finished 8th place. And if we look at Coda, he finished 4th. So I think there's a very good opportunity that Chase Elliott could go to victory lane today. Or sorry, not today, but at the Roval. And then if we look at Texas, look at the super speedways, for instance. Outside of Daytona in the regular season finale, Chase Elliott's been phenomenal in super speedways this season. He has a win at Atlanta, as I mentioned, not that long ago. Talladega, he finished 7th, top 10 there. Daytona 500, he ended up finishing 10th. He was 5th in his dual race at Daytona as well. First Atlanta race 6th. So I do trust Chase Elliott making his way out of the round of 12. I think no problem. I think his biggest task is going to be today's race personally, because he's that good at the 2 wildcard races in the round at the Roval and Talladega. And he has won at Talladega in his career as well. James Moore, Dark Shadows, thanks for tuning in. Terry Lewis, Asizi, Jeff Sperry, Derek Booth, and others. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. 50 people watching already, and we are still about 15 roughly minutes away from the drop of the green flag for today's race. So again, greatly appreciate everybody tuning in for this one. We'll get that raw feed up and running, and it is up and running as soon as the race starts. We're going through the playoff predictions for the round of 12, at least for myself. And right now, I do think Chase Elliott will easily make it out of the round. We went through his stats completely. Now we'll go through the next driver behind him in the point standings, and we'll look at Joey Logano in the 22. How has he ran lately? You know, how is he at these 3 tracks or similar tracks with the next-gen car so far this season? So round of 16, he finished 4th at Darlington, but he ran well at Darlington in the first race there. Obviously won that race, so he has that going for him. Very unique track from any other on the schedule. Kansas, he finished 17th. He really struggled there, and he was 27th at Bristol. Penske as a whole struggled at Bristol last weekend as they had a lot of flat right front tires throughout the course of that race, sometimes multiple for some of their drivers. So if we look at the mile and a half this season, because that's where we're at today at Texas, again, 17th at Kansas last week. The other mile and a half's Coke 600. Joey Logano finished 20th, 17th also in the first Kansas race, and he finished 14th at Las Vegas. So Joey Logano has not had a top 10 on a mile and a half this year. He has finished 14th or worse in all of those mile and a half races. Even the intermediate tracks outside of the mile and a halves. Darlington, he finished 4th. He was good at Darlington. So outside of Darlington, where did he finish at Nashville? 9th. It's top 10, barely. Gateway, he won. That's a flatter track, though, too. That's nothing comparable to Texas. The only comparable thing between Gateway and Texas is the fact that the battle for track position on pit road is going to be about the same. Because it's going to be pretty hard to pass today. But not because it's flat, because it's Texas. We all know. Brian Wally, thanks for tuning in. Also, the Long Pig Chief. The Long Pig Chef, thanks for tuning in. Cody Ware's definitely going to win today. I will give my win pick, I will say. I haven't given that yet. I haven't until the start of the race, though. Yeah, thanks for everybody tuning in. 60 people watching already. Greatly appreciate it. This is the last race on the USA Network. So Joey Logano has not ran well in the mile and a half. Super speedways this season, he hasn't ran like his usual self either. 12th at Daytona in the regular season finale, so just missed out on the top 10 there. Second Atlanta race, he ended up finishing 26th. Not great. Talladega, he finished 32nd. Atlanta, in the first race, he finished 9th. Daytona 500, 21st. And then he wrecked in his dual race while leading on the last lap, throwing a bad block in that duel where he finished 9th. So, I don't know. I think it's shaky. I think Logano, obviously, he's good with the sake that he's 16 points to the good. Road course finishes for him this year. I know Penske's been pretty good on the road courses pretty much as a whole. Let's see. Indianapolis, Logano finished 6th. Watkins Glen, he finished 3rd. Coda 31st, Road America's 27th, 17th at Sonoma. So really only the last 2 road courses have been good for Logano. I'm a little shaky on Logano making it out of the round, to be completely honest. I don't know, guys. I think Logano could get knocked out this round. That would not be surprising. I'd probably lean towards that. I'm going to have to go through these other drivers quickly because we are probably 10 minutes away or so from the start of the race. So I think Chase Elliott's an easy lock. We went through him already. Ross Chastain's been really good on the super speedways and road courses this year, so I think he'll be fine. Mile and a halfs, he's been all right too outside of the Texas All-Star race. But if we look at the other mile and a halfs as a whole, Trackhouse has had speed. Intermediates in general, Trackhouse has had speed. Outside of the road courses, I think the intermediate tracks are Trackhouse's specialty right now. And Ross Chastain's still performing well on the road courses. So I do think Chastain's going to be a fine lock for the round of 8. So Elliott, Chastain I have going in the round of 8. Kyle Larson, he's been good on road courses this season. Mile and a half racetracks, he's been fairly decent as well. Finished 8th at Kansas. He's not up there competing for the win necessarily, but he's just consistently top 5, top 10, which I think could get you out of the round of 12. Even on super speedways, Kyle Larson's done a much better job this season. He had an engine failure in like the first 20 laps of Daytona. So if we exclude that, second Atlanta race, Larson finished 13th, which is better for him than normal. Talladega, he finished 4th. That's a good finish. 30th in the first Atlanta race, 532nd, unfortunately. So I guess Talladega was the only top 10 he had on a super speedway this year. I thought he did a little better than that. I still think he's performing well enough on the road courses and the mile and a half that he should be good. He's above the cutoff line by 10 points as well. He's in a better spot. So I'll put Kyle Larson in the round of 8 also. So I'm a little shaky on Joey Logano as far as the drivers that have a decently comfortable lead. Sounds like now is time for the national anthem, so I'll let you guys listen to that, and then we'll get back into the playoff predictions.
Time for today's pre-race ceremonies on a warm afternoon here in the Lone Star State. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time we ask that you please rise as you are able and remove your hats as the 1st Cavalry Division Honor Guard presents our nation's colors. Please remain standing as Brett Schisler from Texas Alliance Raceway Ministries offers our invocation.
Would you please pray with me? Most loving and gracious God, we come to you today and we thank you for this beautiful weather. You could turn the heat down just a little. Lord, as we come to you today, we thank you for the men and women all over the world that help to keep us safe. And Lord, we ask today for that same safety for all the drivers, all the crews, all of the safety workers, and for our world. And Lord, finally, as we come to you today, there are so many that hurt and so many that need your healing. You know all about each and every one of them, but we ask you today to be with them, to heal them, and to be with them every step of their way. In the strong and beautiful name of Son Jesus Christ, we come here this afternoon and we pray. Amen.
Here to perform our national anthem, please welcome 1st Cavalry Division Band.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting closer to the drop of the green flag for today's race. Still going through our playoff predictions for the start of this playoff race. My laptop has kind of frozen randomly, so not sure what's going on there. Hopefully the stream is still up and running properly as well. I might have to just exit out of that screen, to be completely honest. Alright, so Chastain, Larson, Elliott, I think are fine. Ryan Blaney, I think is fine. He won the All-Star race at Texas earlier this year. I think he'll be alright on speed today. And then road courses he's ran really well on. Super speedways, he's usually one of the better drivers. So I feel like he could make it into the round of 8 as well. I honestly look at Daniel Suarez making it into the round of 8. I mentioned if he can get out of the round of 16, I think he'll make it to the round of 8. And I think of the drivers below the cutoff line, he's got the best opportunity. Trackhouse is really good on the mile and a halfs this year. Intermediates as a whole for the most part. He has a win on a road course. Trackhouse has a couple wins on a road course this season. Chevrolet as a whole has been the dominating manufacturer. The only thing that isn't good for Suarez is his finishes lately. If you go back to the Indy road course where he finished 28th, he only has 2 top 10 finishes in the last 8 races, which is concerning. And one of those was a 10th at Kansas, fit that Watkins Glen. So again, the road courses outside of Indianapolis have been really good for Suarez this season. And Coda, he had a lot of speed, won the first stage, got caught up in a wreck mid-pack after winning stage 1 and pitting during the stage break, losing the track position that put him in that situation. So if they could just be smart on strategy, I think he'll be fine at the Roval for speed. I think he'll speed today. And Super Speedway finishes, he was leading Daytona before it was raining and NASCAR didn't throw the caution there. Atlanta, he finished 6th. Talladega, 31st. First Atlanta race, 4th. 18th in the 500, 11th in the duel. So he's hit or miss on the Super Speedways. I think Daniel Suarez makes it to the round of 8. I don't think I'm crazy for saying that. I think I could see him doing that. I think Joey Logano, honestly, is going to get eliminated this round. Based off of the statistics that we were going over just a little bit ago, I'd probably lean towards him being knocked out. The drivers who I think are going to be eliminated, I think Briscoe's going to be eliminated. I mean, I don't even know how he made it. He only really made it out of the round of 16 because there were other drivers that had problems, and he had problems as well. Just not as big of problems. 14th, 13th, 27th. Man, when was the last time Briscoe had a top 10? Chase Briscoe hasn't had a top 10 since the Coke 600. Yeah, he's getting bumped this round. You make it this far in the playoffs, you have to get top 10s in these next 3 races. 14th, 13th, 27th, 31st, 25th, 23rd, 20th, 23rd, 15th, 15th, 16th, 14th, 34th, 13th, 24th. In the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 11, 12, 15 straight races without a top 10 for Chase Briscoe. He's easily getting bumped. I'm not even going to read any more stats on him. He's getting eliminated. He got lucky. He made it through the round of 16 by a few points. Yeah, so I think he's going to be bumped. Cindric was good in the All-Star race at Texas, too. He was right there behind Blaney most of the race. Him and Hamlin. He's been good on the super speedways, obviously. Third at Daytona. Atlanta, he finished third. He won the Daytona 500. 21st and 32nd in the other two. But he's got 3 top 3s on super speedways this year. And he finished second in his dual race. So if you count the dual race, he's finished on 4 of the 6 super speedway races he was in this year in the top 3. So Cindric's strong there. He's strong in the road course, strong in the mile and a half. I think Cindric makes it into the round of 8 too, honestly. I would probably bump William Byron out. Toyotas have not been good on the road courses, which is concerning. I would probably lean towards Hamlin being eliminated this round for that reason alone. If Hamlin doesn't win today at Texas, I think Hamlin's going to be eliminated. So I think the 4 drivers who are going to be eliminated this round, I'm going to go with Joey Logano, Denny Hamlin, Chase Briscoe, and I'd say William Byron. Well, hang on. Byron or Bowman? Byron's got more playoff points. Bowman, 9th at Talladega. Here's the command to start engines, by the way.
For the top 10, that could be the difference between the end of your playoff hopes or continuing on.
So much pressure, and as Junior mentioned, hot. It's the hottest Texas race ever, and we're experiencing it at the start of the round of 12. It's time to get the engines fired. Let's go trackside for the command.
And now, here to say the most famous words in motorsports, please welcome stars of the movie Top Gun Maverick, Jay Ellis and Lewis Pullman.
Jay, you feeling okay, buddy?
No, man, I feel a little off.
Really? Oh, seriously?
Yeah,
What's wrong?
I don't know, man. I feel the need.
The need for what?
The need for speed! Drivers, start your engines!
That was an interesting way to do it, I'll say that.
Fired up when you're ready.
Well,
I like adding uniqueness to the command. I don't. They put some effort into it. I'll give them credit for it. Well, you heard it from them. I don't know who they were, but you heard it from those two, probably mid-20 to late 20-year-olds. That is the command to start engines for today's playoff race at the Texas Motor Speedway. I'm trying to decide who else I think is going to be eliminated between Byron and Bowman. I honestly have no clue. I'm going to go with... Byron hasn't been as good on the super speed. Well, he won at Atlanta. Outside of Atlanta, though, he has terrible finishes on super speedways. He's finished 30th or worse in 3 of the 5 super speedways this year. He had a good round, though, but so did Bowman. They have momentum going for him. Bowman's been better on the mile and a half than Byron. I'm going to say Byron gets eliminated. I think Bowman moves on. Bowman had speed at Kansas on the last mile and a half just a couple weeks ago. So, all right. I'm locking it in. Those are the 4 drivers who I think will be eliminated this round. We'll keep track throughout the course of the round how those predictions actually pan out. But I'm going to say that Joey Logano, Chase Briscoe, William Byron, and Denny Hamlin will be eliminated from the playoffs, which means 3 of the 4 drivers that start the round below the cutoff line, I think, will make it. I think Bowman, Suarez, Cindric make it to the round of 8. I think Blaney, Bell, Larson, Chastain, and Elliott will make up the round of 8 when we go into that opener in a few weeks. Sorry, the Adult Guy 2K4, thanks for tuning in. Billy Kramer, I see you as well. Tune in. Thanks for tuning. Davey Chumbler, thanks for watching as well. Almost 150 people already in the chat. We are just about ready to get this race underway today. I noticed my TV is behind. Like way behind. I'm going to log out of Hulu real quick and log back in. And I'll get the raw feed up on the screen for you guys as well. My laptop, from what I'm listening to, is like way ahead. There we go. That's a little bit better. Hopefully. Cindric definitely makes it. He's been consistent. Yeah, for sure. I think he's top 10 in like Winston Cup points so far this season. I think he's like 9th or 10th. He's had a really great rookie season. Very underrated rookie season from Austin Cindric. I think just the consistency we've seen from so many different drivers this year is what's overshadowing what Cindric was able to do. His only bad race of the round was last round was Bristol, and he got bailed out, really. Better be lucky than good sometimes. Like Chase Briscoe. most of his speed has been off of luck this year. Just think, who would have thought Chase Briscoe would be the only driver in the round of 12 for SHR this year? I didn't think so. That's for certain. We'll go through today's starting lineup. Presented by nobody because there's still no sponsors on the channel. Brad Keselowski's going to be on the pole for this one. His first pole of the season. Joey Logano will start outside of the front row as he is the highest qualifying playoff driver today. Had a top 5 in the Texas All-Star race earlier this season. William Byron and Tyler Reddick will be in row number 2. Mentioned Byron is only 6 points to the good above the cutoff line to start the round, but a good qualifying position today. Track position will matter, I'm sure, at Texas throughout the course of the event. We'll see if he can hang on and potentially compete for the win this afternoon. Michael McDowell, Chase Elliott will line up in row number 3. Elliott is the regular season champ, 31 points above the cutoff line coming into the race today. Austin Dillon and Denny Hamlin will line up in row number 4. Hamlin is a former multi-time Texas winner. Austin Dillon, in fact, won the summer race at Texas back in 2020. Kyle Larson and Daniel Suarez will line up in row 5. Suarez is coming in below the cutoff line as of right now by a handful of points. I'm predicting him to make it to the round of 8. Trackhouse has had good speed on the 1.5 miles today. Qualified really well in the top 10. Good start for him. And Kyle Larson won both the Texas All-Star race and the Texas playoff race last season. We'll see what he can do today. Led laps in the All-Star race earlier this year as well. Austin Cindric and Ross Chastain will line up in row number 6. Cindric won 2 stages in the All-Star race earlier this season and ended up finishing in the top 3. We'll see what he can do today. And Ross Chastain will be in row number 6. He was running second before getting into a wreck early on after Busch blew a tire in front of him in that race. And Ross Chastain comes in well above the cutoff line today as well. Chris Buescher and Ryan Blaney will be in row 7. Blaney was the winner of the All-Star race earlier this year at Texas, still looking for his first points win of the year. And Chris Buescher coming off a win at Bristol in the night race last weekend. Martin Truex Jr. and Ty Gibbs will line up in row number 8. Gibbs, the rookie, making his first Texas start. He was not in the All-Star race field earlier this season. And Truex just looking to get luck back on his side as he has been struggling in the last month and a half. Alex Bowman and Kyle Busch will be in row number 9. Kyle Busch, an early exit in the round of 16, can still finish as high as 5th in the point standings if he can have a strong finish to the season in these final 7 races. And Alex Bowman, who had a top 10 at Kansas, in fact, a top 10 in each of the first 3 races of the opening round of the playoffs, looking to replicate that same consistency today. Bubba Wallace and Harrison Burton will line up in row number 10. Bubba Wallace, a winner on the last 1.5 mile race at Kansas just 2 weeks ago. And the rookie Harrison Burton making his first Cup start at Texas today in a points race. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and Christopher Bell will line up in row number 6. Bell starting pretty deep in the field. Good round for him. He's got some good tracks coming up. Ran well on the road courses so far this season. If he can get through Texas today, he'll have a good shot to make it to the round of 8. Kevin Harvick and Cole Custer starting deep in the field in row number 12. Harvick also eliminated from the round of 16 of the playoffs. Behind those two, Eric Almirola and Noah Gragson. Gragson making the start for colleague racing in the 16 car today, and Almirola starting right there towards the back with his teammates in 25th. Eric Jones and Todd Gillen will line up in row number 14. Eric Jones was a winner in the last round in the Southern 500 as he got his 3rd win of his career. Corey LaJoie, Chase Briscoe in row 15. Briscoe, the deepest qualifying driver, the driver who qualified the worst of the 12 playoff drivers coming into today's race. Justin Haley and Ty Dillon will be in row 16, Garrett Smithley, BJ McLeod in row 17, and rounding out the field today in row 18 will be Landon Castle and Cody Ware. A 500-mile race today at Texas. It'll be the second to last 500-mile race of the year. In fact, next week, also a 500-miler at Talladega. 334-lap race today. 105 laps in stage 1, 105 laps in stage 2, and the final stage is going to be 124 laps. Fuel window expected to be 62 to 65 laps. It might be a little longer than that, considering it seems like the next-gen cars have been a little bit better on fuel mileage this season. It seems like they've been able to go somewhere around 70 laps on a full tank. We're likely going to see some drivers split the stage in half, I have to imagine. Sorry if the stream is a little bit delayed today with my commentary, because for whatever reason, what I'm hearing in my ear is like well ahead of what I'm seeing on the TV. I mean, it's like a good 5 to 10 second difference, and I can't get it caught up for some reason. I don't know what's going on there. Unless it's being recorded for some reason, but I don't think it is. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. So you'll just have to bear with me if you're watching at home. Maybe pause it for a quick second, try to get everything synced up. Tito Estrada, thanks for tuning in. Who's the winners today? Yeah, I have not made my pick for the win yet. They're checking pit road times currently on pit road right now. I am going to go... Man, who am I picking to win? Yeah, look at the practice times again here real quick. I think Blaney's definitely going to be a contender. Trackhouse cars don't look as quick as usual. Byron looks fast. I predicted him to not make it out of this round, so I'm not going to pick him. It's a safe pick, but he's been so consistent throughout most of the season. I'm going to go Chase Elliott to win today. He's got a good crew chief. Again, track position will matter. I'm sure Alan Gustafson could get him the track position needed to try and win this race today. I'm going to go with Chase Elliott. So Chase Elliott will be my pick to win today's race. Field is doubling up, by the way, right now. They'll be going green very shortly. Jeremy Oglesby, thanks for tuning in also. Sid for Brains, picking Suarez. A couple people picking Suarez, it looks like. Better pick 22. Nah. I think Logano's going to get eliminated this round too, though. He hasn't had good finishes on mile and a half this season, so it's just not trustworthy. Same kind of goes for Byron. Outside of Kansas a couple weeks ago. That's one thing Byron's got going for him, is the fact that he has been consistent, at least at the start of the playoffs. I probably have more faith in Byron winning this race than Logano. Blaney and Cindric have been far and away better than Logano on the mile and a half this season. Logano just finished 17th at Kansas on speed a couple weeks ago. Gene Huddleston, thanks for tuning in also. Earl Arnold Jr., I see you there as well. No, that's the way the Earl, that's the way the playoff grid challenge has been. It's not like the predictions from the start of the playoffs. You have to go back in there and reset it every round, because you get points throughout each round, not based off your pre-playoff predictions, but round by round playoff predictions. Mary Harris, thanks for tuning in. Picking Keselowski today. I mean, that could be possible too. I didn't get to watch practice and qualify, and I don't know if I trust them. Obviously, RFK has speed. Last weekend, both cars ran well. Keselowski came close to win last week. Maybe would have won the race if it wasn't for his tire going down, but his teammate picked him up there late in that race in those final 50 laps that Chris Buescher was able to win. They both led the two most laps throughout the course of the race yesterday. I gotta mute this in my ear because they are ahead of me right now by a lot. I'll unmute it as much as I can to give you guys some in-breaking news, but for right now, I can't do it. It's the start of the race. The field is already taking the green, so sorry for my delay. I don't know what's going on with my TV here, but as a pace car on my screen will roll off of the racetrack onto pit road, we are about to go green. Keselowski elects the inside lane. He's got William Byron right behind him. Logano on the outside, and the green flag is in the air, and we are underway. Playoff race number 4 at Texas Motor Speedway. Door-to-door go Logano and Keselowski into the first turn right now. Logano holding the 6 car pretty tightly in the middle of the corner and now looking for some corner exit speed. A lot lower off the exit of turn 2 as Keselowski stayed away from Logano. Logano gets the run on the backstretch. Keselowski goes up to side draft into turns 3 and 4. They're still side-by-side for the race lead. Also side-by-side further back between Tyler Reddick and Michael McDowell for 4th place with Denny Hamlin behind them. At the line, leader of the first lap by inches looked like Brad Keselowski, and that is what it is showing on our screen as well. Keselowski is going to lead the opening lap of the race, but he's still alongside Joey Logano until now, finally clearing him off the exit of turn number 2. So Keselowski leads the opening lap for the pole, now is clear of Logano. William Byron right in line behind those 2 drivers in 3rd place. Still, McDowell was able to clear Reddick for 4th, and Reddick actually fell back behind Hamlin in the 6th place position. Couple cars still going side by side for the start of the race. That'd be Daniel Suarez and Austin Dillon inside the top 10. Suarez with a run off the outside, but Dillon able to side draft and stay alongside of him into turns 1 and 2. Dillon on the bottom, Suarez on the high side. Larson running up a lane in the middle to upper groove, right behind those 2 in turns 1 and 2. But most of the drivers hanging out right around the bottom of the racetrack, at least off the get-go. Suarez still holding Austin Dillon pretty tightly it is. They are running side by side. They're almost a full second behind Chase Elliott already after just 4 laps. And now, finally, Suarez will have to drop in line on the outside behind Dillon. Well fought by Austin Dillon. Hanging on the inside lane. The inside lane is more preferred, but in trying to make a pass, you almost want to be the car on the outside. Hope you get enough of a run off the exit of the corner. But there's just not as much grip up there at the same time. We'll see if that groove is going to widen out throughout the course of the day. It didn't in the All-Star race, but that race was also only 100 laps versus this race being 334. A much longer race at Texas today than what we saw in the All-Star race earlier this season. So maybe more of an opportunity the lane could widen out just a bit. If we are going to see passing today, I probably imagine it would be more so later in the race than right now. Chase Elliott slotted in the 7th place position right behind Tyler Reddick. They are within a half a second of each other. Each car pretty much within the top 5, separated by about 3 or 4 car lengths. Then there's a bigger gap between Hamlin and Reddick, it looks like, or actually Byron and McDowell, and then everybody's still staggered about 3-4 car lengths in between each other. All the way around the racetrack. 96 degrees. It's going to be a hot and slick racetrack today. Track temp at 138 degrees. It is the hottest Texas Cup Series race on record today, and it is a scorcher to say the least. It's going to be hard for these drivers both inside the car, the teams outside the car to execute, and this is a track fully off of execution. Which team will have the best execution both on pit road, on the racetrack, just to hit their marks, not make a major mistake, and risk having an accident. It'll be interesting to see how the tires are going to hold up as well. This race hotter than the summer race that they had, or at least the spring race that they had earlier this season under the lights where the track temps were a bit cooler. But at the same time, there were some rear tire issues in that Texas All-Star race. If you remember, whenever there was a run, or at least drivers on older tires by 30 to 40 laps, that's where we saw the flat tires come into play. Bristol last week, it was about 40-50 laps on the tires into the run. We saw tire issues happen, so we'll see if that'll happen again today at Texas. I could definitely throw a curveball in these teams' tire strategy and how they're going to go about track position throughout the course of the day. Likely not going to see much tire fall off itself, but still at risk of potentially having tire blowouts. Kind of something we've seen a lot with the next-gen car. Pretty much off and on throughout the course of the season. Brad Keselowski's opened up his gap over Joey Logano by just over 1 second, with Logano sitting P2. William Byron in 3rd, Michael McDowell 4th. Denny Hamlin rounds out the top 5 right now. Tyler Reddick is in 6th, Chase Elliott 7th, Austin Dillon 9th, Austin Dillon 8th, Daniel Suarez 9th, and Kyle Larson rounds out the top 10 through 10 laps out of 105 in the opening stage of the race. Have to pit once in each of these first two stages, both being 105 in length. Obviously, pitting at the stage break, I'd have to assume as well. Even if you don't take tires under every stop, you're going to have to hit for fuel. A little bit more racing mid-pack right now. A couple cars 2x2. Ty Gibbs running alongside the 20 of Christopher Bell. A couple Toyotas battling for position there as Gibbs is going to be clear of Bell. Then pull all the way down the middle of the corner, and Bell trying to get a run back to the inside of Gibbs. And then just behind them as well, a couple cars battling for position as it looks like Noah Gragson and Harrison Burton are battling for about 23rd on the racetrack. Aaron Goki, thanks for tuning in as well. Pulling for Tyler Reddick today. Lisa Rogers, thanks for tuning in also. Also pulling for, it's like what, Chastain, Larson, and Elliott? Is that what the 159 means? Oh, yeah, I don't know about that. I actually didn't play the bracket challenge because I didn't really remember to do so. And I didn't even have time to put my fantasy team lineup in today either, so that's just based off of what it was last week. Which stinks because I had a good start. Jesse Wallace, thanks for tuning in also. Cable and internet are 10 seconds apart too. Tried everything. Yeah, okay, so it's not just me. Maybe it's an NBC thing then. For those of you that are watching on the USA Network, maybe the USA Network's just being weird today with that. Yeah, again, I apologize for that. There's not usually this much of a delay, but there is definitely a noticeable delay even on my end today. Keselowski pulling away, though, with that clean air advantage over Logano. Lead out to about 1.7 seconds now. 3 laps ago was at 1 second flat. So Keselowski running about 0.2 of a second, maybe a little more than that, quicker than Logano a lap. And he's put some spacing on him right now as he's led the first 14 laps of the race. Make that 15 at the start-finish line as of right now. Chase Briscoe still struggling back in the 31st place position. We'll keep an eye on him because obviously you don't want to go a lap down. I'm not sure if there's a competition caution today. I don't think there is going to be one, but we'll see. You have to let me know in the chat if there's supposed to be one. I don't think there is. I don't think they've had any sort of inclement weather throughout the course of the race weekend, so shouldn't have a comp yellow, I would have to imagine. And if they do, then I don't know what NASCAR is doing there, but they do like their competition cautions. 31st place rather is where Briscoe's at, 18 seconds off the lead currently, so already over half a track behind race leader Brad Keselowski. Bubba Wallace is actually in last place right now, and he is about 23.9 seconds off the race lead. Remember, Wallace is in the round of 12 of the Owners' Points playoffs, or at least the 45 car itself. Maybe not Wallace the driver, but the 45 cars in the Owners' playoffs. So we'll have to keep an eye on him as well to see how he'll do over these next 3 races. Really good at Talladega, not so hot on road courses, and not a good start at Texas today. So hopefully he doesn't have to rely on Dega being that track that he may have to win to get into the round of 8, but at least in the very early going of this race, that's what it's looking like. Caleb Brinkley, Brennan Halfhill, thanks for tuning in as well. No Torres, I see in the chat also. Thanks for tuning in. Do it for Dale, yeah. Hey, you're going to remember that for like the channel's history. Appreciate that, though. Go through the full field running order right now. Keselowski's already up to a 2.4 second lead as he is well faster than Logano. I think Logano's pacing is starting to fall because Byron's closing in on him as well. But Keselowski putting a beating on the field right now. Make that 2.6 seconds ahead. He's about 0.2 of a second faster a lap than Joey Logano. Logano's still in P2. William Byron in 3rd. Michael McDowell's moved up to 4th. Denny Hamlin up to 5th. Tyler Reddick in 6th. Chase Elliott in 7th. Daniel Suarez 8th. Austin Dillon 9th. Kyle Larson rounds out the top 10. Ross Chastain is back to 11th. Martin Truex Jr. in 12th. Austin Cindric 13th. Chris Buescher in 14th. Ryan Blaney is 15th. Kyle Busch in 16th. Alex Bowman 17th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 18th. 19th is Christopher Bell. And Kevin Harvick is 20th. Ty Gibbs in 21st, Cole Custer 22nd, Harrison Burton 23rd, Noah Gragson 24th, Eric Jones is 25th. Ty Dillon in 26th, Justin Haley 27th, Troy LaJoie 28th, 29th is Eric Almirola, and Chase Briscoe in 30th. 31st is Ty Gillen, Landon Castle 32nd, Garrett Smithley 33rd, BJ McLeod 34th, Cody Ware 35th, and Bubba Wallace is actually 2 laps down at 36th, so Wallace had to make an unscheduled pit stop. I think he was in the top 10 And I only say that because McDowell was in 5th there for a little bit. And I think Bubba Wallace had some sort of an issue that has dropped him a couple laps down. And we'll have to see when they come back from the commercial break that they are currently on full screen on what exactly has happened to Bubba Wallace in that 45 car. Not a good start for that team today, and hopefully it's not another mechanical issue for Toyota. They have been struggling to get their engines to last throughout the course of these races over really the entire round of 16. Kyle Busch had 2 engine failures, so did Truex. Both engine / power steering, I guess, at Bristol, but still having those issues. Both the 2311 Toyotas at Bristol ended up having engine failures as well. It's a good thing Wallace ended up winning at Kansas the week before that got that car into this round of the playoffs as far as the owner's points go, but definitely not having a strong start to say the least. Lap 21 right now, though, at Texas, as they are back from the commercial break full screen. Mark Witkowski, thanks for tuning into the stream. 18, 17, 22 are the picks for the year. Well, only one of those has a shot at the championship, if that's what you're talking about exactly. Keselowski's fastest lap was on lap 2 of a 29.217, but his pace really hasn't dropped a whole lot. The crazy thing is Brad Keselowski's fastest lap in the race today, at least on my screen, looks to be almost 0.3 of a second quicker. Yeah, exactly. 0.3 of a second quicker is Keselowski's fastest lap versus Joey Logano's fastest lap at second. Keselowski has a fast race car today, and maybe he will be one to beat. He is catching lap traffic, though. Cody Ware's right in front of him, and that is allowing Joey Logano to close that gap just a bit. So first time Keselowski's having to deal with any sort of a dirty air issue in the early going of the race today. Michael McDowell is about 3+ seconds behind William Byron in 3rd place, but he still sits in 4th. Hamlin not that far behind the 34 car in the 5th place position. McDowell looking to that middle to upper groove in 1 and 2, trying to get a run off the exit. Hamlin to the bottom, closes the gap on McDowell again as they battle for 4th place down the back straightaway. Into turns 3 and 4, McDowell back to the bottom to try and stay on the inside and keep Hamlin in the dirty air.
The steering felt heavy. They had a steering issue last week at Bristol, but I don't think anybody expected that, as you also see the 38 car still on the racetrack as well. So I don't know what the steering issue would be. They did come down pit road, changed all 4 Goodyear tires. Those were fine, but Bubba's saying it feels like there's a steering issue in the 45. Keep in mind, Steve, he is in the owners' playoffs as well and advanced to the round of 12, so we'll see what happens with the 45.
Yeah,
So it sounds like a steering issue for Bubba Wallace.
This is a hydraulic system. Something is amiss, whether maybe the fluid's too hot on this 96-degree day, not being cooled enough. If that fluid gets too hot, it almost starts to aerate a little bit, almost thinking about like boiling water. It's not boiling, but that's what happens. It doesn't have the same sort of assistance. So we'll have to keep an eye on that 45 to see if this issue is just what he's going to feel all day long, or if it will continue to degrade as far as the steering and the effects it has for Bubba.
Well, that's going on for Bubba Wallace. There's a battle on the racetrack for position just outside the top 10. Austin Cindric, Chris Buescher, Ryan Blaney, Kyle Busch, Alex Bowman, pretty much all under one giant blanket right now. Buescher to the outside is Cindric with a run off turn 4. I think Cindric might have had to lift in the middle of the corner, and that is going to break his momentum quite a bit. Ryan Blaney will get by to the inside after Buescher was able to get by on the outside off the exit of turn 4. Cindric still on the top. Blaney will be able to clear him for a spot as well. So Blaney up to 14th rather. Buescher up to 13th. Cindric back on the attack on Ryan Blaney as Blaney goes towards the outside just a bit. Cindric down to the bottom. Kyle Busch with a run in the middle of the corner. He'll pull alongside Cindric now and also get around him off turn 4. So Cindric starting to drop like a rock. Christopher Bell coming in hot behind the 48 of Alex Bowman, who had a run on Cindric, but not as big of a run as the 20 had on the 48. Bell's going to move up into the 17th place position and quickly to the outside in front of Bowman, trying to get a run on the 2 of Cindric, who is also in front of him and dropping backwards. Cindric has lost about 4 or 5 spots from the start of the race. And Kyle Busch keeping pretty close gap between himself and Ryan Blaney in front of him after both getting around Cindric about a lap and a half ago. Kyle Busch in 15th. Again, Blaney in 14th place right now. Lead also between the top 2 is down to just 1 second. And I wonder if Keselowski running as fast a laps as he is, maybe he is burning through his tires a bit quicker. It is, I guess, possible that we could see more tire wear today on this hot and slick of a racetrack at Texas versus, most races it seems like with the next-gen car where there isn't as much tire fall off unless you go to a track that is very abrasive on tires like an Auto Club or a Darlington or something of that nature where the track is just, the surface itself is old as far as years go. But if it's not an old surface, it doesn't seem like there's much tire fall off with the tires Goodyear's been bringing to the track on a weekend and weekly basis. So we'll see. Another side-by-side battle outside the top 20, though, with this one. Cole Custer on the outside. The 16 car of Noah Gragson trying to make a pass for position on Custer. Can't complete it. They're still side-by-side. Jones closing in behind them. So currently there are 4 cars a lap down. And then last playoff driver on the lead lap is Chase Briscoe in 29th still, and he's 22.5 seconds off the lead. Logano still closing in at the front of the field, now down to a 0.6 of a second lead on Brad Keselowski, and Keselowski not getting through the lap traffic well. So from what it seems by my point of view, I think Brad Keselowski's got a fast car. If he's got the clean air, he's probably got the fastest car in the field. The problem is when he gets in traffic, that car is not the same, what you would imagine, but it's not the same in a very, very bad way, as Joey Logano is actually running down Brad Keselowski. If he gets close enough to him, he may be able to make a pass for position. Especially with it being earlier in the race, if he has a big enough of a run and continues to close that gap, Keselowski might just let him go. Kyle Larson's gotten around Chase Elliott within the last lap and a half or so as well, moving Larson up to 7th place and Elliott back to 8th. Quite a few Chevrolets inside the top 10 right now. In fact, 6th through 10th are all Chevys for 3 different organizations. And then Byron also in the top 5 for Chevrolet. So 6 Chevys in the top 10 right now. 3 Fords rather, and only 1 Toyota inside the top 14, in fact. Top 11, rather. Truex is in 12th. And Busch actually just made a pass for position. And something's got to be wrong with Brad Keselowski. Logano's passed him for the lead. And now William Byron has passed him for 2nd. So Keselowski was rolling pretty well there for a while, but now he has some sort of an issue, I think, going on with that 6 car as Byron has passed him, and it doesn't look like there's hardly any lap traffic around the top 3 currently.
That you want to take away. We see now here, make some adjustments on the pit stop. Byron passes the 6, but that's that's 2 spots for the 6 of Brad Keselowski. I'm not sure what happened. He had a lap that was almost 2.5 seconds off. He was passed by Logano and Byron. I don't see anything on the grill. Free and getting freer must have just had a big moment because it takes 2.5 seconds off the pace of the 6-car drivers. Let's take a look. Off into turn 1. You can see the car, he is scared. We don't see visually the car get loose, but he is scared to turn left. The back end's trying to come around, and he never really can turn the wheel, so he just drives the car up the track, and he's off throttle, and that's why you see the slow lap time. But he's got the lap time back. The last lap on the racetrack at 30:27, just that right there, 30 flat. That's right on top of the guys around him, in front of him, and behind. Right now, William Byron, a 29.73 is absolutely flying compared to the rest of the field.
That is very true. Byron does seem to be the fastest car on the racetrack all of a sudden as Brad Keselowski's car is fading away in the long run, battling a very loose condition with his race car, and has dropped from a nearly 3-second lead over Logano now back to 3rd and almost 2 seconds behind Logano, about a 5-second swing in total. Roxy Bollinger, thanks for tuning in as well. Yeah, go Blaney for sure. Power steering wasn't used in NASCAR until Jeff Bodine used it. I did not know that, if that is true. There's the interesting fact of the day. Santiago Kid, thanks for tuning into the stream also. Played NASCAR Heat game on Nintendo Switch? No, I don't have a Nintendo Switch. I've heard it's fun. I haven't heard anything about that NASCAR Rivals game, if it's any good or not either. So Byron closing in on Logano after Logano took the lead away from fellow Ford Brad Keselowski about 8 laps ago. Keselowski back to P3. So again, your running order right now in stage 1. Logano leads, Byron 2nd, Keselowski 3rd, Michael McDowell in 4th, Denny Hamlin rounds out the top 5, Tyler Reddick in 6th, Kyle Larson in 7th, Chase Elliott 8th, Martin Truex Jr. 9th, and Kyle Busch rounds out the top 10. Daniel Suarez in 11th, Austin Dillon in 12th, Chris Buescher 13th, 14th is Christopher Bell, and Ross Chastain is 15th. Austin Cindric has fallen back to 16th, Alex Bowman in 17th, Ryan Blaney back to, Bowman actually just made a pass on Blaney, so Bowman up to 16th, Blaney back to 17th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in 18th, Kevin Harvick 19th, and Noah Gragson is 20th. Cole Custer in 21st, Eric Jones 22nd, Ty Gibbs 23rd, Corey LaJoie 24th, and Harrison Burton is 25th. Ty Dillon in 26th, 27th is Martin Truex Jr., 28th is Chase Briscoe, Eric Almirola 29th, Justin Haley 30th, Ty Gillen 31st, Landon Castle 32nd, 33rd is Garrett Smithley, BJ McLeod 34th, Bubba Wallace up to 35th after having some sort of a steering issue, and then Cody Ware rounds out the field in 36th. There is a caution out on the racetrack. They're under a full screen commercial break, and it looks like caution is out for Martin Truex Jr. in the 19 car. Have to listen in to see what happened here in my ear. So Martin Truex Jr. has spun, bringing out caution number 1 today. Just shy of lap 40 at the time of the yellow. There's a lap car on the inside. Truex tried to make a pass up high on the 15 car. Rick Ware Racing, and as he skipped up the racetrack just a bit, he ended up having another loose moment on his own in turns 3 and 4. About a lap later, backs it into the outside wall, and then back down the racetrack towards the pit lane. But no major damage on the 19 car. He should be able to stay in the race, but he does have a little bit of scuffage to the back bumper of the race car. He hit pretty square with the rear of the car into the outside wall in his spin off turn 4. So caution's out for the first time today as Martin Truex Jr. has spun. He was running in the 12th place position at the time of the spin. Tiger fan from Soonerland, thanks for tuning in. Think Denny still won't ever win a championship. Yeah, the way he's ran this year, he doesn't really seem like a contender. Definitely not consistent compared to a lot of other drivers that are still in the playoffs. Liam Ayala, thanks for tuning in. And Villanor, thanks for tuning in also. Seems like the Atlanta issue don't run track seems. I don't remember that being a major issue at Atlanta. But there's been drivers that have been having some loose conditions with their car, and it's hot and slick. I don't blame them. Cars are on pit road during the first yellow.
Chief Cliff Daniel said, do you need anything? Kyle said, no, I think I'm pretty good. It's tight in the resin, but freer. It also, at the top of the resin, I feel good. Think no changes on this. 4-tire Sunoco fuel, Marty.
Again, for the record, the guys had it exactly right. Martin Truex Jr. said, I should have slowed down. I knew it was just going looser and looser and looser. Same for his teammate, Denny Hamlin. Way too free, Parker.
And Marty, consistent theme down here. Building free for the 24 car and the 22 Joe Logano. It looks like the 24 William Byron win the race off pit road.
That is very true. Byron wins the race out of the pits. Biggest gainer on pit road, Kevin Harvick with the 2-tire stop will move up 10 positions up to 9th. Chase Elliott, the fastest 4-tire spot as he picks up 4 positions. Not sure if anybody stayed out of the pits potentially. We're waiting on that. But William Byron in the 24 car wins the race out of the pit lane. Kenneth Clark, thanks for tuning in. He's pulling for Chase Elliott today. And be sure to hit that like button, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content if you have not already. About 250 people watching already, and we are still very early in this race. Caution out at lap 39 for a spin off turn 4 by Martin Truex Jr. as he backed it into the outside wall. Just got a bit loose. It's a hot, slick track today. Again, 96-degree air temp, 138-degree track temp at the start of the race. Hottest on record at Texas Motor Speedway for a NASCAR Cup Series event. I think that even includes the All-Star races the last couple of years that have been pretty hot as they've ran that in the later springtime compared to what they would run. Typical spring Texas dates. They used to be in April all the time, and now they're at the end of May. So next year, though, there won't be a spring Texas date for the Cup Series, just one date in the fall. I just dropped my phone. We're good. We're good. That slipped out of my hand. I have the chat on my phone, so I constantly look at it. I was just trying to adjust it because it was like glaring off the sun, and then I just kind of knocked it off the table. Alright, we're good. Nothing's broken. We're alright. Kevin Beeler, thanks for tuning in. Did you miss anything? I mean, And this, what has happened so far, Keselowski started on the pole, led the first 32 laps. Car started getting loose on the longer run. Logano passed him. He led about 10 laps. And then a caution came out at lap 39 for Martin Truex Jr. spinning back into the wall off turn 4. Single car spin. Truex should still be in. Doesn't have a lot of damage. And then we just had pit stops under caution. Byron won the race out of the pits. So that's kind of the race update so far through just over 40 laps. So we're still under caution waiting for the restart. Jojo, thanks for tuning in. VG Clips, thanks for tuning in as well. Eagles sacked Wentz 9 times. Ouch. Ooh, man. Did he make it out of the game alive? Was he on a stretcher? Put him on a folding table? Not a folding table. What do they call those? A gurney stretcher, I guess, is the same thing. I'm trying to think of, like, what's the name for, like, those flat boards that they, like, move people in on? That's what I was thinking. I mean, it's basically the same thing as a stretcher, too, I guess. Brad Keselowski back on pit road for another stop. They're topping off on fuel.
He had gained the pole position that he had won. He lost all of that.
So basically, this is just trying to continue to call a good race for this 6 car, right? They know that they're going to be very close on fuel, so Matt McCall brings him back down pit road. You have to start at the back anyway, give him a splash of fuel with 62 to go. We expect everyone to be able to make it, but it's going to be right on their number. So in case you did the math wrong or just don't exactly know what kind of mileage you're going to get.
Field is doubling up on the back straightaway. They'll be going green this time by. William Byron will be the leader on the restart, and Joey Logano will be in second place. So Brad Keselowski would have restarted in 6th. He lost a few spots on pit road. He's going to lose much more than that as he ended up taking fuel only, pitting about 2 laps after everybody else under the caution. So he'll be at the back of the field, giving up a lot of track position. A very interesting call to say the least. As you heard from the NBC crew just a little bit ago, that we don't know if these guys can make it on field to the end of stage 1. So that's why Keselowski came in to top off when he did. Into the Geico restart zone now. William Byron will get the launch on the restart. A push from Denny Hamlin. Not as good of a push or a launch that Logano got on the outside after a push from Chase Elliott from behind, but they'll be door-to-door for the lead into turns 1 and 2. Pretty much 2x2 all the way through the field in the first corner right now. Nobody going 3 wide that I know of further back in the running order. It's still side-by-side down the back straightaway, at least for the lead. Denny Hamlin, Chase Elliott side-by-side for second. Elliott on the high side, Hamlin on the bottom. Kyle Busch has moved inside the top 5. He had a fast stop, gained about 3 positions. Keselowski pitted in front of him, and now has a good restart as he gets by Kyle Larson and slides into that 5th place position. Chase Elliott trying to clear the 11 of Denny Hamlin. The 22 and 24 running side by side up at the front of the field. They're not really able to close in on those 2 drivers. Byron will finally clear Logano up off turn 2. Elliott almost into the wall, had to lift off the exit of turn 2, and that will give up a spot to Denny Hamlin, Kyle Busch, and potentially his teammate Kyle Larson now looking to the inside in 3 and 4. Elliott wiggling the car a little bit on that outside groove. Larson is clear. So Elliott, after almost clearing Hamlin for 3rd, about got in the wall, had to lift, then ended up losing about 4 positions, falling from 3rd to 6th. And now Kevin Harvick, who is already up inside the top 10 after a 2-tire stop, started outside the top 20 after qualifying yesterday afternoon. He is 2.1 seconds off the lead in 7th, right in front of both the RCR cars of Reddick and Dillon. Keselowski's teammate, Chris Buescher's cracked the top 10 for the first time today after winning last week's race. He's trying to go for back-to-back solid performances as well. Who will Denny wreck today, Chesney? Patty at Rumdy Creations, thanks for tuning in. Call it a backboard so they protect the spine. Oh, yeah, gotcha. I forgot what you were talking about there for a second. Thanks for answering. I didn't realize it was a backboard. Maybe I thought it was maybe a bodyboard, but I guess the terminology there makes more sense. Lap 49 at the start-finish line. Buescher going to get by Tyler Reddick on the outside lane. No, not quite clear yet. Actually, it might be Austin Dillon. Yes, it is Dillon on the inside of him. Not Tyler Reddick. Still side-by-side right now between Dillon and Buescher. Harvick holding them both up on 2 tires. Reddick is actually pulled down to the inside of Chase Elliott into turns 3 and 4. Reddick shoots the gap. Going to try a slide job move off the exit of turn 4. We've got a spinner into the wall. Kyle Busch off turn 4 has backed it hard into the outside wall. Cars are barely missing in both to the inside and outside, and Busch has his terrible luck continue. At the end of this 2022 season, window net is down and Busch's day is done. Heavy damage to the left rear quarter panel of the race car after a spin off turn 4. Just made his way into the top 5 right before that spin off the restart. Another Joe Gibbs Toyota to spin off turn 4, bringing out the second caution of the evening. And hopefully Busch is alright. I didn't see exactly how hard of a lick that may have been. The left rear tire is down on the race car. Not sure if that was the cause of the spin or not. Busch is driving away with the window net down, which I don't know if he's pulling to the garage or what the case is. So replay, he's already sideways in the middle of the corner, but that was a pretty hard lick. Left rear corner panel, almost driver's side door first, really into the outside wall off turn 4. These cars are much stiffer too, so not an impact you would like to see a driver get into under any circumstances or any car, but hopefully Kyle Busch will be alright. Window net was down, but he drove it back into the pits, so I'm not sure if he's going to continue or not. I thought when you put the window net down, the day's automatically done. I think he might have done that in frustration. And then realized, oh shoot, I can drive this away. He is pulling into the garage. I think he's just going to end it for himself. Not sure if the toe link may be broken on the rear tire. Maybe that's why he's pulling it into the garage. Whatever the case is, Kyle Busch's day is done after just 50 laps. Truex still in the race, so it looks like Kyle Busch is going to end up with a last place finish today.
And now a wreck in Texas. So what were they? I think they're talking about the left rear tire. I don't know if we have a look of it earlier, but I don't know if the left rear being flat is the cause or the effect of this situation.
You were talking about it, Steve. It's, the frustration coming from Kyle Busch. This is a guy that expects to contend for championships, not to make this round with a chance to win a championship, and then have the pit crew swap, break 2 motors in the last round, and then wreck early in this. There's nothing that Kyle Busch can be happy about in regard to all that right now.
No siree. Busch is out of the race car in the garage area right now. Again, his day is going to come to an end after a pretty hard lick into the outside wall. Driver's side door first after losing control and spinning off the exit of turn 4 about 3 laps after the restart. Caution was waved at lap 48. That's a very similar spot to where Truex lost control. Almost in the same groove. He backed it into the wall as well, but not as much damage on the 19 car compared to the 18. Truex is still in the race, but I think he might be a couple laps down. Actually still on the lead lap, so credit to the 19 crew at least keeping him on the lead lap. He's in 20th. Gained some time on the restart, probably had a decently quick pit stop. Detector Mo, thanks for tuning in. Yep, Busch is done. Looks like JGR is feeling karma. This is sabotage. New, thanks for tuning in. Almost 300 people watching. Again, be sure to hit that like button, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content if you haven't already. Live race commentary streams both for the real races on the race weekend as well as the video game races during the week. The tracks I go to in person. Race commentary, race highlight videos for the grandstands will be up on the channel. I'll be at Talladega next weekend, and kind of a change of plans with that for me. I will be at all 3 races next weekend, Truck, Xfinity, and Cup. So originally I was just going to go to the Cup race next weekend, but I'll be going to the Truck, Xfinity, and Cup Series races at Talladega next weekend. So there will be no live race commentary stream, and I will be shooting out those race highlight videos on 2 Saturday when I get back to the hotel, and then 1 on Sunday after the Cup race. So definitely make sure to watch that. Watch the one from Kansas from a couple weeks ago as well. That is a lot lower on viewership compared to the other ones throughout the course of the year for whatever reason. So be sure to hit the like button on that video when you watch it as well. Try to help recommend it a little more. But race highlight video from the grandstands from the Kansas Playoff Cup race a couple weeks ago, also on the channel. It was up that next morning, I do believe. But for whatever reason, it probably because it was the next morning when I uploaded it. I was pretty tired when I got to my hotel that night. I tried to drive as much as I could because I had like 11 and a half hours of a drive, and I was going to have to work on Tuesday at my full-time job. Travis Tyner, thanks for tuning in. It's over for Busch at GGR. Yeah, he'll be at RCR next season, but not going out very strongly. That is for certain. 3 DNFs in the first 4 playoff races for Kyle Busch. Dwayne Jones, thanks for tuning in. The P next to drivers' names indicate that they are in the playoffs. Curtis, thanks for tuning in as well. P is for position. No, it's for playoff.
Three and four. I mean, exactly what happened to the 18 is why I had to bail off the top. Not alone. The 11s complain about the bumps down here pretty bad also.
That was radio communication with Chase Elliott, both to his crew chief and spotter, about not wanting to run the outside and why he had lifted off turn 2. Didn't feel comfortable with it a little while ago on that restart. Remember, he lost about 3 or 4 positions. Kyle Busch didn't bail. The only difference is Busch wasn't side by side with another car. He was just running a bit higher and ended up losing control, which is very similar to what happened in Martin Truex Jr. But again, hot, slick racetrack. These cars are tough to handle, and drivers are having a tough time at Texas today. It is definitely a race in which we're not going to see as much tire fall off, but these drivers are going to definitely be under some stressful conditions today inside the car with the heat and just the fact of trying to keep control of the race cars.
Nashville says the car was doing funky things, so just as insurance, brought him down, changed 4 tires.
That was Austin Cindric as well that Kim Kuhn was just talking about on the USA Network. One of the pit reporters there, as we've seen all season through NBC's telecast of the NASCAR Cup Series. But Cindric going to be back there with Keselowski now just outside the top 25 in the restart after pitting, changing 4 tires. Still early in the race, though. Green flag back in the air. William Byron again on the inside. Joey Logano on the top. The inside lane has prevailed well on the restarts. Bell trying to go 3 wide to the inside. Harvick throws a block. There's contact now between the 20 and the 4. 17 of Chris Buescher up on the outside lane trying to hang on to it as well. Harvick slides up in front of another car, middle of the back straightaway. A lot of cars 2x2 from about 7th on back. Tyler Reddick, Chase Elliott side by side for position right now. Byron is clear of Joey Logano at the front of the field as well. Off turn 4 they go. Buescher with a run. He is inside the top 7 now as he makes a pass on Christopher Bell for position. Bell still fighting hard to the bottom. Car spinning on the front stretch in the grass. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. cautions out for the 3rd time. Doesn't look like there's any damage on the 47 car as he went for a spin off turn 4, as we've seen from other drivers already today. I don't know if he had contact that resulted in that happening or not, as his spin was more towards the middle portion of the front stretch. Yep, 3 wide. 3 wide on the front stretch between Ty Dillon, looked like Justin Haley, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Stenhouse was on the outside. Dillon was in the middle, and they just ran out of real estate. Contact was made. Stenhouse went for a spin, lost control. That was almost right at about the start-finish line where the contact was made between those 2 drivers. It looked like Ty Dillon came up on the 47 of Stenhouse. I think Stenhouse held his line. Dillon came up. I'm not sure if he didn't think they were 3 wide, but he was 3 wide middle and just chopped off Stenhouse. And good job by Stenhouse keeping it off the wall, spinning in the grass, and also a great job by everybody else missing him from behind. Sure, he's probably not too happy about that, but caution's out for the 3rd time again. Jeez, it's going to be a long day. It may be. It's a 500-mile race, too. Watching it for the 99 car, only thing on YouTube I could see. Jorge Solano, thanks for tuning in. Stenhouse always strong at Talladega. This is true. He'll still be in the race. He doesn't really have any damage on his car. I think before the caution started coming out, he was right around like 16th to 18th. Mid-pack. Pit road's open. We'll see if any teams come down. Nobody at the front of the field is pitting. It looks like pretty much the entire top 10 stay out. Truck staying out there back around 15th, 16th. Couple cars coming in. Here's Kyle Busch with Kim Kuhn.
Ending up loose conditions. Your incident, what happened?
Just was getting a little closer to the 11 and knew if I tracked him and followed him in the lower groove that I would lose ground. So I went to the high groove where I was making time and the spray and the sticky stuff, and it's not so sticky apparently sometimes. So crashed, just trying to go, trying to race, but banana peels out there. Too many conditions that you've got to be around or go around or figure out, be smarter about. I guess I wasn't very smart.
This continues a string of bad luck for you and this team. What needs to happen to flip the script?
2023.
Already looking ahead to next year. That's his third DNF in the last 4 races, but his first DNF here at Texas. So a difficult ending.
Well, it's the only time they raced at Texas this year, Rick. First DNF at Texas. Unless he's talking about in his career. He wasn't very specific about what that entailed. Anyway, yeah, third DNF, last 4 races. I mentioned that a little bit ago as well. Tough start to the playoffs for Kyle Busch, and he may be in danger of potentially finishing right around 16th or so at the bottom of the playoff grid in the standings. Again, he could finish as high as 5th, but the way these first 4 races have gone, I don't know if he's even going to get a top 10 finish in the playoff standings at this rate. Tim Irvin, thanks for tuning in. Steve Reed, thanks for tuning in as well. The Stink House has already crashed out somebody. That's not exactly what happened there. It looked like he got squeezed by Ty Dillon. 3 wide, Dillon moved up a little bit. Didn't hold his line in the middle as they were middle of the front stretch when the contact happened, and Stenhouse ended up spinning as a result of the contact. 75 Assassino, thanks for tuning in. Hopefully I said your name correctly. Tim Walker as well, thanks for tuning in. Raymond Tolley, thanks for tuning in. What happened to Busch? Busch spun out. He backed into the wall, got loose off turn 4. He mentioned banana peels out there. Essentially, it's just a very slick racetrack. It's very hot today, 96 degrees. So drivers are having a handful. Even at a track that typically has a lot of grip at Texas and there isn't much tire fall off, these drivers are having a tough time. Picked to be eliminated in the round of 12. So I mentioned that at the start of the stream. The 4 drivers that had eliminated this round was Chase Briscoe, Denny Hamlin, Joey Logano, and William Byron. And right now Logano and Hamlin are actually 2nd and 3rd. Briscoe's not doing well at all. He's been outside the top 20 all day. He's still 23rd. Which is actually as high as he's been in the running order. And then, who else did I say? Oh, yeah, Byron. Byron is leading. So, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd are literally 3 of the drivers I had eliminated this round. I was maybe going out there a little bit, but I was looking more at the Texas and the Roval and Talladega as the reasons why I had those guys eliminated. Except for Logano. He didn't run well in the 1.5 miles this year. I guess he ran well at Texas earlier this season. I probably should have known that. But still. We'll see. Number 17 and 7. Back-to-back winner. That is possible. We'll see. Kevin Harvick's the only driver to win back-to-back races this season, so that'd be a crazy feat for Chris Buescher if he'd be able to do it as well. He's in 8th place for the restart. Byron again going to elect the inside lane. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's the strategy for the lead cars.
But how about the pit crews who have to sit here in these Nomex fire suits ready at a moment's notice to jump over the wall if a car has a tire issue or comes down pit road for a green flag stop? So how do they stay cool? They sit there with these fans blowing on them, as you see Joey Logano's crew right here getting some cooling refreshment from those fans right now. But still hot, and they have to stay in those suits this whole time. Steve, you've been a crew member. That's a really tough thing to do and stay mentally in it.
It is. It's the toughest thing, right? We're expecting to see 7 or 8 pit stops. So, I mean, look, 97 degrees, trying to stay in the shade, stay in the cool, stay hydrated. Hot.
Doubling up into the Geico restart zone. Green flag back in the air. Logano will get another shot at it. His 3rd attempt on the outside of the front row in the restart. Larson gave him another good shot, but if Logano can't hold alongside William Byron through turns 1 and 2, he's likely going to have to hop back in line quickly into second. That's exactly what's going to happen here, as it looks like William Byron will easily clear Logano off the exit of the corner. Hamlin trying to squeeze to the inside of the 22. He side drafted in the left rear corner panel into turns 3 and 4. Hamlin is going to make his way by Joey Logano for second place. So Logano couldn't get down to the inside quick enough, and he has to soon, because now Kyle Larson looks low and is also trying to keep Logano on the outside lane. Logano with a block middle of the front stretch after a run off the exit of turn 4, and he's able to hold on to his spot ahead of Larson. Larson lifts out of the throttle on the bottom. Tyler Reddick going to whip around him on the outside, and that will be a pass for position. Larson protecting the bottom though on the back straightaway. Chase Elliott going to go to the outside trying to make a pass. He was talking about how loose he was on the outside lane. We'll see if he can hold on to it here. Not going to be able to hold on alongside Larson. Has to drop back in line behind him, but he didn't let Christopher Bell get underneath him, so he'll stay slotted inside the 6th place position. Lap 63 right now. 3 cautions already. All for spins on the front half of the racetrack between the exit of turn 4 twice, middle of the front stretch once. And only one of those spins was led of contact, which was the 3-wide battle in the middle of the front stretch off the last restart when Stenhouse spun in the grass on the front straightaway. Tyler Reddick has a rocket ship right now as he battles to the inside quickly on Joey Logano in the 22. Larson closing in as they're still side by side for position, is slowing each other up. Larson into the middle groove. Logano, the highest of those 3 drivers on his driving line. Reddick right near the bottom on the white line, and still side by side between the 22 and the 8 for third on the back straightaway. And Byron's got about a 0.7 of a second lead right now over Denny Hamlin in second place. Tyler Reddick has cleared Logano off turn 4 for third. Logano still in fourth, and Kyle Larson rounds out the top 5 as of right now. Again, that's after lap 65. A lot of drivers have been staying out of the pits these last couple cautions. Not too many laps on their tires or on the fuel tank. Good chance with those 2 cautions coming out that these drivers should be good enough on fuel to the end of the stage, but we'll still have to keep an eye on that as well. Kyle Larson is not able to make the pass on Joey Logano through 1 and 2. He got to the inside of it, but then Logano had the run off the exit of the corner. Larson couldn't grip up well enough on the inside lane and has to drop back in line again behind the 22. Now Larson goes to the outside in turns 1 and 2. Risky play there. We'll see if it pans out for him. He's got a big run off the exit of the corner. He may be coming for Logano in 3 and 4. Definitely keeping his momentum up into turns 3 and 4, only to go back to the outside lane again. Now all the way through the corner, middle of the corner, he actually dives right back down to the bottom. So he wasn't on the outside all the way through the corner. And 2, most importantly, that exit of turn 4, right where both Busch and Truex had already made a couple of spins. 300 people watching in the chat. Be sure, again, to hit that like button, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. 65 likes on the stream already in the early going of today's Texas playoff race for the NASCAR Cup Series. No live commentary next week. I'll be at Talladega, but we'll be back here on the channel for the Roval the following Sunday for the NASCAR Cup Series and live commentary for the Round of 12 finale. Bowman, Blaney, side by side for about 11th. This is the highest both of these 2 cars have been in the running order in the early going. Eric Jones, who started deep in the field outside the top 20, is right behind them in 13th. Blaney trying to slide up clear of Bowman off the exit of the corner, has to give him room. Bowman's going to have the run now off the high side of the back straightaway, and Bowman is clear. Blaney quickly jumps in line, cutting the 43 car of Eric Jones off, and also just ducking right back in the line on the 48 car himself. Risky play back to the outside in turns 3 and 4 for Blaney, trying to get a run back on the 48 of Bowman as they continue to battle for 11th place. Good battle going on here. Blaney now to the inside, Bowman to the outside. Bowman giving up a lot of bottom. Blaney not quite able to pull back alongside the 48 car that time. 0.6 of a second is the difference between P1, P2. Byron Hamlin still 1-2 at the front of the field. And my win pick right now, let me see here. Win pick of Chase Elliott is in 6th. Kyle Larson back to the inside of Logano again, trying to make a pass for 4th. And in 1 and 2 again, not able to do so. Back in line behind him. Very close to staying to that inside of the left rear corner panel on the 22. Larson back on the bottom, pushing hard, as always. Really, both these 2 probably pushing hard as they always do. Getting the most out of their race cars every lap of the race. And Larson will make the pass on Logano on the front stretch. Slides up, clear in 1 and 2. Will Logano try the crossover? Tried, but could not get back alongside Larson. So Kyle Larson's moved up through the field after qualifying, I believe, in 10th. He's up to 4th. After 71 laps, a few cautions in there, so a little less laps of racing than that with 3 yellows. Now looking to pull away, and he's got about a 1.7 second gap between himself and then the car ahead of him in 3rd of Tyler Reddick. Larson taking Logano's line away on that outside groove. Chase Elliott down to the bottom trying to pull alongside the 22. Can't do it there.
Information he's offered his team during this second stage is that it's pretty neutral in the resin and really not bad out of it either. He has maneuverability. It's just a matter of putting himself in position. Kyle Larson currently running in the 4th position.
That was a little update from Kim Kuhn on Kyle Larson. Hi, Stephen King 92 Hammer. Thanks for tuning in. Lamar Jackson's 325 yards, 5 touchdowns. Jeez. Have yourself a day. Thanks for that comment, by the way, Mark. Appreciate it as always. About 89 likes on the stream now. I think we can get we might get to 300 likes. I mean, we are not even at 100. We're very close to 100. We still have 32 laps to go yet in this stage. Reddick is closing in on Denny Hamlin as well. Larson slightly closing the gap on Reddick simultaneously, but not as quickly as Reddick is running down the 11 in front of him. About a 0.3 of a second gap between Hamlin and Reddick off the exit of turn 4 this time, as Hamlin's about a 0.5 second off the lead and Reddick's about 0.8 of a second off the lead at the line. Both running a bit higher than Byron, who's kind of consistently right around the bottom of the racetrack. Now Byron moves up a little bit in turns 1 and 2 and is running in that darker area of the racetrack. Here's an update on Hamlin.
Heat, Rick, is wreaking havoc on everyone. The pit crew members down here, certainly the drivers behind the wheel as well. Even the spotters on the spotter stand have lost timing and scoring. Denny's lost timing and scoring inside the car. He intermittently has electrical issues inside the car as well with all this heat going on. But losing that timing and scoring on your dash, Jeff, you didn't have it for years, but do drivers rely on it now?
Well, especially on a day like today, Marty, where it's all about being precise. We keep talking about how slick this racetrack is. That means Denny Hamlin's got to be very precise in his actions. And a 1/10 of a second of loss of speed or gain of speed is a lot. So to be able to compare one lap to the next, you need that timing to know if you did it well that lap. The thing that you tried, did it work? Did it not work? Not having that time and scoring can be a disadvantage.
And look right here. Denny sees the 8-car catching. Denny says, you know what, I'm going to try that line. Now the 8-car has to move. He has to go run somewhere else or try to run the bottom if it's possible. Denny looks out the window and says, all right, I lost ground to Denny running the bottom. Now I'm going to go back to the top. Even if I don't catch him, I'm at least going to run the better lap up here. Look how much he gains.
So there's a little update with Denny Hamlin having some electrical issues inside the 11 car, mainly due to the heat, but has lost timing and scoring, at least on their end on the pit box. Obviously still scored in second place on our screen, so it's not like it's a NASCAR issue there. It's just an electrical issue from Denny Hamlin's team specifically. Caution's out again. Another JGR car having a problem. It looks like the right rear tire is flat on Christopher Bell's number 20 Rheem Toyota Camry. Our 4th yellow of the day and our 3rd with a JGR. Oh, and Cole Custer is hard in the wall as well. This was well after the fact. I don't know what happened to Custer. Custer has crashed after the caution. Bell's got a flat right front tire. Maybe there was a piece of debris that Custer ran over, but Custer is spun out as well. We're going to have to wait to see a couple replays here. Custer's actually got a flat right front or right rear as well. So maybe that caused him to wreck after the yellow, but we'll have to wait on that in a moment. I don't know if the caution was out for Custer and Bell got lucky. The caution came out for the 41 and the 20 was already going to make his way into the pits. But regardless of the fact, Christopher Bell on pit road. They'll change 4 tires as quickly as they can. Try to pull out the fender on the right rear tire. Didn't really come apart too badly. And I think they're showing the replay on what happened to Custer. Yeah, Custer just had a flat tire going up into turns 1 and 2. Car was smoking going into the corner. Oh, man, this is a terrible hit. Ouch. Head on for Cole Custer. overcorrected the car as the right rear tire was flat in the middle of turns one. Really going into the corner, it was already flat. And as the car started getting a little loose, it snapped back to the right and he hit head on with the right front fender. So that was probably the cause of the caution. And then, actually, it looks like on our screen, the cause of the caution was Bell in turn one. He was able to keep control of his car. His tire kind of went down off the exit of turn two. So a couple of tire issues here that bring out the fourth yellow of the race. One resulting in a spin and a hard violent crash, and the other one was able to limp into pit road with no damage whatsoever. Patrick, I forgot my fantasy lineup as a whole this week. I have been slammed with busyness over the last 48 hours. I didn't stream yesterday because I didn't have time. I was actually in Norwalk, Ohio for a drag racing event yesterday that I had gotten taken over to. Made a promise I was going to go to that event. I've never been to a drag racing event before. Had some fun. I always have fun at the racetrack for sure. It was fun at times. There's a little. It's definitely got its differences from NASCAR. It's not just like one long race throughout the course of the day. It's a knockout head-to-head style, event throughout the course of the day. And I'm sure with those tire issues, we're probably going to see some teams hit pit road as soon as that pit lane opens up, which will probably be this time by under the caution. Billy Carjoy, thanks for tuning in as well. Thanks for tuning in, though, by the way, P-Chat. But yeah, I didn't get to put my lineup in, so that lineup's the same I had from last week. That's costing me in points. Well, it may not. We'll see. Actually, a lot of the top 10 stay out. Blaney will be the first car to pit road, followed by Harvick and a few others.
The stage, trying to do something to gain some track position and make some very important adjustments.
Yeah, it was Blaney. He came to pit road from the 11th spot. Marty.
And you also saw Kevin Harvick coming behind him. Junior said a moment ago, you can see how frustrated Ryan Blaney is. You can hear it as well on the radio. He said, this thing is undrivable. I am so loose. Parker?
Same for Chase Briscoe, just way too tight in his car. Also just complaining that he cannot get clean air to the front. He just can't get the thing to turn in traffic. A big problem for him. 4 tires for Chase Briscoe.
Well, it's not quite the same thing if Blaney's loose and Briscoe is tight. That would explain, though, why he is so far back in the field, and some of that might just be how deep in the field he is as well. It's interesting that his car is tight on such a hot, slick day where everybody else is having loose conditions, though, as well. It's like they over-prepared. SHR over-prepared, made the cars too tight, expecting it was going to be hot and slick today. So Byron will still be the leader on the restart. Caution came out when he had about a half a second lead over Denny Hamlin. 4 cautions today, 3 for Joe Gibbs Racing Toyotas. And of course, Bell, the first playoff driver to have an issue today of some sort, bringing out a caution. Or at least driver that is still in the playoffs. Busch obviously eliminated at Bristol last weekend, is out of the race. The only driver out. Cole Custer's probably out now, too. He's 4 laps down, so. And Custer is also out as well as Kyle Busch. Andres Felipe Pinzon, thanks for tuning in. Robert Seeley, thanks for watching as well. Yeah, it wasn't an NHRA event. It was I would be down for seeing one of those. It felt like almost like a local. The way it was ran, it felt like a local, like dirt race, where sometimes the breaks in between like the heats are a little too long, or like the break between like the heat from the last chance races, or the break between the last chance race and the features like too long, like the track prep. Because there were a couple times where they went to clean the racetrack, and I don't know how like normal that is, but they were trying to like clear it off a lot, even if there like wasn't like any debris. They were like, oh, we're gonna go check for debris or whatever. It was random, even though it didn't seem like anybody had something fall off the car. There were a couple times where that was the case, or even like if debris fell off the car, they would pick up the debris, but then they would be like sweeping the track off for like 20 minutes. Like, you think NASCAR cautions are long from sometimes? Imagine like waiting 20 minutes to like get it back green, only for like there to be a 3-second race or a 4-second race again, and then another pause. And there was just a lot of breaks that I didn't really, it was a little too breaky, if that makes sense. There were too many breaks. I felt like it could have flowed a lot. I mean, I was there from 2 o'clock. The racing itself started at 2, and it got over just after midnight last night. That's how long. Actually, it was probably closer to 12:30 when it got done, because I didn't get home till like, I only live like an hour, or a little over an hour away from the place, and yeah, it was. I didn't get home till like 1:45 in the morning. Yeah, we'll see if Keselowski gets back up there, how strong of a car he still has. I don't know why his crew brought him to pit road, gave him up so much track position. I mean, they came in to top off on fuel just to make sure they were going to make it, but now we've had so many cautions in the stage after that first yellow that it wouldn't have mattered. And I know hindsight's 20/20, but he was literally the only car that came in to make sure they were going to top off on fuel. I get the fact that they're not racing for much, considering they didn't make the playoffs and they're outside the top 20 in points, but still. I mean, it's Texas of all tracks. Why would you give up so much track position? Because he's still, I don't even think he's in the top 15 yet. I don't see him, at least. Byron again on the inside. 22 laps to go in stage 1. Green flag back in the air. Hamlin did not take off well on the top. Byron not clear yet. He'll stay on the bottom lane away from Hamlin, trying to make sure the 11 doesn't side draft him going into turns 1 and 2. 3 wide middle is Chase Elliott. Ross Chastain on the inside of him. Joey Logano on the outside. And still 3 wide on the back straightaway between the 1-9 and the 22 as they enter turns 3 and 4. Nobody giving an inch. Almost contact between Elliott and Logano. Elliott has to lift. Actually, probably didn't even lift much. I think Logano just sent it off so deep into the corner. Clears both the 9 and the 1 off the exit of 4. While Elliott and Chastain still run side by side. Larson to the inside of Reddick as well for third place off the exit of 4 into turns 1 and 2. They're side by side for position. Reddick gets the run and holds clear of Larson off turn 2. Byron leads, Hamlin in second, followed by Reddick, Larson, Logano is the top 5. Chase Elliott is in 6th place, 7th place is Ross Chastain, Alex Bowman 8th, Chris Buescher 9th, and Daniel Suarez rounds out the top 10 with 21 laps to go in stage 1. Reddick putting the pressure now on Denny Hamlin for 2nd place into turns 1 and 2 down to the bottom of the track. Hamlin up high. A lot of drivers have been running that middle upper groove, enough to where the bottom isn't quite the preferred lane all of a sudden like it was those first probably 15 to 20 laps of the race. The only bad thing is that we have seen drivers lose control on the outside lane because of how slick it is, and you may be burning the rear tires off the car a little bit more running up there as well. Hamlin has nothing for Tyler Reddick in the 8 car as Reddick will get to the inside of him in the middle of the corner. Reddick loses the front nose of the race car, has to hop out of the gas to keep from wrecking. Byron's in the wall on the outside off turn 2, and Hamlin's going to get to the lead. Heading into turns 3 and 4, I don't know if Byron actually got into the wall or not. It was very close. He definitely lifted. Reddick up to 2nd, Byron to 3rd, Larson right behind him in 4th place. So a mistake by Reddick and Byron simultaneously. It gives Denny Hamlin the lead. Reddick was on the inside, had the positioning on Hamlin in 1 and 2 before he made a mistake, and then Byron made a mistake in front of both of them, and Hamlin was able to capitalize. Byron losing more grip through 1 and 2 the following lap, and it'll be Kyle Larson will take over 3rd place, and Byron's losing potential stage points here, which is very, very crucial considering that he is in the playoffs, and he lost it to 2 other playoff drivers who are below him in points of Hamlin and Larson. Came in just 2 points below Byron. Reddick now for the lead off turn 4. Slides up in front of Denny Hamlin. They almost make contact. Reddick has to go back down the track to catch the race car. And Hamlin going for the lead on the outside. Bump draft from behind from Kyle Larson to the 11 car of Denny Hamlin. Hamlin holds on to the lead now into turns 3 and 4. Everybody's sliding around on these older tires. They've stayed out under each of the last 3 cautions. Larson to the inside of Hamlin off turn 4 as we have a great battle for the lead going on between these 3 drivers at the front of the field. Larson's clear. He'll lead his first lap of the day at the start-finish line. Reddick's going to have to go back on the attack of Hamlin again. Had him cleared just a little too aggressive with the block. In the next corner, he slid up a little too far. And that allowed for Hamlin and Larson to get by him on the backstretch. And then Hamlin eventually off turn 4 will get by... Or Larson eventually off turn 4 that following straightaway was able to get by Denny Hamlin. Chase Elliott, Joey Logano side by side battling for 5th with Logano on the high side, Elliott on the bottom. Hamlin, Reddick side by side again. This time Reddick goes to the top rather than the bottom. He's running way up on the outside, a little too far up the racetrack, maybe into the marbles, and lost a bit of time to Denny Hamlin. So Reddick doing everything he can to get by or stay in front of Hamlin, and he is unable to do so on a consistent basis. Logano and Elliott have been side by side for about 2 whole laps now. Still Elliott on the bottom, and now Logano's clear off turn 4 with Ross Chastain looking for a spot behind him. Also a battle going on for 10th between Daniel Suarez and Eric Jones. Suarez is a playoff driver, Jones is not. Suarez trying to hang on to that point, while Austin Cindric in the 2, who pitted for tires a little bit more recently than those other drivers that are in front of him, is up to 12th place. And both Suarez and Jones are within about 0.7 of a second ahead of him. So if he passes those 2 cars, he will be in position for stage points in the next 14 laps when stage 1 comes to an end. Clay Collins, thanks for tuning in, and thanks for that comment as well. Robert Nelden, thanks for tuning in also. Half a second lead between Larson and Hamlin as Hamlin still holds off Tyler Reddick for position. Larson slowly gapping the 11 car. Taking a look at the replay, it looked like Byron just went up the track. I definitely saw the nose wiggling around quite a bit on Reddick when he was underneath. It was off screen at the time because they were signaled in on that battle for a second. It's hard to tell what happened to Byron initially, but probably just got loose as we've seen many drivers deal with. Definitely wouldn't have been tight, I wouldn't imagine, considering how old his tires are and the fact he had clean air in front of him because he was a race leader at the time of him losing control. He is definitely not able to keep up with the top 3 that are breaking away from him. Logano has separated himself slightly from Chase Elliott and now is trying to run down Logano is trying to run down Byron for 4th. Cars who are outside the top 10 not looking at getting stage points as of right now that are in the playoffs would include Kevin Harvick, who is in 15th, Blaney in 17th. Wallace for the owner's points is in 22nd. Christopher Bell 23rd after having a flat right rear rather, middle of the stage. That was the cost for the most recent caution. More like probably 3/4 of the way through the stage.
For a corner. There you go. Downshift into 4th. Picks up the gas right away. Probably in the mid 8,000s. You're going to be looking for 5th gear. 82, 83. There you go. About 8,400. Reaches down, puts it in high gear, runs high gear at this end.
It's so much fun watching how different he drives both ends of the racetrack. You know, we talk about how slick it is. Well, the corner he's approaching now is the slickest. Listen when he gets out of the gas. He's way out of the gas. Still not back in it. Still not back in it. Just now starting to go back to some throttle. Down at 3. Listen to how far he can drive.
So Kevin Harvick is shifting quite a bit in turns, pretty much quite a bit in the sense that every lap it seems like it turns 1 and 2. He downshifts. Oh, we got a car in the wall. Turns 3 and 4. Backing down the track. Alex Bowman in the 48, another playoff driver with trouble, but this is going to be a driver that is likely going to get knocked out of the race. He's got a toe link issue on the right front, it looks like. Or something has been up in that race car one way or another. Bowman has come to a stop on the front stretch, and his day may be coming to an end if he can't get to pit road. Right front tires down. That might be some of the problem. Heavy damage. Both the right side tires down to the 48 car of Alex Bowman. Not sure if that was the result in the crash or not. Nope, it was not. It just looked like he got loose. 3 and 4 has been calamity corner, as Mike Joy would call it, so far today. This was more in the center of the corner versus the exit like Truex and Busch had problems with earlier. Bowman pretty hard with the right side of the race car into the wall. A lot of damage on the right front. It blew both right side tires in that impact with the wall as well. Kind of hit it with the rear of the car first and then smacked the right front as a result in the aftermath of the original spin. So this caution will strike with 8 laps to go in stage number 1. They should get a restart with a few laps to go in the stage. Pit road does not close until 2 to go in the stage. So as soon as pit road is open, we'll have to see who will pit, who will stay out. And I think those playoff drivers that are outside the top 10 I just mentioned, like a Kevin Harvick, Ryan Blaney, Christopher Bell, even Bubba Wallace for the owner's points, I think they're definitely going to pit here. I think they should pit. They're not in position to get stage points. And then after they pit, they could stay out during the stage break. And they could get the track position to run up towards the front of the field to start of stage 2. And the drivers that are already up towards the front, I think you're committed. You have to get stage points if you're in the playoffs. Maybe like Tyler Reddick, who's eliminated. Chris Buescher, you might not have to. Reddick will pit. Elliott will come in. He'll sacrifice stage points. Buescher, Jones, a lot of other non-playoff drivers in. And here are the pit reporters.
A wave of cars stay out, and that's purely because we have 7 laps until the points are paid at the end of stage 1.
Larson, Hamlin stay out. Byron, Logano, Chastain, Suarez, and Cindric, all playoff drivers staying out. Marty.
What a debate, Rick, for these playoff teams. Chase Elliott coming down pit road. Alan Gutson making that call saying, hey, we might be buried in traffic here, but I think this is the right call for late in the race. Tight race off pit road. Ryan Blaney saying the car still really struggling with the front tires chattering, Parker.
And Chase Briscoe also coming down pit road was not able to make any headway in that last run. You see that adjustment in the left rear. They've been constantly adjusting on this race car, just trying to find any sort of speed and have not been able to even break into the top 20 yet.
5 cautions already have come out here at Texas Motor Speedway. The first race of the round of 12. Playoff drivers involved. Alex Bowman backs it into the wall.
Yeah, so again, we are under caution currently for Bowman. Getting loose in 3 and 4 that time and backing into the outside wall, smacked the right front as well. Most of the damage seems to be on the right front of the car rather than the rear of the car. But this is definitely going to knock Bowman off the lead lap, and his damage looks significant enough that I don't think he's going to have much speed the rest of the day if he can continue. So that would be the first playoff driver to now lose a lap. The free passes have been going to the back marker cars most of the time that have gotten them back on the lead lap. Landon Castle's gotten the free pass, Cody Ware, and who else has gotten the free pass today? 15. Who's in the 15 this week? I don't know why I don't see it. Garrett Smithley. Bubba Wallace got the free pass once as well. He pitted unscheduled stop early in the stage and lost a lap, but he's back on the lead lap. It has been for a little bit now. So Larson will be the leader on the restart. Stage points are going to be awarded at the end of lap 105. Not sure exactly how many laps left we're going to have when we go green, but it won't be many. Long race today, yeah, 500 miles, and if you add in a lot of cautions on top of a 500-mile race, I would not be surprised if this thing goes 4 hours today, so feel free to stay tuned in throughout the course of the race. Who knows, maybe we hit 1,000 people watching for the first time for a live race commentary stream this season. We've been close a few times, but we haven't quite hit it yet. I mean, I'm talking very close. I think we had 996 once, been in the 950s a couple times for top. We'll see if we can get it done. John Doe, thanks for tuning in. Chris Davis, thanks for tuning in. Nope, Kevin not in. He was eliminated. Hanover raised. It's me. Thanks for watching as well. Sent Larry McReynolds your link. Haven't seen him in about 6 months. Did reply, said he'd check it out. Well, if that is true, I greatly appreciate it. That was Wednesday. Oh, well, appreciate it. Haven't seen him in 6 months. Like in person? Like you know him in person? Or if you haven't seen him on TV in a while, it's because he works for Fox, which I'm sure you're aware of. The Loop It Around Yourself 500. I love that name. That is a great name for this race. The Loop It Around Yourself 500. Cars are hard to drive, man. I love that name. But yeah, 5 early cautions. We're going to have a 6th with a stage break coming up very soon. 4 laps to go right now. Bowman's still on pit road. Damaged vehicle policy clock, remember, was extended to 10 minutes for the playoffs from its original 6 minutes. And that's good for Bowman because right now they have exceeded 6 minutes. They are strapping the hood on right now, trying to bang it down a little bit because there is some damage on the right side of it as it was flared upwards. So they have a little less than 4 minutes to work on that 48 car yet. It does appear they're going to get him back on the track, but as long as he hits minimum speed, he'll be all right and remain in the race. Unfortunately, though, because of how long he's been on pit road, it looks like he's about 5 or 6 laps down heading to the restart. And we will have 3 laps to go. A little green-white checker shootout to decide the Stage 1 winner. And the top 10 will all receive stage points. A lot of playoff drivers in contention for those points. Larson on the inside has his teammate William Byron behind him. Green flag in the air. Logano looked to have maybe spun his tires on the outside of row 2. Couldn't give Hamlin a push. Byron going to the inside, trying to block one car of Ross Chastain behind him. 3 wide for about 3rd place. Chastain goes. Byron's going to get held out of line in the middle. He had to lift to keep the car in control. He'll lose a couple spots to Suarez and Chastain as both the Trackhouse cars split him. Side by side for the lead and aggressively side drafting is Larson and Hamlin. Larson on the bottom of the racetrack will clear Denny Hamlin for the race lead through 3 and 4. And he is looking to run away with these last 2 laps in the stage. Logano down to the inside of Hamlin for 2nd place. No aggressive side draft from Denny Hamlin that time. Both the Trackhouse cars still side by side after splitting. Byron on the restart as well as they're 2x2 for 4th. Hamlin is going to be clear off turn 2 of Joey Logano for that 2nd place position. And he's got about a lap and a half to try to get back around Kyle Larson to win the stage. Suarez close to clearing Chastain into 3 and 4. Couldn't do it. He's still on the outside. Final lap, stage 1 this time by. Suarez finally clears Chastain for 4th off the exit of turn 4. Chastain now throwing a big block on William Byron after Byron threw a block on Chastain initially in the restart that didn't work. That block did work for Chastain to hang on to the spot on the 24 car. It's Stenhouse who spun earlier in the stage after contact is up to 7. Contact off turn 2. Hamlin got to the inside of Denny Hamlin. Great save by both drivers as they're battling for the playoff point as they head for 3. Larson's going to hang on to the race car as well as Denny Hamlin off the exit of turn 4. Hamlin will not get there, and it'll be Kyle Larson winning stage 1 after contact was made off turn 2 in a battle for the stage win between Hamlin and Larson. And Hamlin showing a little displeasure, it looks like, with Larson under the caution as he bumps him from behind, so maybe he felt that Larson blocked him. Had to see a replay of what exactly happened there. Stage results as follows. Larson with the win. He'll get a playoff point that will carry over into the round of 8 if he does win, or make his way, I should say, into that round of 8. Denny Hamlin will end up 2nd. Looking at the replay real quick, I think it was, man, it looked like a racing deal there. I think Larson could have definitely given Hamlin more room. I'd say most of the blame would probably be on Larson there. He didn't go all the way up to the wall like Hamlin was probably thinking he was going to. I mean, he kind of held the middle lane off the exit of the corner, and Hamlin was on the bottom and would have had to come up. But Hamlin had the choice to lift, but he didn't want to in that sense because they were battling for the stage win on the final lap of the stage. So that's where I feel like the racing deal of it kind of falls in, but Larson definitely could have given him maybe a little bit more room. I'd probably say 60-40 Larson's fault there on that one. If you agree with my take, let me know in the comments section in the chat. Well, in the chat. The comment section, I guess, is on the video itself. So Larson again wins stage 1. Denny Hamlin will finish 2nd in the stage. Logano 3rd. Daniel Suarez 4th. And Ross Chastain will be 5th. William Byron 6th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 7th, Brad Keselowski 8th, Austin Cindric 9th, and Michael McDowell rounds out the top 10. And will all receive stage points in stage 1 through the first 105 laps today. Race Sparky 388, thanks for tuning in. Great show, nice commentary, thank you, appreciate it. Going from Cletus and Cars. Oh, Cletus is a friend of yours. Okay, gotcha. Let's see. I don't think I see anybody new that's joined the chat here recently outside of those 2 that I just shouted out. But again, hit that like button. Subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Great race at Texas so far, I will say. I didn't think I'd be saying that today. But it has been action-packed in this first stage. Drivers, like to see drivers try to fight through some ill-handling conditions. Just based off the track itself, being hot. I mean, it's a hot day. 96 degrees at the start. It's up to 97. Track temp at the start was 138. Now it is heated up to 141 in the middle of the Texas afternoon sun. It might be fall time on the calendar, but it is still a scorcher in the Lone Star State today. And everybody that stayed out of the pits to get those stage points at the end of stage 1 are all going to be pitting this time during the stage break, and we'll see those drivers that pitted prior to the stage break staying out to get the track position. So we're going to see a pretty big shakeup of the field. A lot of those faster cars are going to be about mid-pack now, and it's already been a pretty exciting one here on these restarts, and even outside of the restarts, we've been seeing some good battles as we were getting closer to the end of the stage as well. Prior to that caution we saw from Alex Bowman. The business about to pick up on pit road here any moment. We'll turn it over to the NBC pit reporters right now. Stenhouse stays out of the pits. He'll be the leader on the restart.
Clock as the cars are making their way onto pit road. Kim.
And with the varying strategies, Crew Chief Cliff Daniels told Kyle, what are you going to need in traffic? Because that's where we're going to be. Kyle said, I just need to be a little bit freer. They made an air pressure adjustment, 4 tires, Sunoco fuel, Marty.
Denny Hamlin's veto vote won them 9 stage points. He said the migration much better. I need a little more than we did last time. And he reminded his pit crew that came over from Kyle Busch, Parker, it's all about track position. Help us out.
No doubt, Joey Logano there went back on that adjustment that took him out of the racetrack for the 99 of Daniel Suarez. They wanted to just give him a little bit more front grip and not tighten him up, as he will come out last of the cars that came on pit road.
2-tire stop for Brad Keselowski, gained 6 spots on pit road. Suarez a big loser there, losing 3 spots. Larson down 2. Logano also down 2. Chastain up 1. But Keselowski, the only one to take 2 tires there. Everybody else behind him took 4. But there were only, probably 10 or less cars that pitted that time. A lot of cars that even didn't pit at the end of the stage also stayed out, like Stenhouse. McDowell also another one of those drivers. There'll be 1-2 on the restart. Harvick, I believe, pitted. Burton, I'm not sure if he pitted or not under either caution, but it looks like he's going to be about 4th. So the field definitely shaking up quite a bit. This is going to be an interesting restart. A lot of drivers we haven't seen up anywhere near the front of the field are going to be up there now, and all have a shot at this one. And for Kyle Larson as well, that will be stage win number 4 for him on the season. Came in 4th on the playoff grid into the day. So again, we are under the stage 1 break. 6 cautions in the opening stage of the race. 5 for incident, and of course the stage break itself. Keith Williams, bikes, cars, and everything in between. Thanks for tuning in as well. NASCAR Cup Series 2311 Racing, also welcome to the stream. Ronnie Grooms, thanks. They'll be back to Green Flag Racing here on the other side of the commercial break on the USA Network. For those of you wondering what channel the race is on today, more races should be on broadcast TV. I completely agree. It helps my streams out, but I don't know. The schedule came out for next season in all 3 series. I don't think the TV schedule has come out yet. I don't think there's any start times that are aired, and I don't know who's covering what races exactly. Can we keep it green? I wish there wasn't any stage cautions during the stage breaks. My preference. I think a lot of people seem to be in the same boat. Especially the people that do like stage racing. They're fine with it. They just don't like the cautions. Especially when we just had a caution like 3 laps before the end of the stage anyway. Yeah, stage 1 about an hour long. All the incidents we've had. Definitely slowing that race pace down. We're on pace for about 18 cautions today. Oh boy. It might be another Coke 600 all over again. I hope not, but hope not in the sense that I hope that we don't see some gnarly wrecks like we saw that day, but it is an interesting start to say the least. Racing goods are going to work now. Spinhouse takes out Denny. Yeah, those drivers that just pitted, they're going to be restarting outside the top 20. Again, Keselowski on 2 tires in 22nd. Then Hamlin, Larson on back. 23rd, 24th on back right now. All the drivers that were at the front of the field towards the end of stage 1, really most of stage 1. Again, Larson won the first stage. Keselowski Byron's led the most laps so far today with 41 laps led, and he's now outside the top 25. So it's up to Stenhouse to lead the way on the restart. Michael McDowell will be outside of him, and the green flag is going to be in the air. Remember, Stenhouse actually won the very first stage in dominating fashion in the All-Star race at Texas this season, so we'll see if he's got a similar car today. We're back to racing. Harrison Burton trying to throw a block on Reddick, who goes 3 wide to the inside. Underneath Kevin Harvick and Harrison Burton. Harvick was in that third lane up on the outside, and Reddick makes the move work. 3 wide from 5th to 3rd on the restart, while McDowell and Stenhouse are still side by side into turn 3 for the race lead. Stenhouse still on the bottom of the racetrack. McDowell has to lift up on the outside right in front of Reddick, who almost gets into him off turn 4. Allows Burton to get back by Reddick on the inside and pull alongside the 34. Reddick bump drafts McDowell in the front stretch. 2 by 2. 21, 34, 43, and 8 all under a blanket right now in front of Chase Elliott in the 9. Elliott with a crazy move off turn 2 with a huge run on the high side. Tried to go as high as he could to get as much clean air as possible, and that will launch him now back down to the bottom on the 43 of Jones. Can't make the pass there. Reddick clears the 21 off turn 4 and now quickly gets by the 34 of McDowell on the front stretch and is all clear into 1 and 2. Stenhouse still leads. Reddick now up to P2 while McDowell and Burton are side by side for 3rd. Jones and Elliott side by side behind those guys for 5th as well. Elliott on the inside of the 43, while the 34 is on the inside of the 21. Burton clear in the middle of 3 and 4, and McDowell's dropping like a rock. Remember, McDowell stayed out. I think Burton might have stayed out of the pits as well under both the stage caution as well as the caution right before the end of the stage break as well. And Stenhouse is right there with him, but Stenhouse has that clean air advantage and continues to lead, but Reddick is slowly closing in on him. McDowell almost in the wall again. Lifts. Both Jones and Elliott get by. McDowell back down to the bottom now, where he's got maybe a little bit more grip. Though he's not going to have the corner exit speed. Both with the disadvantage, I should say, of the older tires, as well as the disadvantage of not having the outside lane, and the cars above you are going to get that run off the exit of the corner more so than the car on the bottom. Harrison Burton's just gone out and passed Tyler Reddick for 2nd off turn 2, and I wonder if Reddick might have had a moment and had to lift off the exit of the corner. Reddick is actually very slow in 3 and 4 as well, and he's coming in. Reddick's got an issue.
Right here, said he has a vibration. He rode it out for about half a lap, and he said, nope, this is not going to work. It's getting way worse for Tyler Reddick, who worked and hit it early there, Steve, to get that track position. Now going to give all of that up, and really no one's 1 lap down. That was Randall Burnett's point. Let's play it smart here.
Yeah, with really no one being 1 lap down, as you put him in the free pass position, we'll have to just see him. And the tires look okay, so I'm going to assume it was a wheel, but we'll have to have Marty double check after they take the wheels. Oh, the jack brakes on the left side.
Oh, no.
That always makes it a little bit tougher, so a long stop on the 8.
Tough break for Tyler Reddick. Some vibrations going on. 4-tire stop. He'll be the only car a lap down, so if caution comes out quickly again, he'll get the free pass. As long as nobody else goes a lap down at the time. Otherwise, they'll have to race those cars before the caution would eventually potentially come out. Harrison Burton's running down the 47 car of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and looking to the inside off the exit of turn 4. Maybe Burton did pit before the end of the stage. I didn't realize if he did or not, but he looks faster than the 47 car. Didn't take off too well in the restart, but once he got a couple laps into it, he is going after it. Elliott, in the meantime, has gotten back by Jones for 3rd. And Truex, after spinning, bringing out that first caution back at lap 39, has rallied to 5th. And Bellew had a flat tire on lap 77, bringing out a caution on his right rear tire going down in 1 and 2. Limped it back to pit road with virtually no damage. He's back in the top 10 and 9th as well. So about a 2 to 3 car length lead right now, more so 2 to 2.5 car lengths of a lead between Stenhouse and Burton. Chase Elliott has closed that gap to a similar length now behind the second place car, the 21. Top 4 all within 0.7 of a second as Jones is about 4 car lengths behind Elliott on the inside lane through 3 and 4 as well. 15 laps completed, stage 2. No cautions in the second stage so far. Stenhouse is your race leader by 1/10 of a second over Harrison Burton, who was right behind him in second. Chase Elliott in third. Eric Jones fourth, and Martin Truex Jr. rounds out the top 5. Bubba Wallace up to 6th. Michael McDowell in 7th. Christopher Bell 8th. Austin Dillon 9th. And Noah Gragson rounds out the top 10. Dillon and Bell running side by side for 8th place as well. Still Bell on the outside. Dillon down low. Another look to the bottom for Harrison Burton. Almost gets to the inside of the 47, but not quite. Think back to those drivers that were in the All-Star race versus the drivers who were trying to race their way in and couldn't get in. I mean, they probably have more laps in general at the Texas Motor Speedway with the next-gen car than even those drivers that were in the race. So that could be an advantage for them as well. But still, here's a Burton, even with maybe a disadvantage as far as laps ran with this next-gen car at Texas, still up in P2, and he's holding his own right now. He's still in front of Chase Elliott. He's definitely just as fast, if not faster, than the 47 of Stenhouse in front of him. And the rookie putting on a show right now in the early going of stage 2. Remember, the Wood brothers just one more win away from 100 all time. They're sitting at 99 since Blaney won that Pocono race in the spring in 2017. Stenhouse almost in the wall, off 4. He lifts. To the outside goes Harrison Burton. And Burton will take the lead for the first time today. Chase Elliott on the attack now in turns 1 and 2 down to the bottom. He'll get by Stenhouse as well, clearing him off the exit of the corner. And Jones in P4 right behind Stenhouse on the back straightaway as well. Truex now within a second of the race lead. Jones on the inside of Stenhouse for third. They're side by side for position. Truex closing in on the 43 and the 47 now in the front stretches. Those two slow each other down. Side drafting very aggressively on the front stretch as they enter turn 1. So Harrison Burton leads at Texas. Let a couple laps now. Jones is going to clear Stenhouse for third off turn 4, and Truex is right there looking to get around Stenhouse as well, who's on older tires. Drivers who restarted towards the back, they were up towards the front at the end of stage 1. Byron in 14th is the highest running of those. Actually, Larson in 11th is the highest running of those, making his way through the field. Byron 14th, followed by Chastain and Hamlin. So I think it's worth noting that Texas Motor Speedway is a raceable racetrack with the next-gen car. And under the track conditions when it is 95 plus and the air temperature or the track temperature is over 130 degrees, then Texas can put on good racing. Under any other circumstance, that is not the case under its current configuration, but in this case, it's alright. I'm sure any track under this kind of conditions would be hot and slick anyway. And that is why we are seeing as many passes as we have today. Because in the All-Star race earlier this year, and even in the Open prior to the All-Star race, that was not the case when the Open was still in the daylight hours. It wasn't hot enough. Yeah, NASCAR going to hold the All-Star race at North Wilkesboro next year. Hopefully it's on the Big Fox. Miss Ward Burton interviews, that was random. Ricky got Ricky, yeah. Daniel Tamblin, thanks for tuning in also. Sarah Isaac, thanks for tuning in. Sure to hit that like button and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content if you haven't already. Ladies and gentlemen, down in the chat, lap 24 of 105 in stage 2. Harrison Burton's your race leader. He's led the last 6 laps. About to go to a commercial break, it looks like, on the USA Network, as Chase Elliott not too far behind him, about half a second off the race lead. In second place, Eric Jones in third, Martin Truex Jr. fourth, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. rounds out the top 5. Bubba Wallace in 6th, Christopher Bell in 7th, Ryan Blaney up to 8th, Noah Gragson with a good run in 9th, and Kyle Larson's already back inside the top 10 in the 10th place position. Michael McDowell's fallen from 2nd to 11th on the restart, Austin Dillon in 12th, William Byron up to 13th. Ty Dillon 14th. Kevin Harvick is 15th. Brad Keselowski 16th. Denny Hamlin 17th. Ross Chastain 18th. Chris Buescher 19th. And 20th is Justin Haley. Joey Logano in 21st. Ty Gibbs in 22nd. 23rd is Daniel Suarez. Eric Almirola 24th. And Chase Briscoe is 25th. Todd Gilliland 26th. Landon Castle 27th. Corey LaJoie 28th. Austin Cindric 29th. BJ McLeod is 30th. 31st is Cody Ware. Garrett Smithley in 32nd. 33rd is Tyler Reddick, who is a lap down. He made an unscheduled stop in this stage. Not too far after the stage restart, he had a issue where he had a vibration going on. So they pitted. He's the only car lap down. And then every driver behind him is either out of the race or off the track. Alex Bowman's 10 laps down in 34th, but I think he's still in the race after a wreck earlier for him. Cole Custer's out after wrecking. He'll be 35th, and then Kyle Busch is out of the race. He'll finish last today in 36th after a spin on lap 48 in turn 4. 6 different leaders so far today. Most laps led is still William Byron with 41 laps led in the race. And with those 6 different leaders, we've had already a grand total of 15 lead changes in the first 133 laps at the Texas Motor Speedway. A lot of that strategy, but we have seen some passes for the lead today as well. Seth Thomas, thanks for tuning in as well. Leaving for vacation, going to Maine for a whole week. Well, congrats on your vacation. Hopefully you can have a good time up there. Heard it's very beautiful, that part of the country. I've never been there in the Northeast before, but... Well, I mean, I've been in Maryland, Delaware. I guess I have been, like, Northeast. Not that far Northeast, but... I heard it's beautiful. Almost 400 people in the chat already, not even halfway home. Definitely hit that like button. Yep, Harrison Burton is Jeff Burton's son. Ward Burton's like listening to the Deliverance guy. Oh, jeez. They are back from the commercial break right now. Truex up to 4th. He is also gotten by Stenhouse during the commercial break. Good rally, though, for the 19. Again, he was that first caution at the start of the day. Lap 31 of 105 at stage 2 currently. Burton still about 0.4 of a second ahead of Chase Elliott in second place. Make that a half a second lead now, as Burton was a little bit quicker than Elliott again that last lap. Yeah, 48 car's definitely still back on the track. He'll lose another lap off turn 4 from Harrison Burton. Put him 11 down now. Trouble again for Christopher Bell. Another spin. This time he's got damage on the right side of the race car. And another spinner off turn 4, bringing out her 7th caution of the afternoon. Christopher Bell has spun and crashed off turn 4. His right rear tire is down. Might be a result of the spin, because we've seen a lot of drivers lose control on their own in that corner all day today, and that is another one. 4th time Joe Gibbs Racing has brought out a caution, and for the 2nd time today, it's Christopher Bell in the 20, but this time he was not able to save the car, and he has a lot of damage. Running in 7th at the time of the spin. In that middle to upper groove, right off turn 4, lost it into the wall, right rear first, slapping the right front, very similar to Alex Bowman's crash. And that is a 2nd playoff driver to sustain heavy damage to his race car of the 12 that still remain in the shop for the championship. It was right in front of Ryan Blaney. Luckily slid up quick enough that did not cause the 12 car or anybody else closer behind the 20 to get involved. It was just another single car spin. All the cautions have been single car incidents so far. Snuffster Network, thanks for tuning in. William, son of Odin, thanks for tuning in. He's pulling for Gregson. Yeah, Gregson top 10 right now. 8th, 9th. In a Coley car, pretty impressive. Of course, he'll be running full-time in the Cup Series next season. Fun to see what he can do in a full-time ride. He's progressively gotten better throughout the year. He's not wrecking every week like he was the first half of the season, really first 2/3 of the season. Rear toe link seems to be broken on the 20 at Bell. They've already replaced all 4 tires. They dropped the jack. He is off and away on pit road, but sliding around, so it looks like he's got even more damage and problems underneath the interior of the car than what the 48 of Bowman did. We'll see if he can keep that car in the race. Burton will lead the field to pit road.
And let's watch the 43 stop of Eric Jones. Earlier in this race, he was just too tight. They made adjustments early. So far, he hasn't really said anything, just fired off pretty good. Bottom just won't go. 4 tires, Sunoco fuel, no major changes, Marty, for Eric Jones.
The guys in the booth commented about Martin Truex Jr. and his rally. He said, we've gotten so much better 2 turns 3 and 4, but we're still 2-3 through there. Chase Elliott said, we are really good. I just get so tight behind the 21, I can't make any progress, Parker.
And a slow stop here for Harrison Burton, who led 16 laps there. He didn't want any adjustments. They had an issue on the right rear, so he'll lose a host of positions from the lead.
Chase Elliott's going to win the race off pit road. Bold strategy call by both the Trackhouse cars. And yes, Harrison Burton's car is on fire. Might be a fuel fire because it's coming out of the left rear. It's not like the fires we've seen out of the right side of the race car. It definitely looks like it's coming from the fuel tank. So a fuel fire on the 21 of Harrison Burton. They're putting that out quickly. Burton's still inside the race car, and he is backing back into his box right now, and I think they're going to change the left side tires potentially again. So the left rear tire changer had to basically get out of the way. They could not secure that lug nut, so that is costly. Burton was leading coming into the pits, having a great day. And a fuel fire at random has caused him to lose all of that track position. Luckily, it looks like everybody is all right on that team. Cody Ware's pit box right behind them as well. Having to back Cody Ware up to keep the fire from spreading into their pit box potentially as well. So problems for Harrison Burton on pit road. Chase Elliott again won the race out of the pits. He'll be the leader on the restart. Both the Trackhouse cars took 2 tires. Suarez now will restart in 9th, it looks like, maybe 8th place. And Ross Chastain will be on the front row likely with Elliott. So he chooses to restart in line behind him. I doubt that's going to be the case, but we'll see. Maybe he does that and tries to go 3 wide. Tire rubber burning. I don't think that's what the cause of this caution or that fire was. That has been kind of the issue with the fires recently on the right side of the car, but this was specifically coming out of the fuel tank. If you look at the replays that they were showing there right before the commercial break, you can see the fire literally coming out of the, I don't know what you would call it, not the nozzle of the fuel can itself, but the actual, the tank, I mean, essentially. There's no lid like there is on a normal car, so I don't know like what exactly you would call that, but the hole that the gas gets poured into, that hole, there was a fire. I'm not a car guy, so I don't know the technical term for that part. Hamlin take 2. I didn't see if he did or not. I know both Trackhouse cars did. Frank Powers, thanks for tuning in. Jamie Salyer, sorry. See in the chat as well. Mark Norris is pronouncing everybody's name. BJ McLeod sounds like a name in a totally different entertainment industry. We'll leave it at that. Robert Perkle, thanks for tuning in. Looks like whoever does not have tire problems is only chance of winning. Not good for racing. I don't think so. I think we've seen a lot of great racing today, personally. We've seen more passing at this Texas Motor Speedway than I think any other Texas Motor Speedway race since the reconfiguration in 2017. It's so hot and slick that drivers are making mistakes, having to lift up out of the throttle a lot more when their cars are on edge, and we're seeing more passes as a result. It definitely looked like a fuel fire on the 21 of Harrison Burton. They're showing the replay again on my screen. The fact it was coming out from the rear of the car like that too. I think he's still running. I think. Yeah, he's still running. He's on the outside lane towards the back of the field on the restart. Green flag back in the air. Chastain will elect the outside lane with Chase Elliott down low. Bubba Wallace in the 45 car right behind him. Ryan Blaney looking to go 3 wide to the inside under Martin Truex Jr. and Denny Hamlin into turns 1 and 2. Truex in the middle. Gonna get a squeeze play there off turn 2, but no contact. Almost contact between the 19 and the 12. While Chastain and Elliott are still side by side for the lead. Chastain trying to hang on the outside, but he's got those older left side tires. That's not going to work, and Chase Elliott's going to lead off turn 4. Chastain just looking for track position right now to get himself back in contention. Christopher Bell is still in the pits, by the way, after bringing out that last yellow. Ryan Blaney inside the top 5 for the first time today. Got around Denny Hamlin on the restart quickly. Gets around Bubba Wallace on the back straightaway after a great run off turn 2. Side by side for second between Chastain and Jones. Blaney closing in quickly on them. Blaney, who won the All-Star race at Texas earlier this season, his only win of any kind in NASCAR this year, was not a points-paying win, so didn't count for any playoff points coming into the postseason. He was the only driver to qualify his way into the playoffs in the driver's standings based off of points. The 12 team is not in the owners' playoffs, though, because we did have 16 different winners in the regular season, but because of Kurt Busch's injury, he was able to get into the playoffs. He's made his way to the round of 12, and now is up to P3, so he gets around Eric Jones on the outside off turn 4 in today's round of 12 opener at Texas. So currently the points as we sit, Suarez is about 19 points ahead of Cindric for that last spot right now, but they've kind of been fluctuating throughout the course of the field today. Cindric and Suarez both scored stage points in stage 1, with Suarez scoring a few more than Cindric, but Cindric's currently back in 20th, where Suarez took that 2-tire stop and is in 9th and gained, I believe, double-digit positions. So that's making a big difference in the points right now. Still a long way to go, though, still shy halfway. Eric Jones, Bubba Wallace side by side for 4th. Wallace trying to make the pass on the inside lane as he closed in on the 43, but he can't clear him off turn 2. And not too aggressive at the side draft that time by Wallace, and he's not able to stay alongside the 43 of Jones. Half a second lead between Chase Elliott and Ross Chastain. Blaney still working on the 1 car as he's all over his back bumper off turn 4 once again. Going into that Bristol night race last week, Bubba Wallace had the best average finish of any other driver in the Cup Series in the 10 races prior to that, but that 29th place finish after an engine issue for that 45 team put him many laps down. It ended up ultimately DNFing before the end of the night. But he's bounced back again today, started fairly deep in the field, if I remember correctly, and has made his way back up. Actually had an issue very early in the race where they had to make an unscheduled stop, went a lap down. All the cautions, they were able to quickly get back on the lead lap, and now he's back inside the top 10 and currently battling for 5th with Martin Truex Jr., who was also in an incident of his own after a caution came out when he had spun and backed into the outside wall in turns 3 and 4. You can see the scuff marks for those of you watching on the USA Network on the back bumper of the 19 car. It is just completely gray. All the black and red or orange, whatever color. I'm colorblind, so whatever color the Bass Pro Shops colors are on Martin Truex Jr.'s car, it is all rubbed off, pretty much. Kyle Larson, though, the speed demon, making his way through the field after winning stage 1 on his alternating pit strategy, has made a pass on Austin Dillon, and he goes up the track. Big moment there for him, and he might get that spot back up to Dillon again off turn 2. Lost the front of the race car when he had Bubba Wallace on the inside lane, not too far in front of him after he shot the gap to the bottom to get by Dillon into 1 and 2. Ryan Blaney so close to getting to the inside of Ross Chastain for 2nd place, and Bell, by the way, is back on pit road again as they continue to work on the right front of his race car, and will continue to lose laps, but it seems like he is still in this race. Alex Bowman is actually now past Christopher Bell on the racetrack for 33rd, as Bell is about 4 laps behind Bowman. Bowman took the wave around, so he's only 10 down now, and Christopher Bell now 14 laps down and counting. Official signaling off. Maybe the damaged vehicle policy is in effect. Maybe he couldn't meet minimum speed, and that might knock Bell out of the race. Saw an official waving his arms. I don't know what the official signal is. Maybe he was waving him off as the clock has expired, potentially on the 20 of Christopher Bell. They had a toe link issue in the rear, and it looked like they had an issue with the front suspension as well, because they were working on the right front of the race car at the time of the clock expiring. So Christopher Bell might be done, and he'll be, as of right now, 24 points below the cutoff line, and things stay the way they are heading into Talladega next week. Brian Plumer, thanks for tuning in. From New Zealand as well. Greetings. Need these colors. I am. I get the colors mixed up. I thought Ryan Blaney's like neon color. I thought that was yellow like for a very long time until like a month ago. I was told it was green. I had no clue. I thought it was yellow. I'm still looking at it as yellow. Like I've been a Blaney fan all this time. I'm not gonna change my my thoughts and opinions on saying that is green, because that is yellow in my eyes. Chase Elliott isn't really pulling away from Chastain and Blaney despite them battling for second. It makes you wonder if Chastain had 4 fresh tires, if he'd actually be able to go up there and take the lead away from Elliott. And even if Blaney could finally get around the 1 car, if he maybe has something for Chase Elliott as well. And I believe Ryan Blaney's the only Ford inside the top 10 right now. Taking a second glance at that. Yeah, he's the only Ford until you go back to Kevin Harvick in 13th. It's the next highest running Ford. So Blaney carrying the banner for the Blue Ovals today. Kyle Larson, meanwhile, last lap just made a pass on Bubba Wallace for 6th place. So he continues to charge through the field, trying to get all that track position he had lost for trying to stay out towards the end of the Stage 1 break. To get those stage points that worked out for him. He won the stage. Got a playoff point that'll carry into the next round as long as he makes it to the next round. And now he's right back inside the 6th place position once again. Chastain gaps Blaney that last time through 3 and 4 and also closes the gap on Chase Elliott in front of him. So top 3 all within a half a second of the lead of one another. Chase Elliott leads, Ross Chastain 2nd, Ryan Blaney in 3rd, Eric Jones is 4th, and then Martin Truex Jr. rounds out the top 5. Kyle Larson in 6th, Bubba Wallace 7th, Austin Dillon 8th, Denny Hamlin 9th, and William Byron rounds out the top 10, lap 51 of 105 in Stage 2, and lap 156 of 334 overall in today's race, still about 20 laps shy of the halfway mark. Blaney needs that first win, and if he does get that, that would break a NASCAR record for the most different winners in a single season, and we still have 6 races to go after this, including another super speedway next week at Talladega, where I wouldn't be surprised if we saw another different winner. Especially a guy like Ricky Stenhouse Jr. or Brad Keselowski, who don't have a win yet but have wins at Talladega in their career. Larson making another pass. Now he'll move back in the top 5 as he gets by Martin Truex Jr. on the front stretch for 5th. And he's only 1.7 seconds off the lead. I swear he was like 2.2 seconds off the lead when he got by Bubba Wallace. So he's definitely closing the gap on the leaders and looks to be the fastest car on the racetrack right now. He's making passes, so there's definitely some speed in that 5 car. But Elliott does lead. Might be going to another full-screen commercial break on the USA Network in a matter of moments, and if that is the case, we'll go through the full field running order. And that does look to be the case. So again, Chase Elliott has a half a second lead over Ross Chastain in 2nd place right now. Ryan Blaney's in 3rd. Eric Jones 4th, and Kyle Larson rounds out the top 5. Martin Truex Jr. in 6th. Bubba Wallace 7th. Austin Dillon in 8th. 9th is William Byron. Denny Hamlin rounds out the top 10. Daniel Suarez in 11th. Noah Gragson 12th. Brad Keselowski 13th. Kevin Harvick 14th. Michael McDowell 15th. Chris Buescher in 16th. 17th is Austin Cindric. Tyler Reddick in 18th. Joey Logano 19th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is 20th. Eric Almirola in 21st. 22nd is Ty Dillon. Justin Haley in 23rd. Corey LaJoie in... Ty Gibbs in 24th. Corey LaJoie in 25th. Chase Briscoe 26th. Todd Gilliland 27th. Landon Castle 28th. Cody Ware 29th. Garrett Smithley is 30th. 31st, BJ McLeod. He's the last car on the lead lap. Harrison Burton, after that fire and ended up putting it out, came back onto pit road. He is now, it's like 1 lap down, maybe 2 laps down at 32nd. Waiting on time and it's scoring on our end there. Alex Bowman is 10 laps down, still on the track at 33rd after a wreck. And then the last 3 drivers in the running order today out of the race. Christopher Bell will finish 34th, Cole Custer 35th. Kyle Busch will end up finishing last, his 3rd DNF in the last 4 races, all to start the playoffs in 2022. And of course, his final season had Joe Gibbs racing before he'll head to RCR next year. Drive the 8 car. David Dennis, thanks for tuning in. Larson up to 4th. Yep, during the commercial break, got a pass on Eric Jones as well. Timothy Leopard, thanks for tuning in. So far, it's like we have had 10 different leaders for 1, 2, 3, 21 lead changes. 10 different leaders for 21 lead changes so far. Quite a bit by Texas standards, considering we're still not quite halfway. Siji Soho, thanks for tuning in. RB, don't get Chastain. Gosh, I hope not. Maybe that's why he's hesitant to pass him. He's had a couple good looks, just hasn't quite gotten fully alongside of him yet. 2-tire strategy for Chastain seemingly panning out. Suarez has lost about 3 spots since the restart. I think he was in 8th initially and now back to 11th, but still gained track position on the 2-tire stops as a net so far. We haven't had any green flag runs long enough to get to green flag pit stops. At some point in time, I wonder if that will be the case. Quite a few cars that stayed out of the pits during that last caution we had for Christopher Bell, and that was about 30 laps ago. So they still probably have about another 30, 35 laps they can go on fuel yet. And I would imagine that drivers are probably going to stay out as long as they can, considering how frequently the cautions have fallen today. I think it would be kind of risky to try to short pit or split the stage in half, which we are pretty much halfway through the stage. Actually, we're probably just slightly past halfway through the stage now. Yeah, a little bit past halfway through the stage. Lap 61 of 105. Suarez about 12 points to the good, by the way, over Cindric for that last spot above the cutoff line. Of course, it's the first race of the round. Still have Talladega and the Roval to go through, so not too worried about it as the race runs right now today at Texas, but maybe once we get to the Roval, obviously that'll be a lot more important. Talladega will probably be changing every lap, so I wouldn't pay too close of attention to it then as well until the race is all said and done. All you know is that if you win, you advance to the round of 8, and you won't have to worry about what goes on at Talladega and the Roval these next couple weeks. Whether you're good there or you're bad, if you can get a win today at Texas, that would take a lot of pressure off of you to perform at those 2 difficult racetracks. Larson challenging, got a little loose, goes up the racetrack. Good catch by Larson. He's had a couple of moments like that already today. Went to the bottom to try and get around Ryan Blaney, and his car moved around quite a bit. He was able to hold on to it. Oh, trouble. Cody Ware has smashed his race car now into the pit wall. Midway down the front stretch. Heavy damage on Cody Ware's number 51 car for Rick Ware Racing. It looked like he had no brakes going down the pit lane and slammed into the inside wall there as well. He's got so much damage on the front of his race car that the front tires are pushed back so far. Finally crashed for Cody Ware at Texas. Caution's out for the 8th time today. Ware is climbing out of his race car. Attempting to, at least, for a big hit. And he is gingerly getting out of the race car. And he is sitting down right now as he's getting help from the AMR safety team. Fire has now engulfed underneath the hood of the race car, with the front end severely caved in. He stopped, I believe, in BJ McLeod's pit box. Some of his team members are there with Ware as well, trying to help any way they can. Cody Ware is he cannot stand under his own power right now. He is, every time he gets up, it seems like he sits back down, and I don't think that's intentional, because he seems to be very hurt one way or another. Scary crash at the Texas Motor Speedway today, and not something you want to see. Cody Ware struggling right now, trying to walk away from the scene. So they're trying to pull his car away from pit road, and they're going to have a lot of cleanup there before pit road will open, as the teams are now within the fuel range to make it to the end, so I'm pretty sure everybody will come into the pits this time. I don't know. They haven't showed the replay yet. I don't blame them for that, because that's tough to watch, man.
Very scary crash. We've seen a few in turn 4. This one carried all the way onto pit road, about a third of the way onto pit road. And Junior, you mentioned there's an opening just behind the red truck, and that car almost caught the edge of that wall. It hit just past it.
Yeah, he impacts that wall, Rick, only about 4 feet beyond that, or past that opening. You can see the mark on the wall right there where the impact was. And so lucky that was the case. Unfortunate for him to have another impact late in the crash, but just terrifying how quickly that car was coming down toward pit road, unable to slow it down.
Officials continuing to attend to Cody Ware. He is out of the car behind the wall. We'll be right back.
And they have not shown a replay yet, out of probably respect for Cody Ware. Terrifying crash at the Texas Motor Speedway, again bringing out our 8th caution of the race today. And we are just past the halfway mark right now. 171 laps down and 163 still to go. Sounds like a concussion protocol for Cody Ware. I don't know. It might be his leg. As much as the front end of his car is caved in, I don't think I've seen a next-gen car that caved in before. The front tires were so far off the ground. The right front, at least. I mean, you couldn't even see the left front because the way the car was parked against the inside wall was driver's side door first. So you couldn't see the left side of the car, what kind of damage was there. Plus, it didn't look like he had any brakes when he was heading down pit road. So he slammed the inside pit wall with the left front of his race car that already was exposed and had a bunch of damage to it. I wouldn't be surprised if it was maybe a leg injury of some sort for Ware, because it looked like he got out and then the safety team kind of helped him sit down, and then he got back up again, and then he sat back down. But I don't think it's dehydration in any way, shape, or form that is the issue with maybe the medical attention to Cody Ware, because his helmet's still on. I feel like they would have just tried to give him water, so I think it is something pretty serious, more so than that.
Feel that a local hospital would be better suitable for whatever Cody Ware would need at this moment. And so that crew continues to take care of Cody Ware, and we'll be back with more updates right after this.
This is super.
Trying to get to Rick Allen there as soon as they came and cut back from the break, but they will be transporting Cody Ware to a local hospital immediately following the crash at the Texas Motor Speedway today. Dubstep Koosh 305, thanks for tuning in. I don't think it's a concussion. I don't think they'd be transporting him to the hospital. They have him on the stretcher, too, so I think it's some sort of a lower body injury, probably his ankle or his leg or something. We haven't seen a replay of it. I don't think we will see a replay of it, personally. He is awake and alert. That is good. He did try to get out of the car, but he could not walk away, and so that is not good, obviously. So another injury to another driver. They had so many injuries this year within all three series. In NASCAR, Truck Series has had quite a few. Carson Hocevar's crash at Gateway on the final lap there ended up breaking his leg, and Spencer Boyd broke his collarbone in a crash at Las Vegas earlier this season as well, towards the end of that race. Obviously, Kurt Busch has been out with concussion in the Cup Series for, by the time, assuming he misses the rest of the year, he's going to miss almost half the season. By the end of the year, 16 of the 36 races.
Cody Ware on his way to the Infield Care Center. Want to take a look at what happened in turn 4.
See sideways, back of the car around like he's spinning out right here in this shot, and then don't know why he was sideways, having a mechanical issue, tire down, don't know, and then got turned to the right and head on into the wall.
Carried a lot of speed onto pit road. And NASCAR has just told us that he is headed to the Infield Care Center. So that's where the AMR safety crew is taking him. But that was the second contact there. The first contact that you mentioned, Jeff, was in turn 4. But then he came back onto pit road, impacted that inside pit wall. And then the car came to rest there in front of the 78 team as the field continuing around, and we get ready for the restart.
So it's a tough decision right here. I believe all these cars can...
Yeah, so pretty much what happened in the crash, if I had to guess, is probably what has happened to most drivers today that have lost control, is right in the middle, turns 3 and 4, if not more so to the exit of the corner like we've seen today. He had overcorrected the car when it had snapped sideways and hardened the outside wall. Pretty much right front, if not nose first, hit it hard enough that it looked like the left side tires came up off the ground. Then as he was sliding down the front stretch, it didn't look like he really had any brakes or couldn't slow the car down, which is another reason why I kind of wonder if it's a lower body injury of some sort. And maybe he, if your leg's broken, you can't, obviously, it's going to be very difficult to, push the brake pedal down potentially. And because, it looked like he went into the inside wall with no brakes. The inside pit wall, I should say, with no brakes as well. But pit road is open this time, and here are the stops. Chase Elliott, race leader, stays out. Blaney stays out, but a lot of others behind will pit.
Like Ross Chastain, Kyle Larson, they have made the left turn onto pit road. Kim.
And it sounded like they used a code word on the 5 car of Kyle Larson. Grayson, it sounded like. We'll watch what they do. But Kyle said when he gets closer to the front, he gets just a little bit loose, so he could be snugged up just a little bit. He's going to go on the jack. So that was a 2-tire call, that code, Marty.
Ross Chastain pits from the second position. Interesting because Chase Elliott, as you saw, the leader, stayed out. Denny Hamlin also coming down pit road. Both crew chiefs, to your point, Steve, said if we pit here, we do not have to wait so long under the last end of the stage. So they really making this decision, Parker, based on 2 stops down the road.
Ty
Larson wins the race off pit road with a 2-tire stop. Ty Dillon went fuel only. He gains 10 spots on pit road, and then everybody else pretty much took 4. And nobody lost multiple positions, at least that came out of the pits in the top 10. So again, still under caution today for the 8th time after a terrifying crash off turn 4 for Cody Ware. As soon as NBC becomes aware of what's going on with Cody Ware, we get information. I will relay that information onto you guys, but for right now there really isn't anything there other than the fact that he had attempted to climb from his car, got out, and then couldn't really walk away, and then got over the pit wall, and the same thing happened. He kind of fell down. AMR safety team was kind of catching him. He was in BJ McLeod's pit box where his car had parked, and his team was trying to help him with anything that they could. They ended up stretching him into the back of an ambulance. As far as we know, it sounded like he was going to the hospital at first, but now I guess he's going to the Infield Care Center. I'm not sure, exactly which of the two, because we've got word that he's going to both now, but Hopefully it's just the infield care center. They can treat him there. It's nothing too serious that they have to take him to the hospital for. But if I had to speculate, some of you guys were saying concussions. I'm sure that could be it. I'm sure after that hard of a hit, he probably got his bell rung pretty well. And but just the way that the car had hit the wall, he either had no brakes or couldn't use the brakes because of maybe some lower body injury with his left leg potentially that caused for him maybe not to be able to get out of his car, because he was able to get out of the car, but it looked like when he went to take a step he just fell, and he tried to get up a couple times and couldn't do it. So I probably guess that's probably the case. I don't want to over speculate it and lead you guys into believing that, but if I had to guess, that's probably what I'm looking at, would be one of those two things. 400 people watching the chat. I do appreciate you guys tuning in for this live stream today. Like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. I will be doing live commentary, not next weekend at Talladega, because I will be there in person for all 3 events throughout the race weekend, Truck, Xfinity, Cup. So I will have race highlight from the grandstands for all 3 of those races next weekend up. Saturday night I'll have the Truck and Xfinity races up, and then Sunday night after the Cup race I'll have that up as well. So definitely watch those. It seems like you guys seem to like them. So you go back. I have a playlist full of races I've gone to over the last, really since the YouTube channel started, and you guys can look at that as well.
Playoffs on USA. The Auto.
All right, I was just waiting to see if there was like any word of anything going on there. So Kyle Larson back on pit road. They're gonna change 4 tires on that 5 car. I think he initially pitted because he had gained a spot on pit road, but they're back on pit road again.
2 under the pit stop, so to Tim's point, once you have to tighten the right, put those fresh lefts on. But we use track position, that's the magic word. That right there is exactly how you now have 0 track position.
So Larson won stage 1 and got the 10 points for winning stage 1, but because of this move, may be giving up all the opportunity of possibly getting up into the top 10 to get more stage points.
Yeah, 34 laps to go. It would be an impressive run. I'm not going to rule anything out in this crazy race, and how talented the guy is behind the wheel of that 5 car, but the task just got more difficult because also he doesn't get to pass. While we only have a couple lap cars, he has to start all the way at the back because he pitted a second time.
All right, so Chase Elliott will be the leader on the restart. Remember, he stayed out of the pits as well as Ryan Blaney. I think the top 11 stayed out of the pits, and then from Ross Chastain and 12th on back all hit pit road. Those guys will have about 35 to 40 lap fresher tires. Then the drivers in front of them on the restarters will have about 33 laps to go in stage 2. Green flag back in the air. Blaney gets a great push on the outside. One of the better restarts we've seen from the outside car today, but Elliott obviously still there on the bottom, will have the advantage on the shorter lane into 1 and 2. Cars fanning out. One car checks up off the exit of turn 2 on the outside lane, and it's going to be nearly 3 wide further back. Blaney challenging hard for the lead still. Elliott nearly making contact with Blaney into 3. Blaney trying to hold the 9 car down on his door, and off the exit of turn 4, Elliott is going to slide up, clearing Ryan Blaney for the race lead and hanging on. Blaney has not led a lap yet today, but is up to a race-high second-place position. He was in 3rd the time of him pitting, but Chastain pitted that time because, remember, he only took 2 tires a pit stop before that. But these drivers that stayed out, they probably think that they can make it on fuel to the end of the stage. I was wondering if they were going to be able to or not. I didn't think they were going to be able to, so I was shocked that many cars had actually stayed out. But I guess if that many stayed out, maybe they are good on fuel to the end of the stage yet. Contact on the front stretch between Daniel Suarez and Bubba Wallace as they battle for position all the way down into turns 1 and 2. Suarez on the inside, Wallace on the outside. Not sure if that was just side drafting gone wrong or what happened there. Wallace way up high then in turns 1 and 2. Had to lift up out of the gas, and now he's got pressure from behind from, it's like Ross Chastain trying to make some moves again back through the field. Those fresher tires. Tyler Reddick also behind him. Suarez down to the inside of the 43 car of Eric Jones. There will be side-by-side for 3rd. Chastain has already gained about 3 positions since the restart. Make that 4 as he has passed Tyler Reddick as well into 1 and 2. Austin Dillon will get around Bubba Wallace for 5th. And Wallace has Chastain underneath him as well, as Chastain looking to gain potentially 5 spots on the restart if he gets by Bubba Wallace, and he's easily going to be able to do that in turns 3 and 4. Tires are actually mattering today at Texas, and a large reason is because of the hot, slick conditions that have caused drivers to have many problems, especially in turns 3 and 4, where we've seen a lot of the accidents so far today. I don't think we've seen a single accident in 1 and 2. Actually, and Wallace is up in the wall, it looked like. Might have some sort of an issue. He is very slow on the back straightaway. Cars are scattering inside, outside. We'll see if he pits this time. He's down on the bottom of the racetrack. He may be coming in. And he is not. He'll stay on the track, so some sort of an issue. Second lap in a row in turns 1 and 2. Wallace had a problem. Lost the front of his race car, went all the way up the racetrack. Barely kept it off the wall. But he's going to fall from about 6th place all the way back to... On my leaderboard, he is... Oh, I'm looking for the 45, my bad. I was looking for the 23. I couldn't find him anywhere. I still don't see him anywhere. I think he's on his way into the pits or something here. He's falling well outside the top 10. Chastain side by side with Jones. Another pass made. Chastain's moving his way through the field very quickly on those 35 to 40 lap fresher tires from 11th to 4th. 7 spots gained already in about the first 5 laps. 27 still to go in stage 2. Austin Dillon, William Byron side by side now. Byron's going to complete the pass, also on fresher tires than Dillon, trying to work his way up through the field. Chase Elliott's in the wall off turn 4. Caution's out. The race leader has just crashed off turn 4. There's a fire underneath the right front tire of Chase Elliott's race car as he turns down the racetrack heading towards the pits. He may have to park it, and Chase Elliott is going to be out of the race, wrecking from the lead at lap 185. Huge flames coming out from under the car. Elliott is out of the car now, and that is caution number 9 today. And another playoff driver is going to be done for the day. Safety team taking a long time to get to Chase Elliott's race car right now. It is engulfed in flames, and now they're finally putting the flames out. Elliott's got the thumbs up. He's all right, but his car, on the other hand, is not. And let's see if he just got loose again. He was in the middle of 3, and yep, that's exactly what happened. It looked like it wiggled a little bit and lost it off turn 4. Slammed the right front into the wall, and then the right front ended up catching on fire. There's the result of the crash. I think the rubber, probably just on the rubber buildup on the right front after that contact with the wall, ignited the fire. And Chase Elliott, he had a lot of damage as the impact. I don't know if maybe he broke, maybe a toe link or an arm underneath the suspension of the race car. And maybe that caused the fire, whatever the case is. It looked like the rear toe link was broken on the 9 as well, because the axle's all messed up on the rear and the fire was on the front. So it was going to be tough to get that car fixed anyway within the 10-minute damaged vehicle policy clock. So I think Elliott car caught on fire there. That was kind of a determining factor to get out of there. And even if the fire didn't happen, I don't know they would have gotten that car fixed. We've had drivers have many problems in turn 4. Turn 4 has been slick all day in this hot Texas sun. And even former champion now, multiple former champions have had problems. I think we've had 3 of them spin out today in turn 4. Chase Elliott done. Smokey in the Pot, thanks for tuning in. Zachary K, thanks for tuning in as well. Rick Traver, welcome. Mary Harris, I see you in the chat as well. Ethan Weeder, thanks for tuning in. Quick decelerations are the worst, yeah, for sure. Kind of let's go, Brandon. Thanks for tuning in. Cage Griffin, thanks for tuning in also. A lot of you guys I have seen in the chat, but I haven't shouted you out yet. Sorry for that. Christopher McComas, thanks for tuning in also. It has been a challenging day for drivers today, and a scary one because we have seen some pretty hard impacts today, but still waiting on word on what has exactly happened with Cody Ware. Again, if we have any breaking news throughout the course of the race, I will give that to you guys as soon as I can. And Chase Elliott did have older tires, which probably didn't help him with that lack of grip at the front of the field. He had clean air, he just lost it. Again, so many drivers have off turn 4 today. It seems like that transition from the banking to the flatness of the front stretch, which basically has no banking, has been where most of the spins have happened, but some of them have happened more in the middle of the corner too, but pretty much all day in 3 and 4. Here's Kim Kuhn with Christopher Bell.
The car giving you to indicate it was a tire failure.
I would get a slight vibration just seconds before the tire went. Fortunately, the first time it happened on the straightaway, and I was able to get slowed down before turn 1, and then the second one happened right in the middle of the corner. So, very disappointing weekend, and I was feeling optimistic whenever they dropped the green flag. Had a pretty poor Saturday, and then felt like we had a lot of speed in our Ring Camry to make a day out of it, and unfortunately, tires didn't work our way.
After the day you've had looking at Talladega and the Roval, how does this change your decisions you make at those racetracks?
Yeah, I mean, we were hoping to get out of here with a good points day and be able to ride around at Talladega and just survive the race and collect, our small amount of points there. But now it looks like we're going to go there and try and race.
Yeah, that was Christopher Bell. Got some cars on pit road as pit lane is open.
After the Roval, we see Eric Jones coming to pit road.
And pit road was closed, so
oh, never mind.
I'm not exactly sure why he was on pit road, but it had to be some sort of emergency service. He was running 4th, and we saw him change tires, Kim.
Absolutely emergency service. Towards the end of that run, before the caution came out, Eric came on the radio and said, this thing is so hard to drive. It is wandering all over the place. Wondered if it was a loose wheel, but he said it could not even happen that late in a run. After the caution came out, he again reiterated it wants to wreck itself under caution. Something is broke. There's no way this thing is right. So we'll need to check in with the team to figure out if they were able to diagnose what the issue was.
Such a great recovery. Remember, this is a team that spun out in practice, started near the back, had driven up into the top 5, running 4th. So great update by Kim. We'll have to just see if they have found whatever the issue is. And now we see a few cars also join on pit road, but what a heavily damaged 9 for Chase Elliott going behind the wall.
Yeah, he could lose one more point, by the way. He's currently being scored 31st. Once Bowman goes by him, he's 9 laps down. He will take that spot away, and Elliott will finish.
Heading to commercial break under the caution for the nighttime today at the Texas Motor Speedway. Still 146 to go. It's still about 20 or so laps to go in Stage 2. In today's race, just over 400 people watching. Again, thanks for everybody tuning in. Charles Sasser, see you in the chat. Always take tires when you can. Yeah, a lot of drivers stayed out, though. It looked like Ryan Blaney is going to be the leader. Appears on the restart, trying to get those stage points. He didn't get any in Stage 1. Took him a while to fight his way to the front. This caution's going to be big, though, for those drivers that pitted during the caution prior to that. Ross Chastain, William Byron. They're going to be 3rd and 4th on much fresher tires than the 2 cars that remain ahead of them of Daniel Suarez and Ryan Blaney. Sounded like Eric Jones, who was running in 4th at the time. It would have been 3rd, considering Elliott's out now after he wrecked from the lead. But Jones was in 3rd place. Having some sort of mechanical issue where the steering is not right on that race car. I guess it was wanting to wreck under caution, so something is broken in the 43 car. They're going to try to get that fixed. Still on the lead lap right now. Jones had a good day going for him. You heard it from Rick Allen there for a little bit that Chase Elliott is going to lose one more spot once Bowman makes himself around Elliott here in a handful of laps yet. Bowman's still 9 laps down. Elliott's 5 down, but Elliott's out. Bowman's still in the race. Cody Ware, Christopher Bell, Cole Custer, Kyle Busch, Chase Elliott are the 5 drivers out of the race today due to accidents. I think you meant RFK. RFK, both cars top 10. Buescher 9th, Keselowski 6th. Yeah. Keselowski qualified on the pole and dominated at least the first 32 laps. I mean, nobody's really dominated today, but a lot of comers and goers throughout the field. It's tough to tell who exactly has the fastest car. My pick, Chase Elliott's out of the race now, so He has led the most, 44 laps led, but wrecked from the lead. I mean, it's anybody's race, really, when you consider the fact that you can lose control at any given moment in 3 and 4, like we've seen so many drivers do today, with how hot the racetrack and the track temps are. Not going to be getting the 1 to go signal, I don't believe, this time. If they do, we'll have 19 laps to go in the restart. There is still a safety truck cleaning up off turn 4 yet. No, they're giving him the 1 to go signal. Blaney elects the inside. Suarez up high. Chastain's going to go with Blaney. That tells me Chastain's going to try to take it 3 wide in the restart, considering he did not line up behind his teammate Daniel Suarez. So I'm already prepared that Chastain's going 3 wide for the lead with that, and considering he is a very aggressive driver. Here's Marty Snyder with Chase Elliott.
The bumps in 3 and 4 that maybe sent you around.
No, the tire blew apart. That's why I crashed.
Okay. Because it looked like it was up in the replay to us, but so it was a tire.
Yeah, something came apart. You know, I could hear it flapping in the right rear in the fender well. So yeah, I don't know, but if it wasn't down, it was certainly coming apart. One of the two.
So you guys have relied on points all year long, Chase. As it sits now, just +6 above the cut line. How do you now view Talladega and the Roval?
Well, it's not a great position to be in for sure, but you know, it is what it is now. So we I ate it. You know, we're actually decent here for once, so that was nice while it lasted. But yeah, we'll go to Talladega and try to survive over there. Try to get a win next week and go on down the road.
As we come green, are you getting worried about tires for everybody else in the field too?
I just hope nobody gets hurt, but outside that, I really don't care.
There you go. Chase Elliott, some firm words, but just now, +6.
Green flag back in the air. Blaney down on the bottom of the racetrack. He's going to move up to try and side draft the 99 of Daniel Suarez. He didn't get a great push from Chastain. Chastain didn't take off well enough to go 3 wide to the bottom either. A couple cars going 3 wide further back. One car shuffling out of line. I think might have been Bubba Wallace in the 45. Had to lift up out of the gas, losing multiple positions back there. Blaney and Suarez still side by side for the lead, with Blaney down low, Suarez up high. Chastain side by side with Byron for third. Chastain is going to throw a block. He is barely clear on the 24 car. Byron pushing him now in the front stretch. Big run for the one of Chastain into 1 and 2. Maybe too big as he slides up the racetrack, and Byron tries to take over third again to the bottom. Blaney has cleared Daniel Suarez for the race lead. Chastain pressuring his teammate for second. Chastain to the inside of the 99 into 3 and 4. And all clear. Chastain up to second. Blaney leads. 17 laps to go, stage 2. Yeah, I don't think there's a tire down on Chase Elliott's car. I mean, if he heard something, go off, then maybe he did have a tire. The only person who had really a tire issue today was Christopher Bell and I guess Cole Custer. But we haven't seen any other tire issues. So I don't think that was the case. But you never know. I mean, I'm not the driver, obviously, if he felt something go down. All we can really do is take his word for it. It looked like the car snapped loose like we've seen many times today from other drivers. Reddick's got a problem. Oh, my goodness. He made contact with Brad Keselowski going into turn 1, and then he ended up going up the track, and the entrance to the corner kept it off the wall. Great save by Tyler Reddick. But he lost so much time hopping way out of the gas to keep that car straight and not hit hard into the outside wall that stacked up a lot of the field behind him all of a sudden as they're 2x2 on the front stretch. Cindric door-to-door with Martin Truex Jr. William Byron has gotten by Ross Chastain for second moments ago as well, and now he's the one pressuring Ryan Blaney for the race lead. So Ryan Blaney holds on with the race lead. Byron in second. Cindric Ross Chastain in third place behind them, and then Daniel Suarez still hanging out in fourth. Crash on the front stretch. Chris Buescher slides through the grass. Keeps his car on the bottom of the racetrack as everybody races by on the outside, and that will be our 10th caution of the race. So buy Blaney a little bit more time to hang on to that lead because Byron was looking to take it any second there on those much fresher tires. Contact between Joey Logano and Chris Buescher off turn 4 had knocked the 17 car sideways. Almost similar to what happened between Ty Dillon and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. earlier, only that was more in the middle of the front stretch. This was more towards the exit of the corner. I think Logano either thought he was clear or tried to clear himself off the front bumper of the 17 and caused Buescher to spin. I don't know that Buescher caught the wall. I think he kept it off the outside wall and spun down towards the grass. No damage on the 17 car. He'll be able to continue, but a tough break considering he was in the top 10. He's going to lose a bunch of track position now. Him and Logano were battling for 10th at the time of the spin from the 17. 13 to go, though, in stage 2. Shouldn't be a very long cleanup, and we'll be back to green flag racing here in a couple laps. Just kissed the wall. Yeah, maybe slightly with the right rear. It was very close. 99 car ahead of Keegan by a lap. Oh, yeah, I'm there. Well, that's the actual camera to the race car, though, too. This is streaming from what I'm watching this. YouTube's a little delayed, though, too. There was a delay on my TV that was more than normal today that I noticed at the start. Pit road's open again. Austin Dillon thought he was going to come in. He ended up staying out. Got a few drivers in the back half of the field pitting.
Quite a few cars on pit road now. Kim.
And Kyle Larson didn't have any stage points to gain there, so Cliff Daniels brought him in. It's going to be 4 tires should be the call. We'll see if they stick to that because they have taken 2 tires earlier. It is going to be 4 tires and fuel. Kyle, just a little bit free, Marty.
Kim, we've talked about what a crazy day it's been. It's been an adventurous day for Tyler Reddick. 12 to go here in the stage. They did recover after that wheel they thought was loose. It was actually not loose, but he has not had a vibration issue since then. So pitting here, again, not in the playoffs. They can take a chance here. They'll stay out at the end of the stage.
Race off pit road goes on. And all those drivers who just pitted look to be restarting pretty much outside the top 20, it appears, on this ensuing restart. Ryan Blaney staying out again. Trying to get these stage points. Even if he doesn't win the stage, looking for every point he can get. Top 4 are all playoff drivers right now. Remember, no playoff driver has won in the first 3 playoff races through the round of 16. Looking to potentially change that today to win. For any one of these playoff drivers will lock them into the round of 12 or round of 8 rather of the playoffs. See if they'll be going green this time by. And if they do, we'll have 10 laps to go potentially on the restart. Nope, no one to go signal that time. We'll try it again next time by. Cindric in position to get some stage points once again. Also staying out of the pits. I saw Larson come in. He was one of the cars that were in. Waiting for our leaderboard to... Harvick pitted. I think everybody that hit pit road will be restarting 20th on back. Top 18 cars stayed out. Seems about right. Turn 4 has definitely been a struggle today. Joe Gibbs Racing a struggle today, too. Byron does look pretty fast today. He qualified 3rd, I believe. He's been up there for most of the race. Yeah, it's been a wild race today. Ay. Feeling like Cody Ware accident again. Just going through all the incidents that have happened turns 3 and 4 all day today. I don't think there's been a single incident 1 and 2 outside of Bell blowing a tire in that corner, but he didn't hit the wall. Cole Custer did basically simultaneously, and he did get in the wall. But yeah, 3 playoff drivers out of the race today. 2 out of the race, and then 1 is a bunch of laps down, which would be Alex Bowman, but he's still in. Bell and Elliott are both out. Cutoff line going to be pretty tight, considering Chase Elliott was the regular season champ. First race of the round, just like in the last round where he finished last at Darlington with no stage points. At least he got stage points today, but not a great result by the end. 9 laps to go, though, in stage 2 when we go green. Blaney will be the leader. Byron will be on the outside of the front row. Again, Blaney on older tires. Chastain is on the inside of row number 2. With Daniel Suarez, who is also on older tires, outside of him in 4th for the restart. It's going to be interesting. Who will get the jump? Blaney's got the preferred lane, but he's got much older tires. Just over 400 people have been consistently watching this race on the channel today. Again, I appreciate the support you guys always give me on these weekend races, even during the week as well on the other various streams. So hit that like button, subscribe as well for more daily NASCAR content. Ryan Blaney leads the field to the restart. William Byron got a good launch. No push from behind by either of the Trackhouse cars in row 2. Stacking up 3 and nearly 4 wide further back in the pack. 3x3 just outside the top 10 as they try to funnel out down the back straightaway. Blaney had a good restart despite the older tires and the disadvantage there. He clears the 24 of Byron. If the 1 and the 24 can get battling with each other, that could help Blaney out quite a bit. 8 laps to go for Ryan Blaney to try and hang on and get yet his another stage win this season. But a lot of laps all of a sudden stage 2 after Chase Elliott had crashed from the lead. Byron made a mistake up off turn 2. He's going to lose second place potentially. Him and Chastain have been racing each other very hard all day today. Chastain down to the inside. Byron trying to squeeze and side draft him into the corner. This is exactly what Ryan Blaney needs out of his rearview mirror. As the 1 and the 24 race side by side still on the front stretch. Chastain with the advantage down low. Drives it deep into the corner. Slides up in front of Byron. Byron not going to be able to get the car to turn enough to try to get the crossover. And Ross Chastain will be in P2. Brad Keselowski back inside the top 5 as he is side by side with Daniel Suarez for 4th place into 3 and 4. Suarez up high. Trying to hang on to that outside lane on older tires. Keselowski will easily clear the 99. 2 Fords and 3 Chevrolets inside the top 5. Highest running Toyota is Truex back in 10th. 6 laps to go, though, in this second stage. Time is running out right now for these drivers to get their good finishes in this stage. Those playoff drivers especially, and try to get as many stage points as they can. Hopefully get as good a track position as they can leading into the final stage as well. There were some cars that have stayed out over the last couple cautions, like Ryan Blaney, which has kept him in the lead. Helped that the 1 and the 24 battled on the restart as well. Byron made that mistake, and now Byron not able to keep the pressure on Chastain like he was on Blaney right before the caution came out. 5 laps to go in stage 2. 6/10 of a second lead right now between the 12 and the 1. And top 3 all within a second still. Byron's not too far behind Chastain, but he can't quite get close enough to have a chance to get around him either. Get the chat back on my phone here. Pete Creamer, thanks for tuning in. Logano underneath the 2 of Austin Cindric. Logano slowly moving back through the field. He qualified well, but hasn't been as good in race trim so far today. Back in traffic. Been hovering pretty much right around the back half of the top 10, if not slightly outside the top 10 the whole race. He's yet to finish better than 14th on a mile and a half so far this season. Today, he is in 8th place as of right now. Towards the end of stage 2, Cindric holds on to 7th. Couple good runs for rookies today. Harrison Burton was leading until he had that fire on pit road earlier. Cindric's in 7th. They're showing out today. Still half a second lead at the line for Blaney. 2 laps to go in stage 2. Can Chastain make up about 2.5 tenths a second a lap on the 12 car to try and win the stage, or will Ryan Blaney be able to hold on and win stage 2? We'll be coming to the final lap of the stage, this time by at the start-finish line. Cindric going up the track a bit. Joey Logano closing right back in on him for 7th. Can't quite get underneath him yet, though. Off the exit of turn 4, Cindric holds on to the position. Keselowski only about 4 tenths of a second behind Byron, but it might be a little too late to try and catch him on the final lap of the stage to get another spot here right before the end. Through 3 and 4, one final time for Ryan Blaney. And he will make it through the corner. And Ryan Blaney is going to win stage 2 at Texas. Ross Chastain is going to end up 2nd, William Byron 3rd, Brad Keselowski 4th, and Daniel Suarez rounds out the top 5 in stage 2. 6th place was Austin Dillon, Austin Cindric in 7th, Joey Logano 8th, Martin Truex Jr. 9th, and Michael McDowell, who's been kind of hovering around 10th most of the day, rounds out the top 10 in the 2nd stage. So all those drivers will receive stage points. Some playoff drivers, some non-playoff drivers. I didn't realize Cody Ware broke the wall in turn 4 when he wrecked earlier. He hit hard. They showed him fixing it on the replay, or not replay, but the highlights, I guess, at the end of stage 2. All right, I'll take that. Stage win for Ryan Blaney. Good points day so far. After no stage points in stage 1, he gets 10 in stage 2. Just double checking. Yes, so it is Blaney's 6th stage win of the year. And that actually now gives Ryan Blaney more stage wins than any other driver this season. Sorry, never mind. Truex has 7. Okay, most stage wins of any playoff driver this season. Which is why he was still above the cutoff line coming into the round of 12, considering no wins on the year. We are only 9 likes away from 200 on the stream today. And be sure to hit that like button if you have not already. Subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Yeah, Keselowski looks strong. He's really good on the short run. He's probably got the best short run car out there. If it's like it was at the start of the race, at least, he's got the best short run car out there. Mark DeMars, thanks for tuning in also. I didn't see you in the chat just a little bit ago. Yeah, Elliot's out. Sarah Bloom. Patrick Ellison, thanks for tuning in. Fords are number 1. Well, one of them is at least. El Galloway, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for doing what you do. Rick Allen makes me cringe. He's had a couple blunders today from what I've heard in my ear. Usually I kind of sound it out. I don't realize, half the stuff like him or any of the commentators say. I just try to pick up on any breaking news or anything of that nature. Has to do with any of the cars. They're still waiting on word of Cody Ware's current update. I'll check Twitter real quick to see if there's anything. Might break before hear anything on NBC. I haven't seen anything yet. According to Jeff Gluck, it did. The ambulance did take him to the infield care center and not outside the racetrack. So that's again, that's good. But outside of that, we have no further word so far on his current condition. Ryan Blaney going to lead most of the field to pit road.
We're on the checklist for the two of Austin Cindric. Stage points they got in both 1 and 2, as you see him at the top left. They asked him, what do you need? He said, the car is good, man, just give me fresh tires. They said again, are you sure you don't need anything to make a turn? He said, no, it is good. 4 fresh Goodyear tires and Sunoco fuel, Marty.
So Ryan Blaney won the stage, but they're going to pay the price here by waiting on fuel. They have to put much more fuel in than everybody else. He said, I need a little bit more turn, but make a bigger adjustment than you think, because I think the track is changing. Already see Ross Chastain gone. They needed very little fuel. He said the car was great, Parker.
And William Byron, similar position, just a little too tight there, scoring the second most stage points here today.
Kyle Larson wins the race off pit road. No tires taken for him. I don't know what happened to my raw feed there for a second. I think we're still... What happened? I lost the raw feed. Oh, snap. Oh, we're back up and running again. I don't know what happened there. I lost the raw feed. Sorry for that. I don't know how long it was like that before I realized it. Keith Campbell, thanks for tuning in. 210 laps in 3.5 hours. Has it really been 3.5 hours already? We've had a lot of cautions. I was surprised it wasn't a red flag after the Cody Ware incident, to be completely honest. I feel like anytime you have like some sort of a safety thing like that, there's usually a red flag, but they were just kind of ticking laps away under caution. Katie Carter, thanks for tuning in. Oh, you're from Texas. Spirit Airlines, thanks for tuning in. Logano is a little better than Blaney based on this season. I don't know that I could say that. I feel like Blaney has been the best car at Penske. I think Cindric at times has been better than Logano this season. Let me look at the stats. I mean, Logano was higher in points coming in because he had more playoff points. Actually a lot similar. Wow. Very similar in stats right now. Logano, 8 top 5s. Blaney has 8 top 5s. They both have 13 top 10s. Blaney's got 1 less DNF. Logano's led about 95 more laps. Both have 5 stage wins. Blaney's got 6 now. Logano has 7. The big difference maker is Logano having 2 wins and Blaney having none, which is really the only reason Logano was ahead of him in the standings. I think like the regular season standings, I'm pretty sure Blaney was well ahead of Logano. Logano was like right around like 7th, 6th, 7th, 8th. Blaney was, 3rd at the end of the regular season? 2nd? I don't know if Larson caught him for 2nd or not at Daytona. I don't think he did because Larson had that engine failure early in the race, so I think might have held on for 2nd. Land? Or is that Ian? Oh, Ian. Yeah, it's an I. The lowercase L's and the capital I's get me sometimes when I'm trying to read things. Well, yeah, tell them thanks for watching. Or if you are watching, thanks for watching, Ian. Get better. Get better. Get well. Have a quick recovery. Whatever it is you're in the hospital for. Michael McDowell stayed out of the pits. He'll be the leader on the restart. Eric Jones also stayed out. He'll be on the outside of the front row. And let's see here. Kyle Larson ends up 13th. So the top 12 stayed out. Larson didn't take any tires, though. Logano took 2 tires and is alongside Larson. 15th on back will be on 4 fresh Goodyear. So this will be interesting. We'll see what this restart will bring. 118 laps to go in the race. Final stage will be underway once the pace car pulls pit road and the lights are back on. So false alarm here. We're still under caution. We'll get one more lap under the yellow before we head green. I'm not going to lie. I kind of have a headache right now. I'm fighting through it, though. Just for you guys. Probably because I haven't had much sleep in the last, 48 hours. But we're toughing it out. It's not because they're racing at Texas. It's because It's probably because of the lack of sleep I've had. I was out very late last night at a drag racing event, and then I came back and had a golf scramble in the morning, and then ended up here like 20 minutes before the stream started, and here we go. Here we are. That's where I'm at now. I had to get up early yesterday morning, too, after working the day before. We were streaming Friday night, and I think the stream got done about 10. Went to bed pretty much within minutes after the stream. Got about 7 hours or so of sleep before I had to get up at like 6:30 yesterday. Up from 6:30 to almost 2 in the morning. Technically overnight last night. Then I had to get up for my golf scramble at like 7 a.m. this morning too. So.
Well, just add it to the list of the day.
That's right.
And you know,
what else?
I mean, seriously,
It's been a long day, is what I'm saying.
This is something NASCAR
long weekend
has decided to do, and since Daytona, is hey, if there's weather in the immediate area, wait it out just a little bit, see where it's going. Don't wait until it starts raining on the track to throw the caution. So, with weather immediately here, NASCAR is just holding it, waiting to see what it's going to do.
Yeah, lights still on the pace.
Hey, so that's why the caution is extended here. There is rain at the Texas Motor Speedway. It does look like it's raining in turns 3 and 4. Hopefully it's just a quick shower that popped up and is going through. And we can get back to green flag racing sometime soon. I thought I saw lightning off the back straightaway, though. So hopefully I was just seeing things. If we don't go to red flag conditions. 117 to go. This race is already long enough as it is. Go get a coffee. That's alright. I don't really drink coffee too much. Hopefully it's something that blows through quickly, though, so we don't have to... They should red flag the race. If there's lightning in the area, they have to. If it's within 8 miles of the racetrack. I might have been seeing things. It might have just been like the glare of the sun off in the distance on the backstretch. Maybe it wasn't lightning. If it was lightning, they would be on pit road parked right now, but that's not the case. Justin and Ash, thanks for tuning in. I want this race to end. Please end this. Oh, because Michael McDowell's in the lead? No, they're not going to end it. The radar looked like it was something that was blowing through pretty quickly for the most part. I will say with how hot it is at the racetrack, this has to be terrible in these drivers just running laps under caution like this. This is where you really start to think about the heat maybe more so than any other time in the race. When you're actually under green flag conditions, it's usually not the case, but this is a long race for these drivers in these hot conditions. 500 miles, and then you consider the fact that we've had 11 cautions so far. We were on pace for 18 cautions at one point, probably on pace for about 16 or 17 now. Should be the second most in a race this season behind only the Coke 600 where we had 18 yellows. It does look like it is still raining at 1 and 2. I do like the fact that they're staying under caution right now as long as there's no lightning, obviously. And the reason for that is so that way they can keep heat in the racetrack with the cars rolling around. Obviously, there's a lot of heat on the track as long as the sun's out as well. But between that and just the cars on the track, it'll help evaporate a lot quicker. And we won't have any risk of losing the racetrack. They did this at another race earlier this season. I can't remember which one it was. I don't think it was that long ago. Was it? No, it wasn't Richmond. I can't remember what other race it was like that.
I was waiting for that smart answer where they come from. I thought that after I said it.
Colin Presley providing comedic relief today.
Yeah. And that's, it's things like that can take the miserable conditions off the driver's mind. If you got a spotter or crew chief that's can crack a joke or keep you kind of positive, maybe tell you that your favorite football team had a great day or whatever, right? I was always, being a Washington fan, I said, tell me if they won. If they didn't, don't say anything.
So they didn't talk much.
Oh, jeez. Jeff Burton with the low blow.
Steve, on a serious note, with this race being so long, now the track changing is becoming even more of an issue. So if it keeps going longer and longer, the track temp's going to start coming down. And so guys that had good handling cars earlier may not have them anymore. So this length of this race is going to change the way the crew chiefs and the drivers have to approach it.
Yeah, you're absolutely going to have to stay ahead on your adjustments. Like turn 1 and 2 is almost, at least turn 1 and halfway through the middle of the corner, totally in the shade. When I look on top of the big screen on the backstretch, the wind is definitely picking up. Looking at the flags, that's going to change how these cars are driving.
There's some rain on the camera here.
No way.
And while they're circling the track here, let's check in on pit road. Kim.
And it's been a race of survival, and that's what the team of the 10 car and Eric Almirola told me this morning. They felt like it was going to be a race of attrition, and if they could just hang on, they could put themselves in condition. They started 25th and now have worked their way up to the 7th position, but they've been battling handling issues all day long. If they want to win, they're going to have to figure something else out. Too loose in the corners is what Eric is telling the team, Parker. He says it feels like he's on the edge of having a big moment like we've seen from other drivers.
Well, Kim, I got to give the comeback of the race award to the 21 car of Harrison Burton. He led 15 laps early in the race through some pit strategy, did an excellent job of putting himself in that position, but then they came down pit road, had a disastrous stop, even lit on fire, went a lap down, and now have come all the way back to be on the lead lap and currently are sitting in the 3rd position. Will be restarting the outside there, but an amazing comeback by this rookie driver and the 21 Wood Brothers team, Marty.
That's a long list, Parker. I thought Kevin Harvick had a long list till I heard all of that. In fact, I just asked Rodney Childers, how would you describe your day? He said, that's a great question. He said, I honestly have no idea. We've taken no tires at points. We've taken right side tires at points, 4 tires, but here we are, top 5 with a chance to win this race. So Harvick, who was shifting earlier, has had his hands full this afternoon. They've had their hands full on pit road, but here they are, stage 3 with maybe a chance to win at Texas, even though they've already been eliminated from the playoffs.
And
the clouds are getting a little darker around the racetrack. It does look like it's raining most of the way around the track right now, but nothing heavy. So we are still under caution. Laps are ticking away, and it looks like they're going to give the field a red flag. So they'll be bringing the field on the pit road, and it looks like we going to be under red flag for rain at the Texas Motor Speedway with 113 laps to go. It is definitely raining. Well, as if this Texas race couldn't get long enough. Now we have rain. It is raining. Lisa Rogers, thanks for tuning in. Cackling, yapping, and crapping, thanks for tuning in. Got a rainbow over the backstretch. Is that the glimmer of hope we have that we don't lose the track completely?
Drivers dealing with adjustments and major adjustments that have taken place. Talk us through what these drivers and crews and teams are able to do.
Well, we heard from Jeff, who just said, how are we going to keep up with our race car? Well, I've always heard about wedge adjustments, track bar. Well, there's no track bar in this car. Just 2 openings in the rear window for the red wedge wrench to go in. You're going to see it right here on the 22 of Joey Logano. They're going to put the wedge wrench through the window, spin it around. So we've seen that for years, but what that is now accomplishing on the next-gen car is totally different than in years past. So let's take a look at our Toyota virtual car. No longer do we have this big spring with a separate shock. This next-gen car has a coilover. What does that mean? That means the spring is actually installed on the shock itself. That is what's being turned by the crew member. As we go down into the suspension, we'll get a few items out of the way. You're going to see right there the shock and the spring, the blue part being the spring right there. Well, when this item is turned, it actually is a hydraulic adjustment, if you can believe it. It's going to put a little fluid through that blue hose. It's going to expand that area. So right here, watch right there again. That thing is going to shrink and contract with adjustments, preloading that spring. Just like in the old car, you put a round a wedge in, it makes that area right there expand, loading that spring. You want to take a round a wedge up. Maybe you just want to drop the back of the car, get that diffuser lower to the ground. You can take a round out of both.
Any driver interviews we get during this rain delay, by the way, you guys will get to listen in. The covers are not really on the race cars, but Probably just wet enough that the track drying process is about to be underway, and it's so hot too that these drivers are definitely going to hop out of the race cars if they get the opportunity to right now. Some have hopped out, some are staying in. Kevin Harvick at least staying in. I think you might as well hop out if I'm Kevin Harvick.
Yeah, you need to hide it today.
How about the 46-year-old Kevin Harvick saying, "All right, all you young guys, go and hop out. I'm gonna sit right here, show you guys." And some of that is exactly what that is. Like he probably wants to get out of there, but he's gonna sit in there and he's gonna make a point. He's gonna say, "All right, I got you. I'm gonna sit right here. You guys get out. I'm gonna sit in here and heat soak. And when we go green, I'm gonna take it to you." And there's some games like that happens. Harvick wants to show everybody he's tough, and he's making a point.
My goodness.
Piper inspired the red paint scheme, by the way, that we see with Kevin Harvick. Red won at Michigan, so I got to ride with Dad. So they're going to go back with that. And while Kevin is sitting behind the wheel and staying in his car, they haven't put any of the car covers on yet. And some drivers are staying in, some are out. Let's go down to Marty. He's got Ryan Blaney.
Yeah, it is in essence quit raining down here, Rick, but on a 95-degree day, Ryan Blaney's going to take this opportunity to hop out of the car. So if I'd have told you, I don't know, lap 50 or so, you'd win stage 2, what would you have told me?
I told you there's a chance. I mean, I'm not going to give up. So, yeah, I mean, we worked on our car. It's just so hard to pass. I mean, you can see it out there. It's brutal to pass anybody, and you're just kind of stuck. I felt like our car was decent. We worked on it early. It wasn't very good at the start of the day, but we worked on it. I was pretty good, just can't pass nobody. So did a good job of kind of getting up towards the front and held everybody off on old tires for the stage win. Now we got to pick our way back through, but proud of the effort. Appreciate Menards and Ford for doing what they do. It's been a tough day, that's for sure. I think a lot of people have been in the same boat, but keep going. We got over 100 laps left, so it'll be good.
Which is the crazy part. So with the heat the way it is and with the difficulty in passing 1 to 10, how would you describe the challenge of the day behind the wheel?
The heat actually hasn't been that bad. Not really. It's actually been a little bit better than I thought it was going to be. The passing side of it is probably the more frustrating part.
All right, so let's talk about moving forward here. You mentioned, and Jonathan Hassler told you before you came down pit road, we're going to pay the penalty here. How tough will it be to get back from, I think you restart 21st. How tough will it be to get back to the front?
Yeah, it'll be hard, for sure. We've really worked really hard today to try to get our way to the front and use some pit strategy to do that. So it'll be tough, but it's all about restarts, trying to take advantage of kind of people's mistakes on restarts and get some spots here and there. So that's the biggest thing. So hopefully we can get a couple of good restarts and keep moving forward.
Is there concern, having seen other drivers have tire issues today, that might be something you might have to deal with later?
I won't think about that before we put it in my head. Hopefully it's all right.
All right, Ryan Blaney winning stage 2. He'll restart 21st once we get going back green, Parker.
Well, Marty, the highest running playoff driver
right
now
with
in
Chase
this race
Briscoe.
as we sit here on a red flag is Chase Briscoe. Now, that is not really how most of the day has gone. I think at most of the time around 25th, what are you fighting inside this car?
Everything. It's we've been too loose, then we tighten it up, and then we're way too tight. We're just we're just teeter-tottering back and forth. So we really struggled at the All-Star race with the same thing. We would make a change, and we were way too tight, and then we'd make another change, it would be sideways. So got into the shred, we might go to the Home Depot over there, go get a kitchen sink, throw it at this thing. But I will say that last run, that whatever we had, we made a pretty big change, and it did get a lot better. So yeah, we just have been really bad in dirty air, bad by ourselves. So yeah, we definitely need some guys to keep eliminating themselves, but I do think this is the best our car's been. Now we're nowhere near where we need to be still, but hopefully we'll be able to kind of maintain our track position here and see what we can do. So that's what we're trying to do.
Well, guys, there's hope for the 14 yet.
Ed Parker, there's also lightning in the area.
Well, there we go. You heard it from Rick Allen. There's lightning in the area. So they are on the lightning clock right now, which means 30 minutes have to pass by under this red flag condition without a lightning strike in order for the teams to be back in their cars. So I think those drivers that were willing to stay in their cars there a little bit longer will no longer be in their cars. And this race is going long at the Texas Motor Speedway tonight. Gonna be nighttime by the time the race does end. Cool, track temps down just a bit. Red flag for rain. Michael McDowell wins again, baby. That'd be 20 new winners. Dean Patucci, thanks for tuning in also. No problem as well, Dean. Yeah, hopefully Cody Ware is okay for sure. Craig Smith, welcome to the stream also. McDowell wins again. Put that man in a Hendrick Chevy. Everything's bigger in Texas, even the delays. That's good. That's a good comment. Robert Lucci, hopefully I said your name correctly. Thanks for tuning in, and thank you for that comment as well. Donovan Swery. See in the chat also. Charlie CWC. Thanks for watching as well. And 182Q KFTW, thanks for tuning in also. He was updating on the radar. Uncle Car Guy, thanks for tuning in. Where's Bell running? Bell had DNF'd. Fortunately, lost control in the middle of the corner and ended up wrecking. Turn 4, where we've seen pretty much every accident so far today. Turn 4 or on the front stretch. The front stretch cautions have been because of contact, and then everybody that has spun in turn 4 had nothing to do with contact, just losing control of their cars. Iowa Trains and Things, thanks for tuning in. Yar, welcome as well. Hovering right around 400, 450 people watching most of the race today. So again, thank you for tuning in, everybody. Again, be sure to hit that like button, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content if you haven't already. Jeff Torkson, thanks for tuning in. Just came home from a Bears game. I hope he's okay. Yeah, for sure. Talk about Cody Ware. Over 200 likes on the stream today also, so thanks for everybody for hitting that. Any driver interviews we get during this rain delay right now, you guys will get to listen into. I don't think they're going to call the race. I mean, it's weird. It's been sunny at the racetrack the entire time, but there is lightning in the area, and then it was also raining around the racetrack as well. By around, I mean at the track, even though the sun was out the whole time. So they kind of caught the edge of a storm, and as long as it passes through quickly, I think we'll get back to racing here. They're definitely not going to call it, not by the way it looks, unless there's storms that keep popping up behind what's already there and moving through. If that's the case, you know, that could be one thing, but where's Bell running? He's running a hotel. I didn't even see that. Elliott Reckball leading. He said he had a tire going down, but I don't think that was the case. We've seen a lot of drivers lose control on their own off turn 4 today. It's been very slick. And it looked like he had done the same thing. It's either that or he had a tire go down. I was pretty definitive that it was the first of those and that the tire wasn't down. Just based off of prior incidences that had happened today. But at the same time, I mean, I wasn't in the car, so we'll leave it at that. Hard to believe the race is only halfway with everything that's happened. It's past halfway. 220 of 114. Or, sorry, 220 of 334. Just over 100 to go. But a lot has definitely gone on. This is a long race. 11 cautions. Definitely slowing the race pace down a bit as well. Will Richard Childress run 3 cars next year? I do believe that's the plan. I think Reddick stays. I don't think he goes anywhere. I don't know where they're going to get the extra charter from, or if they have gotten it already. I think they plan on it, but they haven't announced like where they got the charter from, if they did get one, which leads me to believe that they probably didn't get one yet, but they plan on it. And the only way they get the charter is if they plan on staying a 3-car team in the long run, which would make sense with Austin Hill and Sheldon Creed down in the Xfinity Series competing for a ride. Austin Hill made a start at Michigan this year in the Cup Series as well, so maybe they're looking at Austin Hill taking over after Tyler Reddick in 2024. I have a feeling Reddick will possibly win. He's been consistently up there. One of the few drivers for sure that have looked like they've had speed and have been consistently up there. Blaney, Chastain, Larson, they all look quick too. Keselowski. Those are probably the quickest 5 if I had to say so. Interchangeable really, just depending on who's got the track position and is out in front. This has to be the most tired I think I've felt during one of these live commentary streams that was during the daytime and not at night. Usually this kind of stuff happens. It's like a late night stream. Hopefully it doesn't turn into that. Still got a decent ways to go yet.
But sit down, have conversations. Don't have that anymore. 20 minutes of practice. Now you got this break. So you take the 20 minutes from yesterday, you take the laps run today, and you just continually build on that. Using all the equipment, all the data that you have. Your teammates, this is what they're dealing with, this is how they're struggling, this is how they're doing well. And all that information can help move you forward, not only from making the car better, but also becoming a better driver.
Want to take a look at the playoff standings as they run. Again, we've mentioned the issues for Bell, for Elliott, for Bowman, and what that has done. Ryan Blaney right now, just above the cut line, as is Chase Briscoe.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a pit cycle at the moment, though. We've had some guys that stayed out to score points in that stage that have now come to pit road. So this is going to continue to move around. Now, for Bowman, unfortunately, and for Bell, not so much, who are in the garage. Even Chase Elliott, I hate to say this to the 9 car, but plus 12 is actually some of the better position we have seen him since his accident, because we have so many cars currently outside the top 10, or actually no playoff cars currently inside the top 10. And when we restart this race, I believe that's going to change.
So 114 laps to go. Let's see how we got to where we are now. And again, it started very early for Martin Truex Jr. around in turn 4. And that seemed to be a common area here for issues today.
Yeah, hard to believe that 19 has continued. It continued successfully. The 18 of Kyle Busch, not the same fortune. He goes all the way around. Heavy damage to the left rear. That's put the 18 out of the race.
Christopher Bell would have a couple problems with tires. This is the first trouble off into turn 1, right rear flat. He's able to get to pit road, repair that car, get back to racing.
Alex Bowman through the bumps, tire down. He makes contact. He's 8 laps down after this contact, trying to gain as many points as he can.
The 20, another tire, around he goes. This time, heavy contact both to the right rear and the right front. And then we saw a major situation on pit road. Luckily wasn't more serious, but a big fire in the left rear of the 21 of Harrison Burton. Spark off the socket, and then a big impact for Cody Ware, guys.
Yeah, Cody Ware hard into the outside wall and then hard back into the inside wall. Transported to the Field Care Center, waiting for an update from Cody and his condition.
Chase Elliott in the lead. Has a tire issue on the right rear, sends his car into the wall. Comes down to the infield here on fire. Frustrated end of the day for the 19.
Most recently, the rain came, and that brought them to a slower pace, but then lightning has put them on pit road and under a red flag condition. Right now, the race leaders, Michael McDowell, he had been running up in the top 5 early in this race. There's been 13 different drivers that have led this field through 23 lead changes, 11 cautions, and by the way, the record here at Texas is 13 with still 114 laps to go. That record is one that might get broken.
Might? I'll take the over. For sure. There's no way this race is just going to instantly run 114 laps. I don't think.
We saw Stage 1 Larson win. Stage 2 Blaney was able to get the win there. Chastain and Suarez gaining the most stage points today. And already in the 2022 season, a record-tying season of 19 different winners. Guess what? Look who's in front right now. Michael McDowell.
Holy cow. Austin Cindric screamed.
Going back through some season highlights. Oh, no, never mind. That's the same thing that was shown during the pre-race earlier about the 19 different winners and all the different drivers who have won this year. Yeah, 3 charters. Can Reddick drive the 78? That's probably not going to happen. I don't even know if they're affiliated with RCR in any way. I feel like Live Fast is just kind of their own team. I mean, they probably get their parts and pieces from somewhere. Maybe it's RCR. I have no clue if it is or not. Todd Gillen, he is... I don't know. 27th. Still 30 cars on the lead lap yet. I feel like today is the day we can definitely see a 20th different winner. A lot of random accidents throughout the course of today's race for sure. Random meaning that it could literally happen to anybody. And that's the case any sort of time, but just with how treacherous turns 3 and 4 have been today with grip. But leaders reckon in clean air, it doesn't matter. I mean, they're just losing control. I will say, you would have to imagine when the storm goes through, track temps are probably going to cool because they only have maybe an hour and a half or so of daylight left at the most. So if this race runs into the nighttime under our weather delay right now, then it'll definitely add grip. It'll probably be harder to pass. With that being the case, drivers are going to have a little bit more control of their race cars as a result. They get engines from them? Yeah, maybe. Good chance. Oh, man. Yeah, he said Reddick's driving next year. I wouldn't say it's 100% guaranteed, but it more than likely that will be the case. Hawker says we're good to go once lightning hold is over. Well, there we go. There are fans that are returning back into the grandstands. That tells me that there isn't any more lightning in the area. So I don't think that would be the case. Also tells me it's not currently raining. I don't think they really lost the racetrack. It's just the lightning that brought the field into pit road for the delay. The reasoning for the red flag. Seriously, think he'll give any more details about Reddick? Yeah, I mean, that's very true. And he doesn't have to either. Kevin Harvick, fan for life, thanks for tuning in. Rain delay. Big Dog, thanks for tuning in also. Yes, this track does have lights. Texas has lights. Remember, guys, they ran the All-Star race here earlier this season at night. I feel like that question gets asked a lot more than, like, oh, does the track have lights? I feel like when I was a kid, I knew, like, what tracks had lights and what tracks didn't. It was a lot more or a lot less, I guess, at the time then than what it was now. I mean, now there's only, outside of road courses, the only ovals that don't have lights would be Michigan, Pocono, Indy, if they ever run the oval there again. Dover. Dover doesn't have lights. New Hampshire doesn't have lights. I think that's it. I think those are the only 5 tracks that are ovals that don't have lights. Correct me if I'm wrong in the chat. Maybe add another one. But yeah, outside of the road courses, I think those are the only tracks that don't have lights on ovals. I think there's just 5. If you guys see me yawning, I'm sorry. I'm keeping it as quiet as I can. I am spent. This has been a long weekend for me. I already about it. Really want to eat because I'm kind of hungry too, but after the stream's done, of course. And 4S videos, thanks for tuning in. Oh, yeah, you're right. Talladega is another one. Okay, so there's 6. Yeah, I forgot Talladega. No, Talladega does not have lights. I mean, Atlanta has lights. They haven't done a night race there in a while. Chris Buescher standing in with Parker Kligerman.
Been, I guess the best way to explain it, chaos. You've even spun out at one point, but now you're in 5th. Please take us to your day.
Yeah, it's been a roller coaster, no doubt about that, but our Faststone Mustang has a lot of speed in it, so proud of everybody. It's good to have some good momentum after last week as well, and it's been exciting today. We've gone through some highs and some lows, and lost it off 4 there. Went through the infield, brought back some of those Charlotte memories. Fortunately, here we just got grass, so back in it now. We got the car, no damage, so we're sitting here, and I feel like it's a good spot when we go back racing, which I imagine we got plenty of time in the day to get her fired back up, so we're ready to go.
So we're seeing, a lot of drivers talk about it being very edgy and sort of sketchy at times. I mean, take us through that. Like, how on edge are you every lap?
Yeah, pretty much. Whatever everybody else said, that's it. It is right on edge all the time from a balance standpoint, and then from the resin or PJ1, just knowing how high you can go and how much you can get into the grip. It's come in a lot better than the Xfinity race, but I'd say we're still chasing it and trying to figure out if you can get a little higher yet. Hard to pass, just dirty air. I'm really struggling with that, and once you lose that track position, it's really hard to make it back up any large amount of it. So guys are doing a good job from the top of the box, calling some good strategy here, and let's see how the rest plays out. We got 115 to go or so.
Something like that.
Plenty of racing left yet.
About 5 hours.
Yeah, don't say that at this point. But yeah, another couple hours anyway, and we'll wrap this thing up and figure out if we can't get back to the lead.
So we've seen some tire issues amongst the field. I mean, have you been worried at any point? Have you had any vibrations that you sort of thought was a tire issue?
Yeah, we had a little bit earlier on. We had had some vibrations that were getting a lot worse. We were right behind the 48 when he blew his tire, and that was our bad run. So I was definitely a little nervous at that point, and I won't say fortunately there was a caution, but the caution kind of let us regroup and come out pit road and look at it. I don't think that we can see anything wrong. We've had some of these races through the year where a lot of rubber's built up in the wheels and cause vibrations that give you a false sense, but it's not really the case here, so I definitely feel like there's a good chance something wasn't going to be with us a whole lot longer, but we've been good since then, and I think that we're to a point now where we feel like we're in good shape. Had that set of tires cut apart and looked at to make sure that everything was all right, and sounds like it is. So if it's not, they're not telling me. So we'll go back out there and give it 100%. And if they hold up, then they will, and if not, then it'd be unfortunate.
So is there any rhyme or reason for them, do you think? There's any high speeds through the corners, anything like that, running into the resin at all? Or is there anything you think could be affecting them?
Man, Parker, you're asking the wrong person these to get these answers. So I don't know. It is really fast. A lot of throttle time. The bump in kind of the middle groove of 4 is definitely putting a lot of load in the car. I think that's where we've seen a couple cars spin that weren't tire issues. So yeah, there's some high loads and a lot of cornering. There was a lot of heat early on. I'd say it's going to cool off a good amount now, and with the shade coming over the grandstands anyway. So maybe it gets better, but I don't know what's causing it in the first place. So I really can't tell you if it's just a lottery, but you know, we've been in good shape just like last week, and we're fortunate, and you know, we'll act like there's not an issue for us and keep on our game plan.
Yeah, I want to step out bigger picture, go back to last week and what that has done for this organization. Then you guys, with Brad, win the pole this weekend. I mean, what's going on at RFK? It seems like it's firing on all cylinders right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's I say it's been a good summer. It's been a good several months, and I've been really proud of everybody working really hard, and we've been coming along. We've had some really solid runs. We've had some that we've missed just a little bit, and you know, we're taking that and we're learning, and we're able to put it together and get that win in Bristol, which was amazing. To put Fastenal in victory lane for the first time on the Cup Series side, that was a big. Yeah, they've been in the sport a long time, so that was a long time coming. But and then Brad with the pole yesterday was awesome to see that speed carry right over to a completely different style of racetrack. And we both cars have speed today, so we're just trying to fight for that track position and get there. But yeah, it's really neat that we have that that speed in us. We're getting the results out of it. And we got some more races to keep trying to upset these playoff wins and get after it.
And tell me the feeling crossing the start-finish line there, seeing the checkered flag. Your first win wasn't quite that way. How different was this one?
Yeah, we got to do all the right things here. I got to go under the start-finish line, got to do the victory celebration on the front stretch with the team. We got to go to the real victory lane. We didn't even get to go to the neat victory lane at Pocono back in the day. So this one was really special. Meant a lot to me. Bristol was my favorite racetrack, so I definitely wanted it there a little bit worse than anywhere else. And I guess on top of that, we went across the line. I'm like, nah, maybe one more lap for safety. I was like, I want to make sure we're good here. But shut her dad out the back, and just awesome for RFK to have 2 cars there that had speed, to pull the win off. Just shows that we're making great progress. Everybody's working really hard and getting us in the right direction. And like I said, we've got more wins in us this year, and we're going to be ready to hit the ground running for 24 as well. So yeah, I think that I'm happy with where we're getting to, and yeah, we're ready to keep after it and see what we can get tonight.
Well, guys, I think somebody summed that one up as a huge milestone win for Chris Buescher and RFK last week.
An interesting.
That's a good point, Earl. Yes, if the track didn't have lights, they probably would call it for the rain delay we have now. But the fact that it does have lights, well, they might not call it. I don't know what time exactly sundown is in Texas. I know sundown at my house is going to be like in the next 15 minutes, but I think Fort Worth, Texas is Central Time. So they probably have about another hour of daylight there yet. 114 laps is doable, depending on how soon they can get back to racing, of course. Covers are still on the cars, even though it hasn't rained in a while. Not sure how many more minutes we have to wait on the lightning clock right now. I think Michael McDowell will win his second win. I'll probably lean towards no. He was up towards the front at one point, but he didn't have the speed that some of the other drivers up there at the time did have. He was on older tires too, which didn't help, but I don't think he's got... I mean, if you have a good enough car on older tires, you can still hold on to it. I mean, look at what Ryan Blaney was able to do at the end of Stage 2. But in this case, I would lean towards probably no. Eric Jones had a much better car. Harrison Burton's had a better car than him too. Reddick's in 4th. Buescher. All those guys I feel like have better cars than McDowell today. McDowell's probably better than Haley. I'm rolling Dillon, Gregson, Ty Dillon, that is. Gregson Gibbs. He's better than those guys in the back half of the top 10, but the guys right behind him on this next restart coming up, I wouldn't really say so. Drivers in the top 10 who haven't won this season: Michael McDowell in 1st, Harrison Burton in 3rd, Justin Haley in 7th, Eric Almirola in 8th, Ty Dillon 9th, Noah Gregson 10th. So quite a few. Some of that was off of pit cycling. I don't know if some of those drivers might have stayed out knowing that there was potential rain coming in. I doubt that had much to play in with this. Considering it was just a small storm, they had to have known that it wasn't going to end the race by any means. I think they were committed with the strategy rain or shine. So I don't think you're going to see anybody pit as soon as they go back to green flag racing again. Track is pretty much already dry. They're just waiting on the lightning clock. In Florida for 4 weeks. There you go. Hopefully you had fun. Yo, finish today. Past halfway. Sorry, finish it Monday if necessary. I mean, they don't have to do that. It's literally a shower that just kind of blew through quickly. There was just lightning in the area. That's why we're under a delay still. No need to call it. On a technicality, the only way they would be able to call it is if they didn't feel they had an opportunity to get the full race in under a reasonable time frame. So the only race I can think of that I'm shocked that they didn't call it would have been Daytona a couple weeks ago, but that caution with the rain incident, that I wouldn't be surprised if NASCAR was like, you know what, we're just going to wait this out all day for the reason alone that happened. I don't think it being a regular season finale had anything to do with it necessarily as what it did, that the caution with the rain coming out causing that big wreck. They probably wanted to not have that be the end of the race, in my personal opinion.
Happened.
Yeah, Cody Ware loose in the middle of the corner, and not sure if he overcorrects the car or if the car had a mechanical issue, but it turns directly right at the outside wall and then into the inside wall. Almost, look how close it was to hitting the blunt end of pit wall. They added that extra part of pit wall to keep a car from going through that hole and into a pit box. Remember the Mark Martin crash at Michigan years ago? They've since added that little bit of wall there. Fortunately, Cody didn't get into that, but only a few feet away from it.
And again, great news. Anytime you hear they have been checked and released from the infield care center, that's a great thing. But obviously, a very big hit there for Cody Ware. Michael McDowell, the driver that is currently out in front of this field, even though the cars are all covered still, has to feel pretty good about the day that he has put together. And let's hear from him. He's with Parker.
Right, Rick. He's the leader of the Weather's So Bad We Probably Can't Go Back Racing Club. But I want to talk about the situation you're in with the shifter. You said you don't have fourth gear right now?
No, let's go back to the weather.
Yeah.
There is a 0% chance that we go back racing. I'm 100% confident of it.
You're an incredible weatherman. You probably had the same accuracy.
100% right all the time. Yeah. But, we got a few issues on the left track stop Ford Mustang. Had good speed all day. Ran the top 10 both stages. But that last restart going the fourth, I had a little bit of issue. I think I have a plan here. So hopefully we'll get through the gears and everything will be all right. But, we'll see what happens.
Do you want to let the car behind you, is that Tyler Reddick, know what your plan would be in that sense?
Well, I think we just did, so unfortunately we did. But no, I think that, like I said, I tried it a few times. I'll be able to make it work. It won't be too bad. But I don't think we're going back racing, Parker. 0% chance.
I can tell you really want that to happen. So let's talk about the racing, though. I mean, it's been described as edgy, sketchy. I mean, what have you been experiencing out there?
Yeah, sketchy, edgy, out of control. It's fast and slick, and that resin's really tricky right now. You can get up in it, but if you just get a little bit too high, the car's out of control. And on the restarts, it's a bit daunting, and the cars are so close to the limit and bottoming out, and it's a rough ride through there. And so it's definitely one of the toughest Texas races I've been a part of. And traffic is tough to navigate, and track position is really key, and that's why we're up front right now. A little bit off sequence. Hopefully that'll pay off here later on in the day when we need it. Be up there at the front when it counts.
How big a difference is it for some of the viewers out there that can't really understand when we talk about track position, where running 15th to 20th versus being up there at the front and maybe the top 5? How different does it feel inside the car?
Oh, it's huge. I mean, it started that race. We were able to get in the 4th and stay there that whole run until the caution came out, and unfortunately we came off pit road 13th, and it was a completely different race car, and I was swatting flies back there just to stay 13th or 12th when I was able to run in the top 5 pretty easy early on. So track position is really important, and same thing, that's why we're off sequence a little bit, try to get some of that back later on.
All right, they want me to go back to booth. I'm going to let you lobby one more time. What's going on with the weather?
Yeah, 0% chance to go back racing. Sorry, folks. Yeah. We might as well just take the 34 left straddle stop the victory lane now. Let's do it.
There you go, guys.
Bart, that was pretty. I mean, that was a good delivery right there.
At least he had a smile on his face when he was saying that. We know that there are still 114 laps to go from here at Texas Motor Speedway. Again, the clouds passing through. The reason that the cars are covered up and we are under this red flag condition is because of lightning.
Well, so I know he was, a little tongue-in-cheek saying, hey, let's go to victory lane. But that would be, we talk about 20th winners. That's a car, much like the 17, that has improved steadily all year long. Blake Harris gone on top of the pit box for Michael McDowell in that 34 car, and he's having a career year. He's showing up not just in the super speedways, not just in the road courses, but everywhere we go, this 34 car has gone from, top 30s to top 25, top 20s, top 15s, top 10s, and here they are leading here today. So it would, perhaps weather would be his best case at the moment because he's sitting in the lead. But, he has had the speed at times where he can go up and win a race.
Let's go back down into the garage area, and Marty.
How about the pole sitter today? Brad Keselowski led 31 laps early on, had a tire issue. How would you describe the racing today, Brad?
It's been a day. We've had tire blowouts, wrecks, a little bit of rain and now lightning, but I think we're going to get back going green here a little bit, and our car's really good. I'm really proud of my team. We've made such huge strides here over the last few weeks and really months, and now we're able to show we've got a really fast Roush Performance Parts Ford. Got Kings Hawaiian with me here this weekend, which is great. We really want to get to victory lane. Feel like if we can go back green and we can survive, we'll have a shot at that.
So you mentioned survival. We heard how on the edge Michael McDowell was talking about it a moment ago. How concerning have the tire issues been today for everyone in the entire field?
Yeah, I mean, it's on everybody's mind. It led 34 laps, but I have a feeling you're not going to want to be the one leading this race with 30 to 40 to go, because it's whoever's running the fast laps is going to probably have the tire issues. So it's really dicey out there, and you're just trying to be smart, Marty.
Is it just a speed issue? Like what's causing the issue, Brad?
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody's got a different opinion on it. I know my opinion, is that we can, the team can make really aggressive calls on how they set up the car, and they can put camber and take air out, which makes it really hard on the tire. But we took all that out of our car, and we're still right on the ragged edge. So it just seems to be the faster the cars go, the harder it is. So big challenge in front of us, especially with the track cooling off and the pace is about to go way up. So this is going to be a hairy 100 or so laps when we get back going.
I was going to ask you, is it even more concerning because you can feel it cooling down outside, so clearly the speeds will go up. So if it's all speed, does that make it even worse of an issue?
Yeah, the speed is part of it. The tires aren't falling off for a number of reasons. Goodyear brought a really durable tire in the sense that it doesn't wear, but then on top of that, you have the PJ1 on the racetrack, which grips up. So when the tires do start to slightly fall off, you can just go up there and it saves the pace of the car, and that sustained load is just really tough. So big challenge in front of all the drivers. Like I say, going to be a hairy 120 laps to go.
All right, so let's talk about where things are with Roush Fenway Keselowski Racing. How odd was it for you last Saturday night? I mean, number one, you had a terrific car and had an issue there, but to be in victory lane but it not be your win, I know you've had that before with Brad Keselowski Racing.
Yeah, it's still bizarre world for sure. I want to win races for the 6 car, but I'm really proud of our team and our company as a whole that we have enough similarities between the 2 cars that when one has an issue, another one can step right up behind it and have the result. So really proud of Chris Buescher and his work to get us to victory lane with RFK, and hopefully our turn here is later today.
As we watch you leading in Bristol, you led earlier today and obviously started on the pole. Where would you say the progression is for RFK? Are you where you want to be? Are you still a little bit away from where you want to be?
Well, we're not where we want to be in the sense that we don't have both cars in the playoffs, but we're where we want to be in the sense that we're showing good speed and capability of winning races. So that hasn't come easily. It's been a lot of grinding. I want to thank all of our team and company back in North Carolina that's been working their butts off to make that happen, and it's there's great competition in this series. You got Hendrick, you got Penske, Gibbs, Stewart Haas. I mean, these are great teams, and they've got a lot of resources, and we're not where we want to be compared to them yet, but we're getting closer.
So you know what it's like to be an owner. You owned a truck team for a long time and brought up a lot of very talented drivers who are now in the Cup Series. But is it a whole different level to now be in charge of all those people and have all those budgets on the Cup side?
Yeah, the basics are the same. It's just you add another zero to all the expenses, you got to have great people. We got to surround them with the right resources and motivate them every step of the way and incentivize them. And so that part is fun. The trying to find the money to pay for it all, that part's really hard and not always as much fun. So, we're still working through all that and trying to find all the sponsors we need for next year. So hopefully these runs will help us get all those resources we need to where we can continue to run up front and win races.
It's been nice to see RFK up front. Keselowski on the pole today led some laps, and we just heard from his driver, Chris Buescher. So it's good to see these guys up front, isn't it?
I'm telling you, it's I got to be honest. I did not think that they would get things going in the right direction this quickly. I thought this would be a much tougher task for Brad, and I thought he would suffer through more frustration and poor runs. But things are they've got to be thrilled with where they are, and so looking forward to this off season to regroup and start next year with this type of pace.
Yeah, building momentum is really important. Had they not been able to build the momentum and really see change, then it would have been a very difficult winter because what we're doing is not working. So what do we got to do different? And then you're guessing, and then you go to the first race of the year and you're like, oh, we guessed wrong. So that positive momentum for Christopher Buescher, Chris Buescher, and as well as Brad is very important. Just getting them through the winter.
All right, Rick, you owe me $100.
What did I do? How do I owe you $100?
Well, we bet that Jeff wouldn't ever say Christopher Buescher.
Well, hey, you made the driver of the 17 change his name on the driver's side of the door. He put Christopher on there.
He has one win as Chris and one win as Christopher. He has to win a second race as Christopher for it to become official.
Well, you're seeing the crews and the teams head out to pit road. We have Danny Ramirez. Yes, that's right. Fanboy is here with us. We'll be on the other side of the break.
So it looks like the teams are entering back down onto pit road. Probably going to take the covers off the cars, get their drivers strapped in, ready to go, and finish out these final 114 laps. The AutoTrader Echopark Automotive 500 at the Texas Motor Speedway for the running of the very first race of the round of 12 of the playoffs in 2022. Still 12 playoff drivers having a shot at the championship. If we highlight what has happened, what hasn't happened, let you guys listen to the TV broadcast there for a little bit during the red flag. But as, again, we're about to get back to racing, we'll go back to the original live commentary schedule. Christopher Bell out of the race. He ended up having a couple different tire issues today, but the second of which took him out of the race. Chase Elliott ended up wrecking. Again, may have potentially had a tire issue there. It looked like he lost control off the exit of turn 4 as we've seen many spins in that corner today, resulting, as a result of handling issues in that specific corner throughout the course of the race. But he's out. Alex Bowman got in a crash today too. Also got loose. Ended up in the outside wall. Quite a bit of damage to that 48 car. He's 7 laps down to the racetrack right now. So the likelihood of him gaining positions is slim to none. Basically, the only way he can gain it is if more cars basically DNF in front of him or have some sort of mechanical issue in front of him that allows him to pass. So he's still out there trying to collect as many points as possible because it is 1 point per position. And he did have a decent car today, but unfortunately not the finish it looked like he would have hoped for. Bubba Wallace has had mechanical issues off and on throughout the course of the day. Something with the handling of his car has been way off, so he's back at 30th, last car on the lead lap right now. He is in the owner's playoffs. As far as that goes, every playoff driver outside the top 10 right now, but that is because they all pitted during the stage break for those who stayed out in the late cautions at the end of stage 2 to try and get stage points that can earn them better seeding, obviously going into Talladega next week for the playoffs. So that means each driver in the top 11 right now are all 9 playoff drivers, including 6 of which that still have not won a race yet in 2022 in the top 10, and then really 7 in the top 11 if you include Ty Gibbs in 11th place, who's running part-time at 23:11 for the injured Kurt Busch as of right now. Stevie Ray, thanks for tuning in. K. James, man, we've had a lot of people here come in to the chat recently. Ezra Jace Collins, thanks for tuning in. Yeah, we have a lot of names in here. Trying to see if I might have missed any others. Ron Sizzle 402, thanks for tuning in also. And the teams are definitely taking the covers off the cars. We'll be back to racing here very, very shortly. I'll get the NBC booth back in here for a little bit until we get back to racing.
Throw the green flag to start this race. Is this the first NASCAR race you've been to?
It's the first time that I've had that responsibility my whole life on anything. I was told just all you have to do is wave it. Do not drop it. Because you never know, like, as much as it was described, the power being so close to it felt like it was just going to rip my hand off.
Yeah, you don't want to make the highlight reel by dropping it.
Oh, no, at that point, oh my God, I would never hear the end of it.
We've been watching you guys totally on board. So the Jets are one thing. What do you think about these race cars? Would you jump in one from what the crazy?
Oh, easy. If you guys give me a seat in there, I'll jump in right now. Honestly, I'll go in as a sub driver, and I think I'll be able to do it. I hope.
All right. I see 99 on the hat.
Danny Suarez, he's been kicking that.
Yeah, you're close.
He's been kicking butt. He's been kicking butt.
That's good. Okay, so now, doing the movie, did you ever feel the urge that you should get a pilot's license after doing it?
Yeah, right now I'm in the middle of my pilot's training. So
Are you really?
Yeah, a couple of us. Glenn's got it. Tarzan's on his way to getting it. I know Jay, who's right there looking. You can't see him. He's just on the other side of the glass.
He wanted to be
looking at me like a proud father. He's getting his license. I know Lou is over there.
Yeah.
We're all on our way to get it. Tom ended up, he heard us talking about it one day, and the next day we show up, and there's like a beautiful box with just an iPad and like a bow on it, and it just basically was to start us up to getting our pilot's license.
Was it difficult for you guys to wait 2 years? Because I know you had filmed this, you finished the movie, and then it didn't come out because I believe Tom wanted it to be shown in theaters, not to be delivered streaming or anything else. Was that difficult for you guys?
It was tough to know that we were sitting on something that like we all knew how special it was, and we had Tom got us together to watch it during the quarantine, and we were just like, oh my God, this is gold. And so now seeing the response that everyone's had, and even coming back here and just seeing how many fanboys and fangirls and there just are, and now they're able to watch it from like the comfort of their own homes after having been able to watch it in theater. So it is now available you could stream it right now.
Yep.
But you could also go watch it in the theater and continue to add to the amazing box office success that we all knew that it had that potential.
Thrill seeker? Is that something that you've done all your life?
Oh, yes and no. There's these, I always call it, Discovery Channel kind of threw me off for a bit. As a kid, you'd run into bushes not knowing the dangers.
Yeah.
And then Animal Planet definitely shook me. But then doing Top Gun, I'm back to it. You know, there's like, and even waving that flag, it reminded me there's just an addiction to speed, and I try to get as near to it as I can.
Well, we have a car with a couple seats, so we'll have to get you back to ride with Bert. But now that might be like the what you learned about what's in the bushes, because after you make a corner with Jeff Burton, you might be
that corner right now.
You might be wanting out.
Yeah.
So, I won't lie, I've been a little jealous. I mean, we have a great time over here covering the race, but you guys are over there having a great time watching the race. It's a big crowd. It's fun. I hate we had this little delay, but the energy next door is pretty infectious. I want to come hang out with you.
Dude, come kick it. Crack a beer. We've been watching you every now and then. You popped in your head and just gave us a good old pump up, you know?
Yeah. Sounds like it's you and the drivers, Rick.
I think it's time.
With these guys.
I think it's time for us to go over there. Maybe that would be
we're back on in a couple minutes. How long is this next moment?
Well, we've got 114 laps to go in the race, and actually, I think they've already uncovered the cars, so we are ready to get back underway. So, Danny, thank you for joining us over here, fanboy. We've had a great time with you.
Well, thank you, man. Appreciate you guys.
Great time. Enjoy the rest of the race.
Go Kane.
Another bunch to go.
A Daniel Suarez fan, and we'll see how Daniel does Toward the end of the race, we know that Danny Ramirez did a great job of throwing the green flag. We're going to see that again here very shortly in Texas.
I like how he had two hands on it. I don't know if I've seen anybody go with two hands with the waving the green flag at the start of the race before. That was very unique. I will say the officials at the top of the stand, really at like a local track, it doesn't matter. They do a great job. They make it look easy, flipping the. I don't know the way. There's a specific way you have to like move your wrist to get the flag to fly perfectly, especially that high up in the air where it's a lot windier than what it is down at ground level, especially with these higher horsepower cars all breezing by at once underneath you too. Holding on for dear life, yeah, really. He had a death grip on it probably. His hands were probably hurting when he let go. Tim Brown, thanks for tuning in. Yeah, definitely hit the like button. Rent a Cow, thanks for tuning in. Oh, jeez. Brother's a diehard Blaney fan. Hope that he hopes that today is the day. Yeah, I do too, man. I hope so too. He won at Texas earlier this season in the All-Star race. Hopefully it has a less sloppier finish. Snipers Republic, thanks for tuning in. Red flag because of a rain delay, but the covers are off the cars. They're about to get back to racing here shortly. Back to almost 400 people in the chat again. I noticed a lot of people left during the rain delay and they're coming back. Like, oh, it's racing. Let's get back into this. I don't blame you. We stayed live through all of it, though. You guys got to listen into a lot of different interviews, both drivers and even celebrity. There towards the end of the rain delay. But yeah, we've consistently had about 450 people watching during the actual race coverage for quite some time. So appreciate you guys tuning in again on another Sunday afternoon. And definitely getting down to the wire once we get back to racing at least. William Ayers, thanks for tuning in also. Yeah, hit that like button. 114 to go right now. 236 likes on the stream. Be sure to keep smashing that like button.
Ware was involved in an accident on track earlier in today's race at Texas Motor Speedway, transported to the Infield Care Center. He's been released from the Infield Care Center and will return home post-race. Thankful for the track safety crews, medical personnel, as well as the stringent safety measures NASCAR institutes. So that's a great message that has been delivered, Kim.
That's right, and team manager Robbie Benton met with members of the media outside the care center to give us an update on Cody. They went through all of the typical protocol when you get into an incident on track. Cody cleared all that. They did keep him in there a little bit extra to do x-rays. He had a little discomfort in his left ankle, but nothing broken, nothing fractured, no concussion. So all good news there. Robbie said he has every reason to believe Cody will race next weekend at Talladega, but they'll absolutely have to do a follow-up to see how that ankle pain is. Not likely get NASCAR's approval to go racing in Talladega. But the best news is Robbie said Cody was his normal self. Cody was Cody.
Wow, that is great news. We're going to show you once again what happened in turn 4 to Cody.
Yeah, he's sideways right here and then overcorrects into the wall. Such a hard impact. And then the car comes down the racetrack on the pit road, making contact with the pit wall here, just missing that opening. That was probably absolutely the most frightening part for everybody down there, but we saw him starting to get out of the car, and you can tell that he's very uncomfortable. And now you see the drivers getting ready to fire these things back up. So we
Kyle
get back to
Larson.
race.
He's got that clear shield on his.
Alrighty, so again, that was the update on Cody Ware, who was potentially injured in a crash earlier. No broken bones, good to hear. No concussion throughout the protocol. He was talking about his ankle being hurt. They'll have a follow-up, I'm sure, with maybe regular doctors later on in the week to see, what's going on with that ankle, if Cody Ware can race next week or not. But glad to hear that nothing too serious from what it seems like, at least based off of the reports from the Infield Care Center and from NBC there, as you just heard moments ago. Red flag is lifted. They're back under caution. Cars are going to be rolling off the pit road here any moment. So we will get back to racing following a rain delay. Not sure exactly how long the rain delay lasted. It was probably good. What was it, like 6:30? A little over an hour, 15 minutes or so. But the rain delay is done. There was no rain and we're probably over by now, but we still have 114 laps to go. We'll get through this eventually. We're all toughing it out together. What was a Sunday afternoon now is turning into a Sunday night here very shortly. Yeah, if you would have caught the corner of that pit wall, that would have been not so good. I mean, there was no safer barrier there. It was all concrete. And not only that, but his car was already exposed with how much damage he had on the impact initially in turn 4 when he broke the wall on the outside, broke the safer barrier. So that definitely wouldn't have been ideal for sure. Krista Becker, thanks for tuning in. Not sure why they're not updating the website. What website? Not sure what you mean by that. If you're talking about our live leaderboards, because we were under red flag there for a little bit. No longer the case, though. They're under caution. Currently taking pace laps right now. They were about to go green. They had the one to go signal out initially to start the final stage before the rain ended up actually coming. While they were under the caution. So I don't imagine we're going to have too many laps here. Teams have already gotten the opportunity to pit before the rain came. For those that wanted to pit, quick pass-through shower. It should be good to go the rest of the evening. Out any further inclement weather of any kind. Get back to racing here within another lap or two. Yeah, USA Network is the actual station. I said NBC just because that's the affiliate right now. Covering the second half of the NASCAR season. One to go signal at the start-finish line. They already went through the choose cone as well. Because, again, they got the one to go signal prior to the rain delay. So Michael McDowell will be in the lead, and he'll be the inside of row 1. Row 2 will have Michael McDowell in there. Alex Bowman back on pit road. They're going to change left side tires on that race car. Maybe didn't have the lug nuts tight from before the red flag. Sun is about to go down behind the grandstands at the Texas Motor Speedway. They probably still have about another half hour, 45 minutes of daylight there, if I had to imagine. Again, they're in the central time zone. So here on the east, it is dark at my house, but not at Texas quite yet. They do have lights, though, so no problem. Track's going to be a lot more grippier, I'm sure, in the next half hour or so. Maybe even right now as the temperature has cooled down just a bit. I think it's like 94 there. It was 97. Track temp was at 141 degrees at one point in the middle of the afternoon. 91 degrees right now, 114 degrees track temp. So track temp's dropped almost 30 degrees. So it'll definitely gain a little bit of grip. And those drivers that were struggling 3 and 4, we'll see if they'll continue to struggle again as we're about to get back to racing. Bowman's still trying to catch up to the field on the back straightaway right now. And he's already 7 laps down. Pace car on pit road. Michael McDowell going to lead the field into the Geico restart zone. And the green flag is back in the air following just over a 1 hour rain delay at the Texas Motor Speedway. And we are back to racing finally. Good push on the outside lane from Harrison Burton to Eric Jones. Michael McDowell was able to pull away from Reddick by about a half a car length at the line. Inside lane has been the preferred lane, has gotten to the lead every single restart today. Will somebody finally be able to get the outside to work? Eric Jones trying to do so right now, still side by side. Big move by Brad Keselowski going 3 wide on the back straightaway underneath the 5 of Larson, making the pass happen. Larson in the middle lane has to back out of the throttle, loses a few spots. Jones is still side by side with Michael McDowell right now. Tyler Reddick on the bottom, bump drafting McDowell on the front stretch. Reddick going to go to the inside. Couldn't quite get underneath the 34 car. Michael McDowell has to stay in line behind him. He remains in front of Harrison Burton, and McDowell will shut the door. Clear! Oh, and he stuffs the 43 in the wall. To hold clear, Michael McDowell squeezes the 43 of Eric Jones into the wall off turn 2. Here comes Reddick with a run out of the outside. Here he comes on the front stretch trying to get by the 43 of Jones. And I'm sure Jones wasn't too happy with McDowell after that terrible block. Terrible meaning he was not clear. And Tyler Reddick now to the inside of Eric Jones for second. How much damage has that done to the 43 car? Those drivers that are on fresher tires right now are led by Keselowski and Byron in 9th and 10th. Reddick will clear Jones off turn 4 for second. Kevin Harvick battling to the inside of Harrison Burton for 5th place. And Reddick is going for the lead in turns 1 and 2 underneath the 34 of McDowell. McDowell on the outside. Reddick down low. And Reddick will clear McDowell for the lead. McDowell's up out of the groove. He has to lift. Here comes the 43 of Eric Jones on the inside of McDowell. McDowell might have to be careful here. Jones might squeeze the 34, knowing that the 43 had squeezed the 34 earlier. Clean pass for Eric Jones, and McDowell will have to slide back in line in third right in front of Chris Buescher. Harvick still hasn't completed the pass on Harrison Burton as he sits still in 6th place. Burton continuously on the outside, though, again in turns 1 and 2. Remember, Burton's car was on fire at one point earlier, and they've rallied back inside the top 5, at least temporarily. Chase Briscoe's also moved up a handful of positions since the restart from 13th to 8th, and is still the highest running playoff driver. Harvick almost cleared Burton off turn 4, but not quite. Burton gets the run on the high side and again clears Harvick by about the time they get to the start-finish line. As they continue to battle, Justin Haley in 7th place is starting to close the gap on those two a little bit. Chris Buescher, by the way, got around Michael McDowell the last lap for 3rd on the outside. Buescher trying to go for back-to-back wins. Be the second driver to do so. The only other driver this season to do so was Kevin Harvick, winning back-to-back at both Michigan and Richmond towards the end of the regular season about a month and a half ago. Half a second lead now for Tyler Reddick over Eric Jones. And Buescher has closed that gap to a little less than 0.2 of a second now behind Jones. Harvick again on the bottom of Burton. This time he's on the inside in 1 and 2. And he'll complete the pass there. The other times he got to the inside of Burton, it was more towards the exit of turn 4. It was a little too late. And of course, with more banking at 3 and 4, it allowed Burton to get a bigger run there versus in 1 and 2, which is the flatter of the two corners on the racetrack. Reddick slowly pulling away from Eric Jones. Buescher lost a lot of time to Jones that last lap. Now he's 0.7 of a second off the lead all of a sudden.
With the vibration since, and he asked a moment ago once he got the lead, do I need to save fuel? Randall Burnett said no, go as fast as you can go right now. One interesting thing, Junior, you heard the temperature drop that Parker mentioned. Well, the wind also shifted and picked up. Much of the day was blowing from turn 4 over to turn 2. Well, now it's going from turn 3 to turn 1 and picked up. How's that going to change it for the drivers behind the wheel?
Basically, you're just going to have to deal with a balance issue both ends of the track, and that is now flipped. And so what I would like to hear from my crew chief is, if I'm talking about a certain balance issue, with that wind pushing me down into turn 1 or on the nose into turn 3, it's going to change the way the car drives, and just let me know that that might be possibly some of what I'm fighting.
JC1424, thanks for tuning in. Also see you in the chat. Jeffrey DeLello, thanks for tuning in also. Going to be like the All-Star race all over again? I hope not. I think everybody would hope not. Why would you say such a thing? Yeah, we're getting into the nighttime, and track is definitely cooling off a bit, and so far we've gone a little less than 10 laps since the restart. Tyler Reddick is throwing that lead out slightly over Eric Jones lap after lap. The big run is going to be coming from the 24 of William Byron. He got around Keselowski a handful of laps ago. Also, Justin Haley, and now is working on Harrison Burton for 6th. On the inside of Burton into turns 1 and 2. Couldn't get around him in 3 and 4. He's going to have a better shot this time around. Still can't clear him. Burton's hanging on well right now. He's having a great race. Probably the best run at an oval this year for Harrison Burton. He ran well at Indy. He finished in the, 3rd place position there earlier this season? 2nd? I know he's top 3. Him and Gilliland were 2nd and 3rd. Almost contact off turn 4 between Byron and Burton. Both cars checking up to keep it off one another. Burton was holding the 24 car Byron very tightly that time compared to the corners before that in 3 and 4, and it's allowing Brad Keselowski to close in on the 2 as they battle for 6 continuously. Burton clear off turn 2. Here comes the run for Keselowski behind him. Keselowski now to the inside of the 24 of William Byron, and that has held him up enough side by side between the 6 and the 24 car. Now for 7th place, and Keselowski will complete the pass off turn 4. Truex also making a pass on Justin Haley for position, trying to get back into this after a spin very early in the race today. A lot of comers and goers in this one. I like that comment, by the way, of McDowell putting the fear in everybody. Yeah. Fear of God and everyone. He's claiming his territory. Charles Long, thanks for tuning in. The most liked egg, thanks for tuning in. Another non-playoff driver win. It's likely. I mean, it's possible. If you consider the fact that Reddick is eliminated already, that could be the case. Jones, Busher, 2 drivers who have won within the last few weeks, running right behind him in second and third. Contact between Keselowski and Burton. Keselowski goes up the track into the 21. There was a little bit of smoke there, so they definitely made contact. Harrison Burton's holding everybody up right now, trying to hang on to the top 5 in case we get another caution. We haven't had any really long green flag runs today. Burton on much older tires. Keselowski took fuel only during his stop, though, so he's also on similar tires to Harrison Burton. And Keselowski will complete the pass through turns 1 and 2, finally on the 21. Somebody's gotten around him. Just outside the top 5. That's allowed Kevin Harvick to put quite a bit of a gap between himself and the 21. Looks like right now the gap is just over about 2.5 seconds. Martin Truex Jr. also going to get by the 21 of Harrison. Burton almost contact on the front stretch. Burton side drives his way right back by the 19. Not going to be clear into the corner. Truex dives it in hard. You can definitely tell the track's got more grip. It seems like these guys are able to race a lot more aggressively without anything major happening. More contact between the 21 and the 19. As they remain side by side through 3 and 4, Burton should get the run off the high side again this time, and Truex is not going to be able to stay alongside him, I don't believe. And I stand corrected. They are side by side. Here comes William Byron with a major run. Will he go 3 wide? No, he does not. He's got to be patient, staying in line behind the 21 on the outside. Truex easily clears Burton this time for 7th. Byron back in 9th. Everybody's getting by Byron, and Byron's still struggling to get by Burton. Got to be a little frustrated with his inability to pass the 21, despite the fact that other cars around him are getting by him as well as the 24. Byron no longer the first car of those that pitted during that last caution during the stage break. Cindric, Stenhouse side by side for position. Looks like for 24th. They're door to door. Side by side commercial break right now on the USA Network. Top 10 currently. Tyler Reddick leads half a second over Eric Jones. Chris Buescher 0.6 of a second off the lead in third. And then Michael McDowell is 4th, 2.4 seconds off the lead. Kevin Harvick in 5th, 2.6 seconds back. Brad Keselowski is in 6th place, 3.7 seconds off the lead. Martin Truex Jr. 5.1 back in 7th. Harrison Burton still in 8th, 5.6 seconds off the lead. 9th place, William Byron, Justin Haley rounds out the top 10. About 93. Oh, we got a car hard in the wall off turn 4 somewhere. Chris Buescher. Problems for the defending winner in the NASCAR Cup Series at Bristol last weekend. And heavy damage to the right side of his race car. I saw a car smoking there all of a sudden. Looked like somebody at the front of the field because it looked like they were on Harvick's dash cam at the time. Caution is out for the 12th time today at Texas. It looks like a right rear tire down on the 17 car of Chris Buescher. Good old Goodyear / Next Gen tire issues. High Speed Racing League, thanks for tuning in also. Favorite drivers already out. Fine with Reddick, Jones, Buescher, McDowell win. Well, it won't be Buescher, it looks like. Wouldn't be surprised if something broke on the 24. As far as I know, he wasn't involved in anything. There wasn't major contact. It was just a little bit between him and Burton. I think he's just stuck behind him. Anytime Byron went to make a pass and couldn't complete it, he would lose his momentum, and then the cars behind him were so closely packed together, they were able to get by him and then eventually get by the 21 because Burton's on older tires than those guys that were working around him. Or in Keselowski's case, just didn't have as fast of a race car. Let Burton win. The record at Texas is 16. I think I remember them saying something about that during the red flag. That the most yellows in a Texas race is 16. I don't know what year it was, but I don't think we're quite on pace to break that, but it's not impossible. I'm trying to see if a right rear tire was down before the spin or after the spin. Oh, sorry. Most cautions at Texas is 13, not 16. I thought they said 16 during the red flag. Leaders are in the pits.
Jones, they're going to take 4 tires, Sunoco fuel. No real read on that short little run they had on the top right. Michael McDowell told the team he's tighter in the front, freer in the back. We'll need just a little bit help, air pressure adjustment, Marty, for them.
I think everybody a little bit concerned about the tire wear and seeing what happened to Busher. So Tyler Reddick coming down pit road is going to need a little bit tighter for fresh Goodyear tires, Parker.
And Marty, that's exactly what Brad Keselowski just said on the radio, that he is very worried about the tire issues that he just saw for his teammate Chris Busher. As you see, Kyle Larson wins the race off pit road. They are also talking about how many sets they have left, and they don't feel like these tires can go more than maybe 25 laps. We'll see.
So Larson wins the race out of the pits. He took 2 tires, gaining 7 positions. Everybody else that hit pit road took 4. There were quite a few drivers that had stayed out. Have to wait for our leaderboard to update here in about another lap or so to see exactly who will be the leaders following this caution when we head to the next restart on the other side of the commercial break. Be sure to hit that like button, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content if you haven't already. Over 460 of you guys watching. And we have well over 200 likes on the stream as of right now. Let me refresh it real quick. And we currently have 252. So, yeah, my goal, 300 tonight. We can get there. We can definitely get there. We're only 48 likes away, so be sure to hit that if you haven't already. Obviously, you all haven't hit it yet, so definitely do so. Helps these streams out a ton. Rodman717, thanks for tuning in as well. Nice hat. Let's go 12. Yeah, hopefully. I'm down for a Texas sweep. 99 in-car is ahead of Keegan. Yeah, slightly. I've had delays with my TV today more so than usual. I don't know what's going on with that. I've had to mute the race commentary in my ear. I usually listen to it for like any breaking news or whatever. I've been quick enough to at least get you guys the interviews as soon as I see them on the screen. Usually I can't get to that quickly enough, which is why I have the headphone in. But the reason why I'm not listening to it is because my laptop's like 10 seconds ahead of it. And it kind of spoils stuff for me, and I don't want that to happen. Plus, YouTube has the delay too, so what you guys are hearing, I've already said probably like 30 seconds prior. So there's a couple different delays going on for sure. Throw things off a little bit. Want Burton to win so I can order a number 100 car for the Wood Brothers. Yeah, win number 100. Oh yeah, you put that in the chat. I just misread it. I mean, that was a perfect timing caution for Burton that he needed. I don't know if he stayed out of the pits or not. I think he did. I'm surprised. He stayed out the last time and he stayed out this time. Kevin Harvick is going to be the leader on the restart. He was the first of those that stayed out. Truex will be second, followed by Byron and Burton in row 2. Briscoe and Chastain, followed by Blaney, Austin Dillon, Denny Hamlin, Corey LaJoie, the top 10. Larson in 12th, again, took 2 tires. He will be in 12th on the restart. The first driver on 4 tires on the restart will be Reddick in 13th. Still 88 to go. It's still outside the pit window to make it on field at the end of the race here, so that's why some of the drivers had stayed out at the front of the field. And the lights are out, and the pace car will be going green with 87 laps to go this time by. Robert Nelson, thanks for tuning in. Tires remind me of the old Indy race I was at. Only this is like consistent.
Rear tire durability is becoming called into question right now. Here's the right rear tire from Chris Busher's car, and you see where it's come apart, but also that bubble in the middle. And Steve, I'm not an expert in these things, so I'll throw it to you. I don't know if that bubble is more the cause or the effect of what possibly could have made this tire go down like this for Chris Busher.
Well, I'm not going to claim to be a Goodyear engineer, but I have seen tires that look like that in the past, and when they become damaged on the inside, it actually allows the air to work its way towards the surface. You can see an air pocket between like the inner and the middle, or the actual rubber layer of the tire. Perhaps that's what we're seeing right here. The challenge is, what is causing it? We heard from Brad Keselowski during the lightning delay, and he was very confident. He thought it was a speed issue. He thought maybe there were some things you could do with your car, but he seemed to be more fearful of it being a speed issue. Now, without a doubt, more air pressure makes a tire more durable. So as a crew chief, that's the first thing I would do, is just start digging through with our engineers. What information do we have? Do we have to add air? Because you have to get to the finish of this race. The other thing with 88 laps to go is you want to go fast, Rick, but you can run maybe 80 or 90% for a little bit.
Green flag back in the air at Texas as Truex pretty even on the restart with Harvick, but again, the inside lane has not given up the lead on a restart all day today through all 12 cautions. We'll stack up between Harrison Burton and William Byron in that second row on back. They're still side by side for third, while Harvick easily clears Truex for the lead down the back straightaway. If Burton gets by William Byron again, I think Byron... I don't know. He's gonna, if he gets a shot to clear Harrison Burton, even if he's not clear, I think he's gonna do it because he has not been able to get around him for a while, and they're still door to door on the front stretch. They're heading towards turns 1 and 2. Advantage Byron on the bottom. Burton gonna try to hold him tight on that right rear corner panel. He slides up the track though, and that's gonna allow Byron to easily clear by a couple car lengths off turn 2. Now Byron can go after Truex and Harvick and try to get the win away from those two non-playoff drivers, at least as far as the round of 12 is considered. And concern. Chase Briscoe fighting his car on the bottom, barely keeping it off Denny Hamlin, who's holding him tight in turns 3 and 4 on the outside. Ryan Blaney right behind him. They're all battling for 7th place between the 11, 14, and 12, and Todd Gilliland right behind him, holding down 10th place with a lot of drivers on fresher tires right behind him. Charles Long, thanks for the $5 super chat. Thanks for doing these, Keegan. Very enjoyable. I greatly appreciate that. Appreciate all the comments you guys say too about my commentary being really good, and I should, be an announcer and all that stuff, and that's definitely the end result, or the end goal, I guess, with this YouTube channel, why I started it in the first place anyway, so greatly appreciate that. Those comments definitely keep me wanting to drive on for sure. Motivates me to get better, do better, and get better feedback, I guess, during the course of these races. I've got some stuff planned that I want to do with these live commentary streams for 2023 for sure. I'm not capable of being able to do that before the end of the year this year with the travel schedule I have and everything, and my work schedule at work, but I've got some stuff up my sleeve for next year I think you guys will like, so definitely want to come back again after the season's over for sure. Well, I know one car that's going to squeeze Harrison Burton. Ross Chastain tried to off turn 2. There was nearly contact made. There might have been contact made. Whatever the case was, Burton had to lift to keep it off the wall. And he's going to lose a couple positions to the 1, the 3. I think the 11 might have gotten by as well, or is about to get by. Dropping Harrison Burton back to 6th, and that moves Ross Chastain up to 4th. He's had a fast car today, despite the fact that he hasn't really been towards the front of the field. He was one of those few cars that were out towards the front that actually looked like they had a fast enough car to win the race if they got track position that they would be able to pull away. There have been and Harvick's around hard into the outside wall as he's just blown a tire from the lead, going into the corner. Oh my goodness, coming back down the racetrack, everybody going to the apron trying to miss him as he sits backwards in front of the field. Everybody's going to miss him as everybody drives by, and terrible, terrible break for Kevin Harvick. I think he stayed out of the pits. Obviously stayed out of the pits during the last caution, but I think the stage break he might have stayed out also. I'm not entirely sure on that, but I think that was the case. I think it was the right rear that went down first for Harvick before he backs into the outside wall hard. His day's going to come to an end. Another blown tire and another leader wrecking in 3 and 4 with a potential said blown tire. Chase Elliott also did earlier towards the end of stage 2. Harvick has wrecked from the lead. Watching the replay of the in-car cam through that wreck, the wheels spinning around everywhere. Good thing he got his hands off of that. There's been some hard impacts, too, in 3 and 4. High-rated mid-corner speeds at Texas. Crazy. That caught me by shock. I just saw the smoke all of a sudden going into turn 3, and I was like, oh, he's out. He's back on pit road. He was able to drive it back despite the flat right side tires, but he's probably got a toe link issue on the right rear. From what it looked like, even if he doesn't, this car is not going to be on the lead lap, and he's not going to be nearly as fast as what he was either. So bunch him back up, and that is going to be caution number 13 of the race. Sorry, caution 14. Oh, no, I was right. That was 13. For whatever reason, it was adding another caution when they came back from the rain delay on my screen. So, 13th yellow. It's going to tie the Texas Motor Speedway record for a Cup Series race with the most cautions at the track. November 2014 was the race. Some of the leaders coming into the pits, some staying out. Chastain will be the first of which to pit.
But not very many.
Yeah, just a handful of drivers making their way onto pit road. Truex stays out. Chastain comes to pit road, though. Parker.
And you see Chase Briscoe, who's fought this race car throughout this day. They've made tons of changes on it. Just saw his teammate have those tire issues, so they're going to come down and put 4 Goodyear tires on the 14 car of Chase Briscoe, Marty.
So Phil Surgeon bringing Ross Chastain down has to work his way around the 14 car. So Steve, here's what I think's going on. I think he looked down, talking about Phil Surgeon, the crew chief for Ross Chastain, and said, we're way above the cut line. I'm not going to chance anything. I'm going to play it conservative. They had 3 sets of tires left. They just put on their next to last set of sticker tires, 1 more set of scuffs. I think that's what playoff drivers and playoff crew chiefs are thinking about right now. How conservatively can I play these final 79 laps?
Yeah, I mean, the challenge is with Harvick now going a lap down in the 29th position, there's 28 cars in the lead lap. So, I mean, you know, it's so easy to say, oh, well, put some air pressure in, put some new tires on, slow down. Well, to what point? If you say, hey, let's be nice and conservative, and no one else blows a tire and you run 27th, you ran 27th. I mean, you know, it's always so easy up here in the booth or on Monday morning to have an opinion. It is so hard to be down there in the blender on top of one of these pit boxes trying to make sense of all this.
And Steve, these playoff drivers also know that a win at Texas gets them to the next round. So you have to put that variable into it as well. We go to the Peacock pit box, and Brad and KP.
So 79, make that 78 laps to go in the race right now. Cutoff line as of right now, Daniel Suarez, last driver in, plus 12. Elliott, who's out of the race, plus 13. Cindric, first driver below the cutoff line, minus 12. Briscoe, who just pitted, minus 21. He was in the back half of the top 10. Briscoe hasn't had much speed today, though. He's been pretty much outside the top 20 all day long. Just trying to find a way to strategize their way to get towards the front. I think with the cars pitting for tires here, they may be potentially thinking about making it to the end on fuel. And worst case scenario, they'll need less fuel on their next stop to be able to make it, so it'll make for a quicker stop. Doubt we're going to get any green flag stops in this race today. Obviously, everybody that stayed out there, which is most of the field, is not going to be able to make it on field no matter what. I still don't think Chastain will be able to. The window was 62 to 67 laps, but if you consider we've had a lot of caution laps today, if we continue to kind of trend that direction, maybe Chastain could make it, especially to consider the fact that it seems like most of the pit windows have been enlarged with the next-gen car, like you can go further on fuel with this car versus the Gen 6. Here's Rudy Fugle being interviewed by Parker Kligerman.
For settings, we kind of know where all our stuff is, so definitely concerned because the track's going to pick up pace here with the sun going down. So let's see how that goes. We're just trying to get in that next fuel window, you know, so we can make another 15 to 20 laps. I think everybody will pit for their final time, and we'll see what happens. So,
you think the speed is the issue, that the cars are going so fast?
No, I mean, it's a ton of issues: air pressure, camber, speed. So it's how much load we're putting in that tire. So the faster we go now, you'll have more issues. Yeah.
Very interesting, guys.
So, in this tire topic, there's really 2 sides to it, and I could argue both sides. If, you know, Rudy Fugle just seemed to have a little more confidence than perhaps I was expecting about the settings in his car. So if there have been decisions by some of these teams to be not, near the edge and closer to the center when it comes to choices to allow for perhaps not maybe the weaker tire of the bunch or the track picking up grip or whatever it may be, then while I am always concerned about safety, I am less troubled with what it's doing for people in the playoffs and their finishing situation. Now, the other side is, if that's not really the case and it's a little bit more, just bad luck or bad timing or something you don't have as much control over, that is when it becomes more of a frustrating situation. And I don't think we know, right? I mean, still a lot of cars running, but we have seen a plethora of cars have driver issue, all different makes. I guess the one consistent thing is they all seem to be pretty fast when it happens.
Right. Rudy used the word conservative for his setup, so that might be a positive in this situation.
Correct.
If that does come into play.
Martin Truex Jr. on the inside of the front row, the restart, green flag back in the air. Byron outside of row 1 as well, and then in row 2 you've got Austin Dillon on the inside and Denny Hamlin on the outside. Larson's made his way up to 5th as well for the restart. Dillon has to lift on the inside lane. Going to stack up potentially the 5 of Kyle Larson behind him as well. Reddick slips up. Haley to the inside, 3 wide underneath of both McDowell and Reddick on the back straightaway. Jones to the outside, 3 wide, almost making contact with Tyler Reddick now into 3 and 4. Both cars checking up. Haley almost clear of Reddick off turn 4, but not quite. Reddick going to get the run off the high side and maybe pull past Haley on the front stretch now, and does just that. Byron still battling for the lead with Martin Truex Jr. Now Byron to the bottom. Truex up on the outside again. And Truex, who initially restarted on the inside, is going to hold on to the lead through 1 and 2. Blaney and Larson side by side for 5th place with Blaney on the outside, Larson down low on the bottom. Byron running a bit higher in the middle of the corner versus the 19 of Martin Truex Jr. Blaney not quite able to clear Larson at the start-finish line. Big time side draft from Larson, sends it into turns 1 and 2. And he's going to pull off the slide job maneuver, and he clears Ryan Blaney for 5th place. McDowell trying to hang on the outside behind him at about 6th. Tyler Reddick on the inside attacking. Denny Hamlin now attacking on the 24 car of William Byron towards the front of the field for 2nd. Side by side at the start-finish line, Hamlin having the advantage in 1 and 2. If you can get to the bottom lane and stay there into 1 and 2, it seems to be where you're able to make the passes, although Hamlin couldn't clear. He drove it off too deep. Byron got a little bit better corner exit speed. Byron squeezed into the wall by Denny Hamlin. Here comes Austin Dillon to the outside. 3 wide for the lead. Hamlin's held tight on the bottom. Dillon gets by, and he's up to 2nd. Hamlin into 3rd. Byron squeezed into the wall. He's been getting used up by a lot of cars at the front of the field in the final stage, I've noticed. Larson to the outside. He's looking to get a run on Byron for 4th. Hamlin and Byron door-to-door tightly off turn 2. Byron into the wall after contact from the 11. And Austin Dillon gets by both cars to the outside. Martin Truex Jr.'s pulled out to about a half a second lead on the 3 car. And Dillon's slowly running down the 19 of Truex. Dillon eliminated from the playoffs after the round of 16, but trying to get a 2nd win in the season for the first time in his NASCAR Cup Series career. Truex going to the top through turns 1 and 2. William Byron. Only 1 second off the lead still, back in 4th, but he's a good half a second almost behind Hamlin as the top 3 are very tightly bunched together. Larson still right behind the 24 car, pressuring him as well for 4th. And a decent gap between Larson and Blaney, at least more so than the rest of the cars inside the top 10. Truex keeps going to the outside lane. He's trying to get more straightaway speed with that. He's going to give up in the corners because it's the longest way around the racetrack, but he's getting a little bit better run off the banking. We've seen drivers wipe out, though, on the outside in turns 3 and 4, so it's maybe a little risky to do that there, although at the cooler track temps, it might be a little bit more comfortable now than what it was earlier in the day. 69 laps to go for Truex as he leads. Again, this is the first time the 19 car's been out in front. He spun out and ended up backing into the outside wall. For those of you watching on TV, there is damage to the back of his race car. Kind of more of scuffs than anything else. But he did back it into the wall, bringing out the first caution way back before lap 40. Finally worked his way to the front of the field. Still 1 pit stop out from the finish of the race yet. At least for the drivers who had stayed out of the pits during that last caution. But we'll just have to wait and see exactly what's going to go down. We're coming down to the wire with less than 70 to go. Tyler Reddick is closing the gap on Ryan Blaney. Larson again looking to the inside of the 24. Byron couldn't quite get underneath him through 1 and 2. Byron pulls him on the backstretch with the run up the higher side. Now Larson to that middle to upper groove now. In turns 3 and 4, looking for a better run on Byron. Maybe he's doing that so he can get a run, look low into 1 and 2, knowing that if he can get to the bottom there, it's a better chance to clear him on the inside in 1 and 2 versus the inside in 3 and 4. Blaney leaving the bottom open again. Reddick can't get to the inside of him as they continue to battle for 7th. Caution is out again, and now Truex is in the wall. Another leader has gone around. Heavy damage on the 19. Everybody misses him again. Caution is out for the 14th time today. A Texas Motor Speedway Cup Series race record. Hamlin's around on the front stretch. I think he got turned by Byron. Hamlin has gotten dumped on the front stretch, and it might have been from the 24 car of William Byron, who got squeezed into the wall handful of laps before. We'll have to wait for the replay. They kind of just panned over to Hamlin spinning. We got a rivalry going on between William Byron and Denny Hamlin potentially. And Martin Truex Jr. is going to be out. His window net is down. He's got damage on the right side of the car. Both right side tires are flat. He's hopping out. Both Truex and Kyle Busch have had a rough last 5 weeks or so. And Truex in this case, while leading, much like Harvick moments ago, much like Chase Elliott earlier in the race, has blown a right rear tire in turns 3 and 4. Unbelievable. They haven't said anything about Denny Hamlin yet, but I think he got turned by Byron. That's what I'm guessing. Bruce Buckner, thanks for tuning in. Abel Zuniga, MC Videos, see a couple of newer viewers in the chat for the first time tonight. Jay's Balloon Tricks. Slipshot Scott, thanks for tuning in. I missed the replay on Hamlin. Did Byron turn him? I missed it. I was looking at my phone, looking at the chat, and I missed it. Got over 600 people watching, though. Thanks for everybody tuning in. Again, hit that like button, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Hamlin did get his spot back because he was turned well after the caution came out on the front stretch by Byron. But 14 cautions today. Again, a Texas track record. Hamlin and Byron still nose to tail here on the front stretch. Austin Dillon's going to be the new leader. Hamlin crowding Byron. Hamlin's upset. He is all over. He's trying to hook the 24 car, I believe, under the yellow. Yeah, he's definitely upset. So the 24 and the 11 not seeing eye to eye right now. Byron had dumped Hamlin after the caution came out. Byron got squeezed into the wall by Hamlin a couple laps after a restart while battling at the time for about third place. Second, I think. Second at the time because then Dillon moved into second after the contact. Hard racing between the two of them. Both of them thinking it's not their fault. So we'll leave it at that. And under the caution, they're both heated at the same time.
To maintain pace, so they're going to put him back in where he blended back onto the racetrack.
Oh, I was wondering.
This is how it all kind of started right off of turn 2. Then he gets a little bit up the racetrack. You can watch the fire out of the pipes. He's off the gas trying to stay off the side of the 24 car, but still, Byron hits the fence, and he feels like that was Denny's responsibility. You can see how frustrated he is right here, running him shallow into the corner. Laps later, many laps later, he spins him out off of turn 4. This is down the back straightaway under caution just now. And I will be honest, I think Denny was very close to spinning the 24 out right here. Really thought about doing it, possibly wanted to do it or was trying to do it. He'll be glad it didn't happen. Because I don't even want to think about what NASCAR might have done had he spun the 24 under caution here. And an obvious retaliation, right? So the argument is, this is out of turn 2, how they get together and the 24 hits the wall. And people are going to say, well, you know, the 24 spun him out on purpose. But that's only when he admits it, right? Byron can claim ignorance and say, hey, I didn't know the caution was out. Kim.
And making stops here, Austin Dillon in the top left. He said he needs to be freed up. Right rear air pressure adjustment for him. They said they're right on the
Field is on pit road right now.
To get that fuel cell full. Kyle Larson up there at the top just needs to be freed up, Marty.
Jonathan Hassler calling Ryan Blaney to pit road from the top 5, 63 to go here. They do have 3 sets of tires, now down to 2 for the 12. Meanwhile, Denny Hamlin at the front of pit road pitting as well.
Tyler Reddick wins the race off pit road, taking 2 tires. Chastain up 10 spots, taking none. That's a bold strategy considering the right rear tire failures we have seen lately. But Logano taking 2, Haley taking 2, Suarez 2. Pretty much everybody in the top 10 all on no tires or 2 tires. Pretty much everybody with 2 except for Chastain took none. Under caution for the 14th time today, Mark Truex Jr. is blowing a right rear tire while leading in the final 65 laps or so of this race. Giving the lead to Austin Dillon, but then Reddick has just won the race out of the pits. So Reddick looking like he's going to be the leader then on the restart. I don't think we're done with the tire failures today, unfortunately. I hope we are, but I don't quite think so. Raji, thanks for tuning in also. Marquise Vegan, thanks for tuning in. Watermelon seeds cut tires. Jeez. Feed is awesome. Thank you. Appreciate that, Abel. So about 62 laps to go. Again, be sure to hit that like button, subscribe. It helps the channel out a ton. Get ready for a late race restart at the Texas Motor Speedway when they come back from the commercial break. Might have had some drivers stay out of the pits. Not going to be 100% aware on if anybody actually did. But it looks like Stenhouse, Gillen, Wallace, and Briscoe all might have hit pit road. Watching from Port St. Lucie, Florida. Thanks for watching, Paul. Stu Isaac, thanks for tuning in. Elliott is out of the race. Yeah, he blew a right rear tire while leading. Well, just waiting now. I'm sure you guys are well aware that this is a playoff race, but again, if a playoff driver wins, they will be locked into the round of 8. They will not have to worry about next weekend at Talladega or the Roval the weekend after that of potentially eliminating them from the playoffs. Here's Kim Kuhn with Martin Truex Jr.
Blew a tire. Simple as that. I mean, you know, I guess same as everybody else has been having. Man, ready for this year to be over. Strong Bass Pro Shops Camry, really strong car. Went to the back, passed a lot of cars today. Spun out the first run, and it's like, okay, what the heck was that all about? And just good car, couldn't do much with it. Just kept going to the back, and then as soon as we get track position, you know, the unthinkable happens. So it's a shame. It's been a crazy day for sure. A lot of blown tires.
With the number of tires blown from guys up front, do you think there's a correlation between the speed and the clean air and what we're seeing?
I mean, I wasn't any faster up front than I had been running. I think, you know, we had, throughout the day, our tires all looked really good. We had one right rear that came off. They said one more lap it was probably going to blow out, and they have no idea why. It wasn't a lap count thing or anything. It was just the one right rear was just destroyed. And like I said, our tires look good all day. So I think it's just a freak deal. If either you draw the unlucky straw or you don't.
There you have it. Again, Mark Truex Jr. leading the race. The right rear tire goes out. He hits the wall.
I mean, this is the challenge of this whole thing is why. I mean, I think the answer is there's a lot of opinions on why, but I'm not sure anyone knows absolutely ink on paper factually what is doing it. So what can cause it? Well, you can have settings in your race car that makes your car damage tires easier than someone else. You can have every tire. I don't think the durability of every tire is exactly the same. I think that would be pretty naive to think they're all exactly the same. We've heard Rodney Childers tell Marty Snyder that he thought, speed was a factor. Absolutely. I mean, the faster you go, you're asking more of your tires. So all of these things are added up. Now the question is, what do you do to manage? Well, who are you? If I'm Stenhouse or the 38 at Gilliland or maybe even Briscoe, even a playoff guy, though, he might think he has to go win this race. Risk is probably worth the reward. You probably need to push your car. You ask yourself, someone else in the field, though, slow down, as silly as that sounds, in a race may be the best option. Either way, we have to run 60 more laps here. And it's a complicated situation because I up here, I sound like I know about as much as Mark Truex Jr. and he was in the car all day, right? He only knows what he's feeling and he's being told, and he felt like he had one earlier that was an issue, and now he lost one while leading.
Well, if we're worried about the laps on the tires, the top three have 10 green flag laps on their tires. Ross Chastain back there, also with 10 green flag laps on his tires. Everybody else to pit road, changing 2 or 4.
So this is what has started all this chaos lately is Denny Hamlin up into the side of William Byron. William Byron upset about it. Down the back straightaway, William trying to show his little displeasure, and then
there it
don't have
is.
a
I
great
see
shot
it.
of it. But this is when 24 gets into the back of the 11 when the caution comes out. See the 11 spinning down through the grass. 17 very upset about that.
Yeah, we all probably imagined that it was on purpose, but until the 24 admits it, NASCAR's not going to react to that because he could say he was looking at his gauges or whatever, and then under yellow, they argue a little bit back straightaway, and we go down into turn 3, and Denny takes a couple chops at the back bumper of this 24 car, and I think he'd be glad that he didn't spin him out because that would be hard to argue it wasn't retaliatory, and I think that's when you start to drag NASCAR into it, whether they probably don't want to be in the middle of it.
58 laps remain. And Denny Hamlin.
There we go, 58 laps to go. I see a lot of you guys asking questions on the channel. Get through a couple of them here. Chris Buescher is out of the race. I did see that as one of them. That's pretty much it. I thought I saw more questions than that. They probably went off the screen by now. Sorry about that. Green flag back in the air, though. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. on the inside, heading into turns 1 and 2, and rookie Ty Gillen on the outside of the front row. Those two stayed out of the pits during the last caution, as did a couple other drivers at the front of the field like Chase Briscoe, Justin Haley. Haley moving backwards now. Stenhouse still trying to fend off Gillen for the lead. Stenhouse still down on the inside lane right now. Can't clear Gillen through 3 and 4. Gillen with a run. Remember, no car on the outside's been able to get to the lead on a restart so far today. Gillen did lead that lap at the line, but then it's Stenhouse in turns 1 and 2 is able to clear the 38 car by the exit of the corner. Tyler Reddick down to the inside of Chase Briscoe for third, battling him for position. Had a chance to clear, gave Briscoe plenty of room to run, racing him clean right now. And into turns 3 and 4 they go. And all clear now through 3 and 4 is Tyler Reddick. Highest running playoff driver is Chase Briscoe in 4th. Logano right behind him in 5th after passing Justin Haley through 3 and 4 that last time by. Everybody that pitted that last time definitely can make it on fuel to the end, but it's a question of will these tires make it to the end? It looked like Cindric might have gotten into the wall off turn 2, battling with Ross Chastain in the 1 car. Chastain down on the bottom, Cindric on the outside and off the exit of turn 4. I believe Chastain has cleared the 2. 3 cars under a blanket, battling for the lead. Stenhouse trying to hold on. Second time he has led today. Reddick to the bottom of the track. Clears Gillen for second place through 1 and 2. And back in line on the outside behind Stenhouse on the back straightaway. Joey Logano door-to-door with the 14 car for 4th place. Logano may be the highest running of those on fresh tires right now, as he is going to move up another position. Remember, Reddick took just 2 tires. Logano on 4 fresh tires. Reddick to the inside of Stenhouse into 1 and 2. Stenhouse runs the middle to upper lane, giving Reddick the bottom. Reddick is not going to be able to clear high, though, off the exit of the corner. Stenhouse going to get the run on the back straightaway. Stenhouse is going to run the 8 car tightly, nearly making contact. A little too tight. Stenhouse has to go up the track a little bit. And Tyler Reddick is going to be able to lead off turn 4. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe that is the first lap Tyler Reddick has led all day long. No, it is not. I am wrong on that. Never mind. I look at it, he's led 19 laps now. Glad I corrected myself quickly. Logano now all over the back of the 38 car of Todd Gilliland as well. Gilliland on the outside. Logano down on the white line on the bottom in the middle of 3 and 4. Stenhouse on the bottom as well, right in front of the 38. Justin Haley, Austin Cindric side by side. Cindric going to make a pass for 6th off turn 4. Got in the wall a couple corners ago, but he didn't really lose a lot of momentum. He was battling Chastain at the time. Chastain's actually fallen back a couple spots to 9th. Remember, Chastain, though, was also on older tires, too, as he ended up pitting for fuel only during that last caution. Gained him track position. He was right up there with Reddick on the restart, but he fell back, and Reddick obviously moved forward and is now leading. Logano still trying to get by Gilliland. Gilliland gaps the 22 car a bit and is actually closing in hard on the 47 in front of him.
I realize what circuits we're at. I mean, but good grief. The man wrecks you under caution, and he gets no penalty? What are we doing? I'll give him the penalty if he comes back to me.
Key words from Denny Hamlin. I'll give him the penalty if he comes back to me. Hamlin is still incensed behind the wheel. He restarted 21st up to 18th. Can he get to the 24? It's going to be good theater if he does.
Well, you heard it there from both Marty Snyder and Denny Hamlin and Chris Gabehart talking to each other with the radio team communications that you listened to there moments ago. And I would say so too, though, that the 24 wrecked the 11. I get the fact of what Dale Jr. was saying, that you don't know that he did it without intent. You could assume that likely would have been the case. But the fact that it was under caution, and Hamlin didn't get it. I could understand if Hamlin got his spot back, not penalizing William Byron, but the fact that, Hamlin lost a bunch of positions out of that, didn't make it real right, in my opinion. As far as the officiating call of it, I don't agree with it. I understand that, Byron was upset there for sure, but I can also understand why Hamlin's upset at the same time in the aftermath of the deal of getting wrecked under yellow. I give him penalty, yeah. And over 650 people watching in the chat down below. Thanks for everybody tuning in. Ryan Blaney's just cracked the top 10. He has passed William Byron for 10th place. The drivers at the front of the field right now that are on 4 fresh tires, I believe Blaney might be one of the first.
Way to go here, okay? Just try to calm down, it'll be fine.
Talking about and referencing what has happened with Denny Hamlin and the 11. And right now, William Byron running in the 11th spot, Blaney in 10th. Reddick with a 1.1 second lead now over Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Is there a situation where you maybe don't push the tire as hard if you got that big of a lead?
Well, we are slowly seeing who believes that the pace matters, who believes that doesn't. We heard Rudy Fugle felt like his car was comfortably set up. Reddick obviously is comfortable with it. He continues to pull away from the nose of Ricky Stenhouse, stretching it over 1 second.
Remember Tyler Reddick at Bristol? He had a tire failure, and he made the comment, if we go fast, we blow a tire. He made that comment about the entire year. So if you're Tyler Reddick with a 1.1 second lead, I don't think I'm going to be going this fast. Just back this pace off. You only got to lead by a car length. You don't have to lead by a second.
The hard part with that, though, is you just don't know what kind of speed Joey Logano has in the 22 car. He hasn't made his way up to second. Remember, Reddick took just 2 tires under the last pit stop. Joey Logano ended up with 4. So if Logano could get by Stenhouse, I have a feeling he's got a good shot to run Tyler Reddick down. So I can understand why Reddick has to push right now. You're just put in a box like that where, yeah, it is definitely a tough call. I understand saving, but you can't blame a guy for trying to push to the very end either. On a track that's so hard to pass, if you don't push hard enough and you end up saving too much, Logano gets there, gets by you. Then even if you're faster to get back by him, but because of the dirty air effect and how hard this track is to pass because it's primarily one groove, at least for passing purposes. Passing purposes, there's no groove. There's a couple lanes you can run, but it's very difficult to pass, obviously, at Texas. Well documented prior to the stream. Logano has finally gotten by Stenhouse on the front stretch that time. He's up to second. He's 1.3 seconds off the lead. 42 laps to go. There's plenty of time for Joey Logano to try to run down Tyler Reddick. Again, the right rear tires are the tires that are specifically blowing out on these race cars. So for Reddick's sake, taking 2 tires. His left sides are much older, but it's the right rears that have been the problem with the tire blowout so far today. Blaney's lost a handful of positions, by the way. He's back to 13th. Byron got back by him. Larson has gotten by him as well. Tyler Reddick leads. Logano second, 1.1 seconds off the lead. And then Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 2 seconds off the lead in third. Todd Gilliland fourth. Chase Briscoe rounds out the top 5. Austin Cindric in 6th. Justin Haley 7th. Michael McDowell in 8th. Ross Chastain 9th. Eric Jones is 10th right now. That's the top 10 with 40 laps to go at Texas. And the first playoff race of the round of 12. Logano trying to get his way into the round of 8 as the highest running playoff driver. Then Briscoe in 5th, followed by Cindric 6th. Chastain 9th. Those are the only 4 playoff drivers in the top 10. And then 11th through 14th, all playoff drivers as well. Here's the through the field.
Asked Randall Burnett the question of, do you back Tyler Reddick down? Seeing all the tire problems, he said, I would love to, but Logano was behind me, and I think he's pretty quick. So right now, Tyler Reddick has full reign to go as quick as he wants, Parker.
Right, Marty, in the car trying to chase him down is that 22 Joe Logano, who was the fastest car on the racetrack that last lap there. He has no more sticker tires left. You saw him put those 2 right sides on. That was his last set because he had come on the radio and complained of a vibration coming from the right rear. Paul Wolf didn't really want to pit, but knew his driver was concerned about enough to come down there and put those final set of stickers on the right side of 22, and so now they can only hope that those can go to the end of the race, Kim.
And Ricky Stenhouse Jr. running in the 3rd position. Leave it to Brian Patty to do a different strategy. They came down and put 4 on at lap 255. We're a few laps short on fuel, so topped off on 257. Just riding it out for Ricky. He's been a little bit loose on the back end all day long. Otherwise, very smooth. Running in front of Tom Gilliland in the 4th position. A great run for this rookie driver. And he's described this rookie season as hectic. Wants to finish strong. We saw really good things from him out of the Indy road course, as well as he run up front in the Atlanta race that told him he had the confidence to be running with the rest of this Cup Series field. Todd Gilliland just a little bit free right now.
About 26 green flag laps on the right side tires of the first 2 cars. Each stopped at 271. Clock is ticking.
So, well, Junior, obviously they're not telling him to slow down. He just turned a 29.24 the last lap. He's the fastest car on the racetrack, so they're not worried about, or I shouldn't say they're not worried.
Yeah, I was going to say, Tyler Reddick has pulled back away. It was down to a 1-second lead there for a little bit, and then now it's back out to almost a 1.5 seconds. So his pace has definitely picked up quite a bit in comparison to Joey Logano in the 22. Hamlin making a pass, looks like on Daniel Suarez. Not sure what position that was for. Jones also getting by the one of Chastain. Actually, in the process of doing that, he slid up in front of him, and Chastain got into the 43's back. Oh, we got trouble in the back straightaway. Austin Cindric's around. Ricky Stenhouse Jr.'s got heavy damage to the back of his car. Oh, tough break for Cindric. He was in 5th place, having a great day, and there is something there. I think Stenhouse might have spun in front of the 2, and then the 2 got collected, because there's a lot of damage on the back of the 47, as if he may have backed into the outside wall. Well, that's 2 more drivers in the top 5 having problems. I don't think a tire's down on the 47, because he stayed out of the pits that last time by. I think he just lost it. Unless Cindric might have blew a tire. But I'm pretty sure Stenhouse was in front of the 2, so that's why I'm thinking Stenhouse might have started it. It's still waiting on a replay. And here it comes. I was going to say, Stenhouse was still in front of the 38. He just got loose. Off turn 2. Stenhouse's car lipped around right on him, and into the outside wall he goes. He backed down the track and barely clipped the 2 car of Austin Cindric, sent him spinning. I don't think Cindric hit anything, but he did flat spot at least his right rear tire, maybe the right... Oh, he didn't hit Cindric. Wow. Cindric had the car pointed towards the wall trying to miss Stenhouse, and I think he barely missed him, but then ended up spinning at that awkward angle after snapping the wheel back, trying to keep it straight and keep it off the inside wall where he was aimed. Great car control by Austin Cindric to miss the 47 car. If he hit him, there's some scuffs on the right side of the race car, but remember Cindric got in the wall in the restart. So I don't think he hit him. He barely missed Stenhouse in my eyes. So it wasn't a tire issue, but the caution is out. 33 laps to go. Cindric's going to have to come into the pits and give up all that track position. 28 cars on the lead lap right now. It's a tough break for the 2. We'll see if anybody else pits this time as well. We are about 4 hours into this race. That's not counting the rain delay. Like, excluding the rain delay, we're about 4 hours in with all the cautions we've had so far today. A Texas track record for the most cautions. I don't think anybody really pit outside of the 2 there. Some cars towards the tail end of the lead lap probably did. I wouldn't blame them. Yeah, leader's definitely staying out. I don't blame him. Especially if you're in the playoffs. Chastain coming in. Followed by Eric Jones. Hamlin looks like he's pitting towards the back.
So they're calling the strategy that they believe will give them the best finish, and they feel that's staying on the racetrack. Marty.
I think Ross Chastain and Phil Surgeon just felt like the handling of their car was not what they needed. He said, I am so loose, barely hanging on to it. So they decided to come down pit road for sticker Goodyear tires, Steve. This will be their last set of sticker tires for the night for Ross Chastain. 32 to go. They're hoping they last to the end.
I've tried it a lot in my day, and hope is never... I mean, there's been a lot of days that's the only strategy I had left, but it was... I never liked leaning on it. How about Kevin Harvick?
Yeah.
We didn't really, I mean, he's back on the lead lap.
I didn't know Harvick was still in the race.
Grinding out the day.
And
Yeah.
he's running in the 21st position
What?
right now, coming off pit road with some fresh tire.
I didn't realize Harvick was even in the race still, let alone on the lead lap in the top 20. He wrecked from the lead. He blew a tire similar to Truex. Truex was out. I thought Harvick was out too. I guess not. All right, so your top 10 for the restart is going to be Tyler Reddick in first, Joey Logano second, Ty Gillen third, Chase Briscoe fourth, Justin Haley rounds out the top 5. Then you'll have Michael McDowell sixth, William Byron seventh, Kyle Larson eighth, Ryan Blaney ninth, and then Denny Hamlin will be 10th on the restart. Top 17 cars stayed out of the pits, at least on my screen, unless that updates. We'll give it another lap or so. We've had a lot of different leaders in this race today. Let me count here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 19 different leaders. Wild. A lot more lead changes than that. Probably over 30. 20, 21, 22. 37 lead changes. 19 leaders for 37 lead changes so far today. That's why it's been so hard to predict what's going to go down in this race. The only thing we really know is you're going to have to be within the top probably or you're going to have to be within the top 4 on a final restart to have a shot to even get to the lead, or at least put yourself in position in the top 3 or 4 in case somebody else blows a tire in front of you or something happens. Most of the spins we've seen today have been all at the front of the field. Stenhouse didn't even blow a tire there, and he was running third while spinning. It has been an absolutely crazy race, to say the least, for the right and wrong reasons. Over 700 people currently watching. Be sure to hit that like button, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content if you have not already. We are almost at 300 likes. Our goal was 300. We've got more than double that watching right now, so be sure to hit that like button and again subscribe. Oh, never mind, I refresh it. We're at 314. Still hit it. Let's get to 400. I don't think I've ever had that in a single live race commentary stream. Let's get to 400. And let's see if we can break a record for the most people ever watching one of these streams. We have not hit 1,000 ever before. We have been very, very close. Have not done so. We're going to have 29 laps to go on the restart. Tyler Reddick elects the inside lane. No surprise, considering that the inside lane has literally gotten to the lead on every restart so far. Even if it takes them about a lap and a half to clear, they eventually get to the lead. Usually it's through 1 and 2, either the first time around or the second time around. Chase Briscoe inside of row number 2 on the restart. Outside of him, rookie Todd Gilliland. We see another rookie potentially pull off a win today. Gillen's been competing here late. 2 fastest cars, though, are probably the 2 at the front of the field of Reddick and Logano. Logano's going to put up a fight on that outside lane. We'll see if he can be the first driver to actually take the lead on the top. Remember, Reddick only has fresher right sides versus the fresher 4 tires for Logano under the second to last caution, so maybe the takeoff on the restart might be better for the 22, which in return could help him potentially get to the lead. Green flag is back in the air. Well, never mind on that. It looked like Logano spun the tires. Reddick's going to move up to block the 22 cars. They head for turn 1. And now Briscoe and the 14s on the inside of Logano trying to go for second place. A squeeze play. Briscoe has to get out of the gas as he pushed it too hard, and they're 3 wide behind him off the exit of turn 2. Caution at the back of the pack. Almirola's around. And we are going to have our 16th yellow of the race. Looks like Almirola might have gotten turned somewhere in there, and he kept it off the wall, but he was spinning in the middle of the pack, so caution comes out. He's pretty much looped most of the way around. I don't know how he kept it off the wall. Maybe he grazed it a bit. And Reddick had a pretty good restart that time, but he's going to have to try it again. I think Logano was in second when the caution came out, so he'll have another shot on the outside as well. Oh, no contact. Almirola just lost it on his own. That was strange. I don't know how he did that, getting up to speed, unless something broke on the race car. None of his tires were down, but for whatever reason, Eric Almirola spun on the restart without any contact. Briscoe ended up causing, yeah, be the Coke 600 all over. Coke 600 / Dirt Bristol all over again. Briscoe will be fighting for a win and lose control of his car. We've seen a lot of drivers lose control of their cars today, so that wouldn't be out of the ordinary. All the cautions we've seen today, I don't think we've had a multi-car accident the 2 and the 47, I guess, technically, but we definitely haven't had more than a 2-car accident this entire race today. All been single-car incidents. Give credit for the wreck avoidance and the spotters telling their drivers where to go in all these wrecks that have happened so far. nobody else has been involved. And Cindric, I mean, he did miss the 47. He just kind of spun trying to miss him. Chastain back on pit road again.
A little bit of that contact there, mostly on the left front. So what Phil Surgeon is going to do, you see the bare bond going on. They're actually going to put this left front back on. Remember I said it a moment ago, this is their last set of sticker tires, so they really don't have a choice but to put these tires back on. So the nose did pop out, Steve, and Phil Surgeon saying right now the nose did not separate. So good news for Ross Chastain, who caught a little bit of that last wreck.
Well, they work on the one. Let's take another look at what happened with the tip.
Might have been contact from Ross Chastain with the 10 car. Oh my goodness. Well, he was on the apron. Never mind. Might have gotten squeezed by the one. It was hard to tell what happened there. Almirola had half his car on the apron though before he had lost control and went up the racetrack. And there was contact with the left front fender of Chastain, but I don't know if that was because he got turned. Well, he wouldn't have gotten turned by him because the contact was on the left front, not the right front. So I think Almirola just drove it in too deep or something. I don't know how he ended up that low on the racetrack in the middle of the corner, but he was that low and lost control. They were almost 4 wide right around him or just in front of him. Getting very dicey there towards the middle of the pack. It is worth noting, if Chase Briscoe wins this race, he's in 4th, but if he wins, because he's below the cutoff line, that would actually move Chase Elliott 3 points below. Or actually, it would move him in a 3-way tie with Chastain and Suarez based off of where the 99 and the 1 are currently in the field as well. But Chastain just pitted, so he can gain some points, I'm sure, on the restart, passing some cars at the back of the pack at some point. Unless the damage on the left front fender is going to be too much for him. I know there was a few people in the chat earlier that were talking about Justin Haley wins. Or pulling for Justin Haley or saying he's due. He's up to 3rd right now. He's surviving the carnage. Maybe he can get his second career Cup Series victory. He hasn't won since 2019. And his only win was a rain and lightning shortened Daytona summer race. He wasn't even a Cup Series regular at the time. He was just 19 years old. Jon Snow, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for anybody who I haven't shouted out that have tuned in. Almost 800 people watching. Added a live broadcast audio, I would subscribe. Well, I give you guys the audio, I guess, technically. If you're talking about like the TV broadcast, then you might as well buy cable if you want that. If you're talking about like actually being able to see the broadcast itself while I'm commentating or the whole thing, I can't do that for copyright reasons. That's not my fault.
Right, so we're just going to have to do everything we can to stay in front of him and try to win this deal, and hopefully everything works out.
And Steve, I asked Randall a moment ago, I said, can you make it to the end? He said, on fuel, yes. I mean, clearly meaning he's still a little bit worried about the tires. Fuel-wise, they're good.
Well, Marty, and you're down in that pit. They have another set of tires to put on if they need to, or are they out of tires?
They do. They do have another set of tires here. They have their sticker set, and they have a scuff set. So they have 2 sets, actually, to work with. It's been a while since the 8 pitted.
Well, so there's one more school of thought is the reason I was wondering that, Rick, right? So there, you just heard Randy's like, yes, I'm concerned, but I'm not sure I can fix. You know, if he thought a new set of tires was like a guarantee they weren't going to have an issue, I'm sure he would have put them on. So, you know, they have tires left, yet he's keeping this track position.
Logano, same situation. He did a 2-tire stop at lap 271 also.
I guess Logano took 2 tires. I thought he took 4 under the last stop. Briscoe's the first driver that took 4, but he also pitted about 15 laps before Reddick, Haley, and Logano in front of him. Green flag back in the air. Tyler Reddick on the inside lane again. Justin Haley takes a peek to go 3 wide to the bottom. Didn't get a good enough of a launch. 38 car wide and slow on the outside lane, and the restart has some sort of an issue. Still side by side for the lead between Logano and Reddick. 38 car can get to pit road. We will stay green. Major blocks going on in the back straightaway between Justin Haley, Chase Briscoe, Reddick to the lead in 3 and 4 as he slides clear of the 22 of Logano. Side by side still for third. Haley on the bottom. Briscoe on the outside. Michael McDowell pushing the 31 car on the bottom lane. He's trying to get underneath the 14 and Blaney to the outside of the 34 simultaneously. Hole closing up quickly. Briscoe had to lift. Haley still stays in third. Ryan Blaney still alongside the 34 of McDowell, trying to shut the door. Thought better of it. Smart move. Stays high, giving the 34 a little bit of room as he was still on the bottom. Gillen has made it to pit road. Tough break. He was restarting inside the top 5, I believe, still. Not anymore. Denny Hamlin, by the way. Oh, whoa. One car way up the racetrack. Noah Gregson in the 16. Keeps it off the wall. Gets back onto the racing line and racing groove back on the track. We continue to stay green. Way up the racetrack as he lost his race car. Pushing just a tad too hard. The dirty air, I'm sure, wasn't great mid-pack either. All-Star race winner Ryan Blaney on the inside of Chase Briscoe for 4th. Briscoe having to hold that outside lane right now, and Kyle Larson, who won stage 1 earlier in the day as well, now on the inside of Michael McDowell for position, can't hang on. Blaney still side by side with the 14. Byron getting a run on the 5 of Larson as well, down to the inside of the racetrack. Blaney going to clear the 14 car for third. 3 wide off turn 4. Hendrick sandwiched between the 24 and the 5, and the 34 of Michael McDowell was the meat of the sandwich as he had to get out of the gas to keep from wrecking the 5 of Larson on his outside. Lost 2 positions there. Keselowski almost got around the 34 as well. Larson still fending off the 24 of Byron. Maybe he could try to put a little bit of a gap on him now, though, considering that he had finally gotten around the 34, but they're both closing in on the 14 of Briscoe as well. Suarez up the track, tight, almost into Keselowski. Hamlin underneath him. Jones also to the inside of the 99. Jones also to the inside of the 11 of Denny Hamlin. Hamlin up the track in front of the 99. Suarez has to lift again and might lose another spot off turn 2 as he has another car underneath him. Jones, Hamlin still door to door. They're battling for 10th. Jones is looking like he may be clear off turn 4. Maybe not enough room as the 34 McDowell wasn't that far in front of him either. 43-11 still side by side. 1 second lead for Tyler Reddick over Joey Logano. Hamlin's way up out of the groove in turns 1 and 2. He's going to lose a couple positions. Valuable points being lost with just 18 laps to go for the 11 of Denny Hamlin as he loses about 4 positions on the back straightaway after having to get well out of the throttle to keep it off the wall and keep the car from wrecking. Keselowski closing in on the 24 of Byron. Larson putting a little bit of a gap on himself in the 24. Larson to the bottom of the track trying to get clean air on the nose of his race car. Run a different line from the 14 who was on the outside in front of him through 1 and 2. Briscoe trying to hold on to a top 5. 15 straight races for Chase Briscoe in which he has finished outside the top 10. And a race in which he has ran outside the top 20 most of the day. He's got a shot at a top 5 late. Ryan Blaney might have the fastest car on the racetrack right now if he has enough time to get up there. I think he's the first driver who took 4 tires rather than 2 or none under the last set of pit stops we saw late in this race. Problem is that he's 1.9, now 2 seconds off the lead. He had the lift off turn 2. He got tight in the dirty air behind Haley. Up the track he went, about into the wall. Yeah, he's 2.1 seconds off the lead now. He lost about 0.4 of a second that last lap to the race leader, Tyler Reddick. He's going to have to pass the 31. He's going to have to pass the 22 just to get a shot to get to the 8. Blaney in the clean air, down on the bottom of the racetrack again. Have to find a way to get a run off of turn 4 to try to get to the bottom of another car in 1 and 2 is probably the best chance you have of trying to make a pass around this racetrack. $14 laps to go. Larson trying to do basically the same thing Blaney is doing, battling Haley, only with Chase Briscoe in the 14. Oh, jeez, I just ripped the headphone right out of my ear. I'm not listening to anything anyway. Looks like I have throughout the course of the day. I have not, most of the time. 1.1 second lead. Reddick, Logano, Haley, Blaney, Briscoe, the top 5. Larson 6, Byron 7th, Keselowski 8th, Eric Jones 9th, and Michael McDowell still hanging on to a top 10 and 10th. 13 laps to go. Larson back to the outside now with Briscoe down on the bottom. Blaney's back to 1.8 seconds off the lead. I think the 12 car has the fastest car on the track. I just don't know if he's going to have enough time to get to Reddick, considering that Haley and Logano are kind of holding him up in front of him. And Haley's even closed that gap on Logano for second place as well. Logano 30 points above the cutoff line as we run, would be first in the standings of anybody. Larson up the track, gets a huge moment for him in 3 and 4. He's going to lose a few positions. Keselowski to 6th. He got by Byron and Larson. Byron had to check up to keep from running into the back of his teammate, who was well out of control there. Larson's had about 3 or 4 good saves today. Not like classic Larson saves where he's completely sideways, but enough to where the car is definitely wiggling around. He loses a few positions out of it, but he keeps the car off the wall. It keeps it from completely wiping out, or making contact with another car in the process as well. Definitely got a little loose that time. I guess Keselowski had gotten by Byron prior to Larson getting loose. Didn't realize that, so Byron did not have to check up behind Larson, which cost him a spot. Byron going to lose another position now to Eric Jones. Jones up to P7, Byron back to 8th. Jones has fluctuated much throughout the course of the top 10 in the second half of this race. Brad Keselowski having a moment. He'll lose a couple spots now. Jones up to 6. Byron gets back by the 6 car. 8 laps to go for the number 8, Tyler Reddick. 1.3 second lead over the 22 of Joey Logano. Logano has really nothing for Tyler Reddick as of right now. A second place finish in the 2020 summer race at Texas was a close one, and just think of how many chances Reddick's had to win on an oval this season. Has had a tire go down. Kansas, he was leading just a couple weeks ago in that similar circumstance, and also at Auto Club earlier this year as well. Second through fourth, not that far apart from each other. About 0.7 of a second is the difference. Reddick has definitely picked the pace up here in recent laps. His fastest lap of the race is a 29.077. And if I'm not mistaken, that is the fastest lap anybody has ran in the race today. Reddick has also led more laps than anybody else now today, with 65 laps led and counting here with just a handful to go. Ryan Blaney maybe just trying to force Justin Haley into a mistake at this point. Keeping the pressure on him. Haley on the outside, Blaney down low, but he just isn't in close enough proximity to have any sort of shot to get underneath the 31. Doesn't matter what corner they're in. And because Haley's running the outside, he's getting a little bit more straightaway speed, and from time to time, if Blaney starts to run him down, 31 opens that gap back up again by a couple car lengths, as he did that time through 1 and 2 once more. Reddick wins. It'll be the 4th driver to win to start the playoffs that will not lock himself into the next round. Reddick was eliminated in the round of 16 of the playoffs. And he's trying to get his first career win on an oval in the NASCAR Cup Series. And get his 3rd win of the season. What a year for Tyler Reddick. Might not be his last shot to win a race either. Just hoping to get to that white flag now. 3 laps to go for Reddick at the line. 1.2 second lead. Logano about 0.2 quicker that last lap than Reddick. He's going to have to pick up the pace a little more if he's going to catch the 8. Reddick maybe backing off, trying to make sure that he preserves the tires just a bit more. He's closing in on a lap car as well. I don't know how much that has to play with anything. 78 car BJ McLeod goes another lap down. Actually, his first lap down. 2 to go. Reddick just wants to see the white flag now. Will he get there? He's got a mile and a half to. Hoping everybody else can stay off each other, not have any sort of a major issue. Eric Jones, Chase Briscoe battling side by side for 5th. Briscoe trying to hang on. That's a point on the line for him towards the playoffs. Right around the cutoff line right now is Briscoe. White flag in the air. 1 lap to go for Tyler Reddick. No caution. And this race is going to finish out. And as long as Tyler Reddick can make it back to the checkered flag without a catastrophe in turns 3 and 4, it'll be all right. 1.1 second lead on Logano, who had nothing for Tyler Reddick late in this race. And the driver who had led the most laps is going to win. Off turn 4, checkered flag in the air. Tyler Reddick is going to get career win number 3, 3rd win of the season, and his first career win on an oval in the NASCAR Cup Series. Tyler Reddick is a winner again in 2022. Unbelievable. And now has the 2nd most wins of any driver in the Cup Series this season. Who saw that coming into the season? Many wondered if Tyler Reddick could ever do this in RCR equipment, and he's doing just that. And I think, again, that's probably going to be more confidence for Kyle Busch going there. And I think he's going to leave RCR in a better place, definitely on his way out. Whether the talks between both him and Richard Childress have been a little shaky over the last couple months. Team meetings as well, but Reddick with his burnouts on the front stretch. Stay tuned. By the way, we hit 1,000 people watching. Hit that like button. Subscribe if you are new for more daily NASCAR content. That is a new channel record. We have not hit 1,000 people watching a stream ever before, so greatly appreciate you guys tuning in. And be sure to stay tuned because you'll get to hear all the driver interviews as we go into this post-race show. It's going to be fairly brief because we've been streaming for like 6 hours now, so I don't plan on being here all night by any means, but we'll go through the big details here in the finishing rundown, and obviously, again, you guys will get to hear from Reddick as well as some of the other drivers in the field. Probably get to hear from Hamlin and Byron after their dispute with one another midway through the final stage as well. Thank you for all your great comments as well down in the chat. Means a lot as always. 10:18. I only see 1K on my phone. I don't know exactly what we topped off at. Let me check real quick. I don't know. I'll have to go back in the analytics after the fact. First time viewer, Charles Xavier, thanks for tuning in. Appreciate it as well. As always, here's Tyler Reddick.
Race fans who stayed here through this long night of racing, and Tyler Reddick brings it home to victory lane. What an incredible night. I got to know, with all the tire issues, as you kind of say, yeah, you're right, an incredible night. How worried were you on that final run because you went so long on this set of Goodyears?
I was extremely worried, I'm not going to lie. Unfortunately, just about every time we've had fast cars, we've had some tire problems, and yeah, that last run, the right sides were vibrating really, really hard there, so I was just trying to maximize and just use the advantage that the gap that I built over Joey, just in case. I mean, every time we've had a strong car, we've been bit by something, man, so really proud to be able to get this Lenovo Chevy to victory lane. I mean, we were at Auto Club earlier this year. We were so fast with this car, and they deserve to get to victory lane. We got them there.
How did this team stay together through all the adversity you faced this year? You leaving, Kyle coming in, and not making it to this round, Tyler.
Well, it was tough. I mean, 2 points. You know, every spot matters in this deal, and you know, we just had 2 tough races. We brought a really fast car to Darlington, and we were leading at Kansas when we broke and fell out early, and so it's tough, but this will make that the pain of not making it through a little bit easier. Even though yes, it would have locked us in around 8, but hey, we're winning races. That's what we'll keep trying to do.
What a long night. How about these Texas race fans who hung out for all of it?
Yeah, I mean, it was a hot one. Thank you to fans coming out. I really appreciate it. This is a tough race. 500 miles here is not an easy feat, and I know it wasn't easy on you guys as well. So it's just so great to be able to win here in a Cup car. Been close a few times, and yeah. Look at Lombardi. Yeah, let's go!
There you go. The guys are out here. What a veteran crew. Tyler Reddick brings it to victory lane at Texas.
Yeah, Marty, he's going to be taking the 8 car and the team. They'll be heading to speedycash.com victory lane, where they'll be able to celebrate once again. And one driver probably not happy at the way this one ended.
Oh boy, here's
William
Denny
Byron
Hamlin.
finishes in 7th
Maybe.
to
Nope.
Parker.
Nope, here's
Right,
Byron.
Rick, and he had that incident with Denny Hamlin there. So let's start with the first one, and then we'll get to the second one. What happened off of turn 2 there between you and Denny? Do you feel like that was something in his control and not have happen?
Yeah, I mean, he ran me out of room and bent the toe link, and we're lucky we finished. So, yeah, I mean, it was really hard contact. It wasn't like just a light. It wasn't like, just a light contact or anything like that. So, yeah, I didn't mean to, obviously spin him out over there, but I'm obviously, pissed off and just not going to get run like that. We've always run so well, or raced so well together. So I don't know what it was all about. I mean, the 19 took his air away and he ran out of racetrack, so he chose to run me out of racetrack completely. And again, look, it's not like it was just light contact. I mean, I thought we were going to be done. So, yeah.
So you ran into him off purpose off turn 4?
I don't know. I mean, obviously, yeah. I went to go show my displeasure. I didn't mean to, hit him and spin him out. There's a ton of guys that do this and go do something like that. I see it all the time. So, but yeah, I'm just not going to get run like that. And yeah, there's really no reason. I mean, we're running 2nd and 3rd, I think, and had a shot to win and killed our car for sure. So that was a bummer.
Will you talk to him about it?
Yeah, I guess so. We'll probably talk. I mean, look, we've never had issues, so I didn't really get it, but I'm not just gonna be like, oh, don't normally have issues with this guy. I'm not gonna be mad about it. So it was it was uncalled for, and feel like we handled it.
Kim, he's not gonna lay over.
Let's hear the other side of the story. Denny Hamlin. Williams said he wanted to show his displeasure, but didn't mean to spin you out. You wanted to see a penalty for that contact under caution. Were you surprised it didn't come out by NASCAR?
Well, I think the crew chief was wanting something because you can't, I mean, I guess we can just wreck each other under caution. I tried to wreck him back, but yeah, it's just, I don't think we touched. I got to look, but I don't think we touched, but obviously he sent us through the infield and under caution.
He said he likely needs to talk to you, but you guys haven't had any prior incidents. What's that conversation going to be like?
I mean, I keep hearing these guys, but I'll just add it to the list of guys when I get a chance. They're gonna get it.
Gonna get it later in the playoffs, or is this something that carries over to next year?
It just works itself out. We'll be racing each other at some point, and he'll lose a lot of spots because he's racing me. So it's just this is hard racing. Obviously, I'm fine with hard racing. But wrecking me under caution is obviously not what we were bargained for. And so thanks to my FedEx Toyota team for bouncing back. Obviously, it cost us all of our track position. I thought we were in a great position to win until we got sent back to 20-something there. So.
All right, take a look. What happened between the two?
Just some contact there. And this is on board the 24 when the caution's out. And he hits him pretty hard. I mean, I know he says he didn't mean to spin him out, but he didn't give him much chance to save that one.
Gosh, I don't want to see him if he needs to spin him.
And then Denny tried to spin him out, and I think Denny would probably be glad that didn't happen. I mean, it might have felt great in the moment, but who knows what NASCAR could have or would have done if that continued to carry on. It's got a chance for a championship here. And don't want NASCAR to have to step in there and make a call.
Tyler Reddick eliminated from the playoffs after the round of 16.
We'll go through the finishing results for today's race, and then when we come back from the commercial break, or when USA Network comes back, then we'll get through more post-race interviews if we don't already do so. They're well past the airtime, obviously, with that rain delay earlier, so might not be getting many more interviews before the end of the stream, but needless to say, if there is any, you guys will get to listen in. Tyler Reddick with a 1.1 second margin of victory over second place Joey Logano. Reddick again eliminated the round of 16 in the playoffs, so he will not be locked in the round of 8, but again, can still finish as high as 5th in the regular season, in the season standings as a whole at the end of the year. This is a good way into trying to do that. Again, Joey Logano finishes in second, highest running playoff driver, of course, there. Justin Haley is going to end up finishing 3rd. Great run for the Kaulig Racing Chevrolet today. Ryan Blaney ends up finishing 4th, and then Chase Briscoe rounds out the top 5, so 3 Fords inside the top 5 at the end of the race, despite the fact that through most of the way, really the entire first 2 stages, Blaney was the only car inside the top 10 consistently in the pretty much first 2 stages of the race, but Briscoe was outside the top 20, was able to strategize, got his way up towards the front, and Logano's car just got a bit quicker throughout the course of the day. They made the right adjustments following that rain delay and got him up into the second place position, but had nothing for Tyler Reddick there late. Eric Jones ends up finishing in 6th, William Byron 7th, Brad Keselowski 8th, Kyle Larson 9th, and Denny Hamlin rounds out the top 10 tonight. Michael McDowell finishes 11th, Daniel Suarez in 12th, Ross Chastain 13th, Corey LaJoie 14th, Austin Cindric 15th, Ty Dillon at 16th, Austin Dillon in 17th, Harrison Burton 18th, Kevin Harvick 19th, Ty Gibbs rounds out the top 20. 21st was Noah Gragson, 22nd, Landon Castle, Garrett Smithley, 23rd, Eric Almirola, 24th, and I don't know why I said I said it again, Bubba Wallace, 25th today, last car in the lead lap. He was having mechanical issues from the start because he made an unscheduled pit stop. Never really diagnosed the issue over the broadcast completely, something with the steering was not right in that race car. Not the first time we've seen that out of a 2311 Toyota this year. Kurt Busch at times earlier this season was having problems with that. And a couple times Bubba Wallace has had problems with that, so I don't know what the deal is there. Here's Parker Kligerman with Joey Logano before we go through the rest of the finishing results.
How concerned were you with that run?
Very, very, very concerned. It's pretty concerning anytime you're going 200 mile an hour and you can't see. But it's kind of a bittersweet moment. On one side, I'm kind of frustrated that it was like that, and maybe we would have shot to beat the 8. On the other hand, I'm just happy to finish the race and get a bunch of points for the AAA Mustang and have something for him going into the next few races. We did what we had to do. We had to score a bunch of points, and we did that, put ourselves in the point lead, and still not comforting, but it's better than being further back. So let's figure out how we want to run Talladega now.
Yeah, and you have 30 points to the good now. So how do you run Talladega? What are you going to look at? What do you want to figure out that sort of sets, okay, this is the way we're going to do it?
Yeah, we got to see the checkered flag. I think that's the biggest thing, and that's a lot easier said than done. It's hard to say at Talladega now, or I'm sorry, at Texas here. Just crazy race for everybody, and you just cross your fingers and say a few prayers and hope it's not your turn when when the tire blows out. So, proud of, like I said, I'm very proud of my team today. Paul called a great race, but put 4 tires on when we needed to, and then being able to put 2 on there at the end and cycle ourselves up there and have a shot to win. So, proud of that. Wish it wasn't shaking and it was a little tighter, but overall, you got to be happy with that.
Successful day for Joe Logano, Kim.
And
Kim
Kyle
Coon
Larson
standing
didn't
with
have
Kyle Larson.
The day he wanted, you and I were talking, he lost a lot of spots on pit road, and crew chief Cliff Daniels even apologized for the team not giving you what you needed. As a driver, when that's out of your control, how do you handle situations like that?
You just try and shake it off the best that you can and go out there and, put together some good runs. So, we were able to overcome all the spots that we would lose on pit road. And I feel like I drove from the back to the top, 5 or 6, almost every run. So, really, really good car. So proud of the effort there at the shop and the piece that we brought here to Texas. So it's good we're above the cut, but yeah, we're plus 16. I feel like we could have been plus 34 or something at least. So bummer there, and potentially could have won the race. I think we had the best car. So the weather delay really hurt too. I think we were by far the best when the track was hot. When it got cooler out, I got loose, and everybody seemed to get faster, so it was just harder to pass. So, bummer there, but proud of the effort. Back to the shop.
Looking at the next week, Talladega, I know super speedways are not your favorite thing. How do you approach that race based on the race you had here?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, hopefully, I would love to get some stage points and pat ourselves a little bit, and then cross our fingers and pray to God that we see a checkered flag.
Kyle Larson with a top 10 finish here this evening.
Chase Briscoe finishes 5th, and Chase, that is incredible. You guys at one point today looked like you maybe struggled to run the top 25. How did you pull this off?
Just Johnny was really aggressive there on pit road, to give us an opportunity. I think with 80 to go, we kind of made our bet that we were going to hope and pray that we got more cautions. And yeah, I think I told you at that red flag, I felt like our car was getting a little bit better. We still weren't where we needed to be, but yeah, I mean, to still 5th, that kept us in the ball game. I mean, we were, I would say 25th place car debatably. Like it was close. So yeah, for us to be able to get some track position at the end, honestly, the rain delay and the night coming and cooling off, I think helped our car quite a bit. So yeah, we salvaged with our rush truck centers forward, and yeah, we're in the ball game. Just got to go to Talladega and hopefully get a little luck and see what happens after that.
You're now 4 points below the cut line. What's that do for you? Does it allow you to race any differently?
I mean, we were 4 points out coming into this one. I mean, that was everything we had there at the beginning. We just kind of had it fall our way there at the end. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, Talladega, it's nice to not be 20 points, 30 points back going into Talladega because there, obviously, anything can happen. So, yeah, for us, we just need to, same as going into Bristol last round. If we can be in contention, within 10 points going into the Roval, I feel confident we can go there and get 10 points. So, yeah, just hopefully we can get through Talladega clean and see what happens.
Great recovery for Chase Briscoe, the 14 team.
Everyone is looking forward to next weekend.
Including me. I will be at Talladega next weekend, so if anybody is there, by all means, say hi. I'll be there for the Truck Xfinity and Cup race next week. Anyway, we'll go through the rest of the finishing order. We stopped off at Wallace in 25th. BJ McLeod, first car, one lap down, 26th. Stenhouse got in an accident late, finishes 27th. He was also one lap down. Todd Gillen fell back to 28th. He was in the top 5 on that last restart. Had something go wrong on the restart. I don't know if maybe he had a tire going down, what the case was, but he had to pit, unscheduled stop there. Alex Bowman ended up finishing 5 laps down. He was actually 11 laps down at one point. All the cautions we had in today's race, he was able to get the wave around, get quite a few laps back, but still finished 5 laps down in today's race at 29th after a wreck earlier on in the day. Chris Buescher, DNF 30th, Truex DNF 31st, Chase Elliott 32nd, Cody Ware 33rd. Glad he's okay for the most part. We'll obviously get more word on maybe any injuries in the fallout from the wreck later in the week, but from what it seems, face value today, that it is all right for him. Hopefully he can return next week. Christopher Bell ends up 34th, Cole Custer 35th, and Kyle Busch will round out the field today. He DNF'd way back at like 5 hours ago, whatever it was. 4 hours and 21 minutes to get the race in. That's not even counting the hour and 15-minute roughly rain delay we had. So we have been streaming for about 6 hours today. Appreciate everybody that tuned in. We set a stream record, over 1,000 people watching at one point in time at the end of the race today. Greatly appreciate it as always. You guys give me the ability on this platform to do what I love to do, and that is talk NASCAR. That is hopefully commentate NASCAR at future real races, but to do that, I figured this is great practice, and you guys like tuning in, whether you're new viewers trying to find any way to watch the race, or you get latched on from that. You've been a viewer of the channel before. I started doing these live commentary, live streams with other stuff I was doing realistic commentary for, so I greatly appreciate it as always. On the dream here, definitely hit that subscribe button. You can follow me on Instagram as well. I have like 100 followers on Instagram because I'm like never active on there. I think the last post I made was when I was in Daytona earlier this year for the 500. So I'm very much not active on Instagram, but still follow me anyway. Maybe I'll get more active if I get more followers over there and you guys are willing to see, maybe what my life is like outside of this on a daily basis. But regardless of the fact, I will see you guys, and have a good rest of your Sunday night. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Streaming schedule will be out on the channel sometime tomorrow. So no official start time for what the stream will be or what time it'll start at for tomorrow evening, NASCAR 06 something, but not sure exactly what series, what track, or anything of that nature. So just be on the lookout for it tomorrow, and we'll go from there. Thank you, everybody, again, for your appreciation and support. Have a good rest of your night. Hopefully enjoyed the race, and congrats to Tyler Reddick for getting